You are watching the Vodka stream.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I can drink. Cheers, guys. Happy 5th of July to everybody. Hopefully you guys had a good day yesterday. At least, my fellow Americans, I should say. Cheers. Welcome to the Vodka stream. It's a weird week. It's always weird. Okay. Well, first off, cheers. But I was thinking about this yesterday, man. And I tell you what, I don't know. I had this thought when I was going to my friend's house. And I was thinking, I was like, man, if 4th of July lands on a Thursday or a Tuesday, automatically we should get that Friday and that Monday off. Just saying it should be automatic. If it's on Wednesday, whatever. It's middle of the week. You get a day off in the middle of the week, and then you have 2 days, whatever. But if it's on Thursday, you get that Friday off. If it's on Tuesday, you get that Monday off. Just have a nice 4-day weekend, huh? Why can't that be automatic? It should be, at least in my opinion. Because most of the time there's a lot of people that take their day, that do take their days off. They're going somewhere. But it's just like, I don't know. To me, I'm like, man, we should have had it off anyways. What's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We got the no guest tonight. The guest that was gonna be coming on tonight might come on next week instead. So we'll talk to him then, hopefully. So good to see you guys. All right, we got Phil right here. What is happening? And of course, guys, go ahead and ask questions. I don't have a review really to give. So go ahead and ask whatever questions and whatever, and we'll have a good time when we get the panel in here and have some good discussions. We got plenty to talk about from this week, of course. What's going on, Phil? Solid thumbnail. Thank you. It's always kind of funny when I try to make the thumbnail for the Vodka stream. I'm like, all right, what are we talking about this week? And I try to fit it all into a thumbnail. And sometimes you have to rearrange and make sure it looks okay, We got YARC 9, Justice League International. They're wearing Maxwell Lord Tech sponsor. Yeah, that's pretty much what the conclusion of that is. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. Howdy. We got Shane O right here. What's happening? We got Gilmer. What's up? We got Mr. Travman Entertainment. Can't wait for the Rebel Moon Director's Cuts. You're going Saturday. Yeah, I am going. I was mentioned that on Wednesday's Film Junkie Live. I got my ticket, so I'll be there. I'm not going to be there for any of the other screenings, I don't think. I think I'm just going to go to the Rebel Moon because that's going to be an all-day thing. So what's going on, RJ? Good to see you. Cheers, Phil. We got Fear Jason right here. Good to see you. I thought about wearing a tank top. I was about to wear a tank top, but I was like, you know what? The Jaws shirt works. And we got Mr. Chris Balga, Revenge of the Fifth. That's right, huh? Or are we going to need a bigger boat to deal with all the DC drama that seems to hit us after this week? Do we need better? I know, right? And then, of course, the whole thing about the Arkham Asylum thing, which is, I don't know, that whole thing is just kind of strange. Kind of strange, but, I don't know. Doesn't make sense because I thought it wasn't going to be a Reeves-verse thing anymore. Thought we already got word of that, but then they're saying it was, and now I don't know. I don't know if, again, sometimes when it comes to even the big trades, they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. What's going on, Antonio? We got Mr. Axel. Good to see you, buddy. Daryl, who watched The Boys. I've only watched the first 2 episodes. I got to catch up. Maybe I'll catch up a little bit more this weekend. But I've only watched the first 2 episodes. I'm slowly getting through those. But I need to catch up. Let's see what else we got. What's going on? Tony Movie Chappie Neil Blomkamp fan. Hey, Dave, what do you think went wrong with the Star Wars sequel trilogy? They didn't have a clear vision of what they wanted to do. It seemed like they did. I remember I was in disbelief when I was hearing the reports that they don't have a clear vision of like what they were doing. They just like, director to director and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, there's no way. This is Lucasfilm, it's Star Wars. But then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, they didn't have a clear vision because Force Awakens, which I thought was the best one out of all of them, those three, because it just had a good balance of like old and new. And then it's like, hey, remember this? And we got these new people and they're going to continue on. And then Last Jedi came out. I don't hate it. I think there are things in there that Rian Johnson was doing that I thought was kind of cool. Maybe not the execution with some of it was that well done. But then you watch the ending of The Last Jedi and I'm like, wait a minute, this is supposed to be the middle. If you're going to do a trilogy, you got to do it like how a trilogy is supposed to be formatted. Like you should have it where the middle movie is a bridge between both the movies. And it didn't, you see the ending of Last Jedi, it feels like it was like the ending of it all. It was like, it kind of was like, hey, Luke died but everybody's safe here. And look we have everybody all here and they're safe. And then you have this kid who is force sensitive, who is like holding a broom like a lightsaber. Ooh, that's for future things to come. And of course, we're not going to be seeing that shit now. Remember, like Rian Johnson was going to be doing his own. I don't know. It's just they didn't have a clear vision. So then, of course, Colin Trevorrow was going to be doing the third one. And he had the Duel of Fates script. And I mean, I didn't really read through it, but I heard some bullet points. And I was like, yeah, there's some cool ideas in there. But then, it just seemed like Rise of Skywalker. Like you got J.J. Abrams trying to just finish off the saga. Yeah, they fucked it up. They fucked that up. Yeah, they don't know what's going on that, those articles, and they just print up. People were trying to correct other people's articles. Yeah, they don't know what's going on. Pretty much. The Arkham Asylum show gets canned, and everyone acts like the Batman 2 is getting canceled again. Oh, it's always like that. It's always like that. And well, the louder voice, sorry. It's summertime. These flies are just like ninjas, man. These flies, I got a fly roaming around in here. I killed 3 of them earlier today. These flies, they're ninjas. So if you see me doing this, I got a fly that's buzzing around. When I was taking a shower earlier, a fly came in there and wanted to shower with me. I felt, a little violated, but it was kind of funny because then I was just like, bah, and I got like the nozzle and I got him. So I drowned a fly in my shower. But yeah, I realized how they were getting in too when it came to my balcony door and the screen door and the glass part of the door. I realized that they were sneaking in because there's like a little like way they can get in through the slider, the screen door thing. So I was like, oh shit, because I would leave it open when I'd go out there. I would leave the just the screen closed and the glass door open, and it turns out they were fitting right in between there. I'm like, that's how you motherfuckers are getting in here. Anyway, sorry, rant over, but yeah, stupid flies. The thing that sucks about summer. What's going on, Nikolai Vega, Mr. Vega? Good to see you. The Variety article said the show was going to be in the DCU and that it's just not moving forward at max. The article said that the show could move forward down the road. Not a huge deal. I know, that's the thing. It's like, okay, that's the first thing I saw was like, it's not moving forward with Max. And then I thought, okay, the show, and even James Gunn confirmed that it was like, okay, it's actually going to be in the DCU, not part of the Reeves verse, and that Matt Reeves is going to be producing it. So I remember seeing that, and then I was like, wait, is the whole thing canceled now? And then it's just like it just was kind of weird, and so obviously people started losing their minds. I mean, I've already. Again, you would think like the people that hate Gunn the most would have remembered that it was supposed to be a DCU show. But I've gotten some people in my mentions going like, oh, goddamn Gunn, he's taken away from Matt Reeves. I'm like, did you not see like a while ago when he said it wasn't part of the Reeves verse? The 6th episode of The Boys, Dave, is going to be weird for you. I don't even know what that means because there's been so many episodes that are weird. I don't think there's going to be anything that could really shock. I mean, I hope so, but hey, there's no stable leadership in Lucasfilm. No stable leadership equals no plan and no sense of direction for their franchise. Amen, RJ. How do you not go into, after how many years? After like, what? It came out in 2015, right? When did Rise of Skywalker came out, not Rise of Skywalker, Revenge of the Sith came out in 2003. So we've been waiting for a new Star Wars for about 12 years, and it came, yeah. And it's just like, okay, so if you're going to do another trilogy, can you have like an idea of where like three movies, like three episodes, literally like 3 episodes, where is it going to at least begin, just have a beginning, middle, and end? You know, maybe they had somewhat of an idea, but yeah, they really dropped the ball. I mean, the fact that we didn't have Han, Luke, and Leia in one scene together, that was a missed opportunity. They cheesed that one up too. That's right. Batman Ninja Returns looks good. I remember watching the first animated feature that came out for Batman Ninja, and I thought it was pretty damn cool. Cool. See, I didn't read that. I didn't read the but I heard like the script was not all that great for Duel of Fates. Yeah, Duel of Fates was Colin Trevorrow's script for the third one. I would have much rather seen Colin Trevorrow's Duel of Fates than the utter shite disappointment of Rise of Skywalker, the definition of made by committee film. I mean, it definitely felt like it. It was just bad leadership, just with Kathleen Kennedy and even Bob Iger. But people forget that George Lucas did have a plan for the trilogy, but those people just didn't know what they were doing. It sounds about right. Duel of Fates was a step down from the other 2 films. On top of that, Trevorrow walked away once Carrie Fisher passed. He literally couldn't make the movie. Oh, wow. See, I didn't hear about that stuff. I didn't hear about those little details. Didn't really like look into it that much. I just knew that, but you know, I mean, makes some sense here. The deadline seemed to correct a lot of misinformation from Variety. Well, that's good. It's always good when they do that. God, this damn fly is just going to be a pain in my ass tonight. He's like, I want to be on camera. I want to be on camera. Oh, it was 2005. Oh, okay. Why did I think it was 2003? Are you sure? I thought it was 2003. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was 2005. Maybe that what was Attack of the Clones 2003? By the way, didn't even know we're still waiting for the Batman 2 script to be finished. So maybe let's just wait for certain things to get finished. Like Gunn has been saying but you got impatient fans, man. Impatient fans. That's what it is. Too much, yeah. So it was 2005. I don't know why I was thinking 2003. Oh, well. God, I could feel this fucking fly. This fly is looking at my hair going, I'm going to land there. God. Freaking booger. Andy Serkis came out a month ago and said that the Batman Part 2 was going to be filming. Yeah, I talked about that. I did talk about that. It's just weird that he doesn't know much yet, but hey. Just got to get finished first. Cortez, good evening. Well, I see that the Arkham show will no longer be moving forward on Max. Does that mean it will end up being on an HBO show? Yeah, I know. See, that's another thing too. That the wording of the fact that it's not going to be on Max made it sound. I was like, oh, okay, so it's not going to be on. It's not going to be on there. So that doesn't mean that it's totally kaput, you know. And it could mean something like that, like they're doing with Lanterns. Could be something like that when it comes to Lanterns. Man, why did I think 2003 for Revenge of the Sith? I don't know why that was just like in my head of like 2003. Oh, well. I don't know what I'm talking about half the time. Anyways, okay. And hopefully you guys had a good 4th of July. I guess I could talk a little bit about it's nothing too crazy, but I will, talk about it a little bit. But again, I'm telling you, man, if you work like a, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 job, I think the company should be nice. Companies should be nice and just give people the next day off if it's on a Thursday, or give the Monday off if it's on a Tuesday, But if it's on a Wednesday, then it's whatever. If it's on a Wednesday, it's whatever. Then you're just like, all right, one day off. But I don't know. To me, I'm just like thinking, I was like, why? It just sucks. You get the day off, and then it's like, yeah, I'll talk about it here. Hold on. Let me just sending out. Just gonna get the invites sent out already, so I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, it's just like that's what sucks. It's like, well, what am I doing now? You know, I'm not gonna do much. I can't party throughout the night. I got to go to work the next day. My God. But yeah, good evening. Okay, so let's turn that off. But yeah, so yeah, I didn't even watch fireworks yesterday, guys. And I'll tell you why. No, not a big deal. But yeah, I did watch fireworks yesterday. So I went to my friend's house. She was gonna just have a barbecue. She has a pool, so she's like, "Yeah, come over, swim, barbecue, whatever." So I was like, "All right." And so went over there, and it wasn't like a bunch of people, but it was just like a good little group of people, and then we're just hanging out. And so over at her house, swam a little bit, drinking some beers, and her husband cooked burgers and hot dogs. I had 3 hot dogs, no buns, because I was like, later on in the evening, I was going to be going to my mom's, and she was going to be making steak and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, I can't. I was like, all right, try to eat least amount of bread as possible, because bread fills you up. Let's face it, So I was like, all right. And the hot dogs just tasted good without the bun. They were just like, they were good hot dogs, quality hot dogs. So I had like 3 of those. Then I had a hamburger with 2 patties, and I did have it with the bun. So I had like a double, and had some dip, this spicy corn and cheese dip. It was awesome. Good stuff. Had that. And then somebody brought over homemade chocolate chip cookies, and I was like, I gotta have. And sure enough, I mean, she must have baked crack in them, because they were so goddamn good. So I had 3 of them, and then I'm going, oh crap. So I had to like go, all right, I gotta stop munching on stuff, because I'm going to my mom's house. So then I leave there, go to my mom's, and sure enough, my mom she gets me a big, huge like T-bone steak for dinner. And of course, I'm just going over there, and then my aunt's there. She just showed up like a couple of days ago, or a day ago, or something like that. But so have dinner with them, and then of course it's macaroni salad, it's cheesy bread, and then of course chocolate chip cookies. I was so fucking full last night, guys, and I was going, I gotta work tomorrow. I'm not even gonna think about watching fireworks. I just wanted to. At about 8 o'clock, I was like, I'm about to fall asleep. I was getting into food coma status, so I was like, I better just get home. So I got home about a little after 8. I just didn't even turn my computer back on or anything. I was just yawning the whole way home. I was like, oh. So I just got home, plopped on the couch, and put on Independence Day. And even like I didn't even see the ending. I fucking fell asleep, man. But yeah, that's what I ended up doing. I was even dozing in the middle of it. I mean, total food coma status yesterday. So my God, just so much food. So much food. Anyways, what are we doing here? Let's see who else we got. We got Antonio. Being a DC fan, we should be used to them canceling and uncanceling. I know, right? Why do we even take any reports that are out there seriously anymore? Just seems like it's just absolutely nuts. It's just absolutely nuts. Here's a fun classic. If Batman and Spider-Man swapped villains, who'd have the tougher time? Well, I mean, Batman's Batman. No matter what, he would still. I think even Spider-Man would still have a tougher time with Batman's rogues gallery. I think Batman is good at adapting, I would say. I mean, there's always that joke. I mean, there was always that joke that I always like, that meme that I see, like that I see, like, especially around Christmas time, like the two of the if you give enough prep time to these 2 individuals, they flourish, kind of thing. And it's Batman and Kevin McAllister. Yeah, you give them some prep time, they're gonna definitely get some shit done for sure. So yeah. Ugh. But yeah, it's hot. And anyways, all right. Since you guys aren't asking more questions, I guess we'll just get everything started. All right. Okay, talk about him. All right, let's go ahead and let's get it on. Let's start bringing some peeps in. All right, first off, we got Phil. What's happening, man?
What's up, Chief? How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Oh, I'm all right. You didn't watch any fireworks at all last night?
I didn't. I just heard them. I mean, there were so many that was. I was so freaking full. I just wanted to lay down on my couch and watch Independence Day. I was just in an Independence Day mood. I think it's because of that. Well, you're not on Twitter, but on Twitter, there's like an account that was doing. It's called ID4 Real Time.
I heard. Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, and it was just kind of cool, like how it was just kind of talking about all the events of the movie in real time, and then adding to it. And I was gonna watch it earlier yesterday, but I just didn't have time. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go home and just crash and put on the movie. So
I know how I heard about it. I listened to your Wednesday show this morning when I was at work.
I talked about it. I talked about it on Wednesday. Did you? What did you do yesterday?
I stayed at home and did absolutely nothing,
Nice.
but took my car. So here's the fucked up part. I went and got my car washed and did some grocery shopping early on in the morning, which I don't recommend grocery shopping on 4th of July. It is abysmal.
Oh, I'm sure.
It was bad. It was just terrible. The lines were awful. But, I came home, ate, slept, woke up again, played some games. Then I hopped on a Discord call with Andy for a few hours. And then I get a text. And my mom lets me know. She's like, hey, some fireworks hit your car. And I was like, are you fucking serious?
What?
I was like, what? So I step outside and I look at my car. It's nothing damaged, nothing bad. I'm just like, fine, whatever. Jackasses want to light their shit off. Totally fine. Not even an hour later, it happened again. I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me, dude. I was like, dude, my neighborhood was just shooting off fireworks left and right. Like people just throwing up illegal fireworks willy-nilly, not giving a flying fuck. It was bad. It's all bad. And that went on. They lasted, I want to say, until I didn't fall asleep until at least like midnight. That's how long they kept the fireworks going.
Yeah. I was lucky enough to be so tired that I once I fell asleep on the couch, I woke up and just enough time to see like the blown up spaceship in the desert in Independence Day. And then I went into my room and then I just crashed and it just, I kept hearing, they're all over the place. And it's so funny too, because I even saw it today on my feed, because I live in Riverside County, and I remember seeing the billboards that say like fireworks are illegal in Riverside County. I'm like, yeah, nobody gives a shit.
Yeah,
I love it how they try to push that out there. Like you cannot shoot off fireworks. Even in LA, they were trying to do that. And I remember there's like I think it was from 2020. There was like an aerial shot of Los Angeles, and it's just fireworks everywhere, and they try to like full on say call the police if this, that, and it's like nobody's giving a shit. It's just kind of funny how they try their best, but it's like nobody's gonna abide by those rules. Are you kidding me? It's 4th of July.
No,
not in LA, not in California, not pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Not in California. No one cares in California.
It's just the way it is, man. So
yeah.
But yeah, so I didn't watch any fireworks, but I was like, I was okay. I've seen fireworks I think there was only one other time in like the last few years where I didn't watch fireworks because again, it's like when you have to work the next day, it's like it's like I just need to get home, and especially when I was just feeling so exhausted, I was like, that
was the other thing. So I go to work this morning. We don't even have like 10 people on the floor. Like nobody's there. And I was like, dude, my supervisor was there and our floor manager was there and a few other people. I'm like 20 minutes in and my supervisor's like, oh, I thought you weren't going to be here today. I was like, nope, I'm here. And she goes, well, okay. And I was like, I'm going to leave at 9:00. And she's like, all right.
That's cool. I love that. That's the thing. That's why I was saying at the beginning, I was like, man, especially if it comes to like any kind of like office jobs, or whatever. But yeah, I was talking to my coworker today, the guy that I work directly with. We were tasked to do this something today that our like project manager told us to do. He's like, hey, we need this is kind of like top priority and blah blah blah. And he just told us that, and then he logged off and he was gone for the rest of the day. And it was just like, all right. And then he was even because I was still working on something else. I was like, all right, when I wrap up this, so after lunch I wrapped it up, and then I was talking to my coworker, and I was like, all right, so okay, I kind of get what we're supposed to do, but let me call you and make sure and just that I know exactly what I'm doing. And then it was funny too because he lives on the East Coast, so he's 3 hours ahead. So he was going to be off 5 o'clock his time, 2 o'clock our time.
Right.
And so when I was like, hey, can I call you? And he goes, yeah, give me a minute. God, this fucking fly. I swear to God. I took a shower, I swear.
I believe you.
Yeah. So when I called him, he goes like, yeah, man, he's all, and he showed me, he's all, that's what I gather from it, but there's nobody to ask because everybody's gone. I was like, yeah, everybody's gone. And then he goes, yeah, dude, the reason why I said, give me a minute, because I was laying on my couch. I was like, yeah, there you go. It's just like one of those things where, I was doing work, but at the same time I was like, I gotta like drag this on because I'm like, there's not much here and there's nobody to like go, hey, there's no supervisors or anything here. So I'm like, man, they should just give us this Friday off. God damn it.
They should. They really should.
Yeah, it's just funny how your boss basically said like, I didn't think you were even going to be here today. Like, what?
And they know I'm leaving at the end of the month for Comic-Con too, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, if you want to go home, go home.
That's cool though. I like it.
Yeah. So same deal. There wasn't too much going on. There wasn't anyone there to check anything. So I was just like, look, all my shit's done. Can I just go and continue where I'm at on Monday? She's like, yeah, sure. Go for it. I was
and
like,
you get paid for the day, right? No?
Maybe.
Yes?
I don't know. So I think everyone left a little bit later than I did, but since I decided to leave a little earlier, I probably won't. I got paid probably for half the day, not the full day.
Oh, okay. And still something.
I went in at 5. They told us on Wednesday, if you guys want to come in at 5 o'clock on Wednesday and 5 o'clock on Friday and then leave at 1:30, because we do 6 to 2:30 typically. Okay. Like, if you guys want to come in an hour early, leave an hour early, that's fine. I went in and I was just tired because of the fireworks and all that shit. Yeah. And I told my boss, I was like, I'm going home at 9 o'clock because it's going to be 112 and my dog needs to come inside. So,
oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I know. This heat sucks.
Yeah.
I'm like trying not to run the AC as much, but it's a little hard not to. When you live on the second story and the heat rises, it's like in the morning, it's fine. Like when I first get up, but lately just with the heat, it's like, oh, it's already like, 74 in my house. And I try not to, I'll like set my AC about 76. That's where like I get to the point where I'm like, so
yeah.
It's usually good in the morning, but man, because the sun, where am I facing? East is that way, west is this way. So when the sun gets directly above, like, or a little bit more, probably about 2 o'clock, when it's like right up here, it just starts sizzling my place. Like, and yeah, it's hard. The AC's probably been on for the last 2.5 hours for sure, just straight, no stops. So gotta love it. But thanks for joining. Other people will be joining shortly. There's some people that are out of town, of course. And Scott was going to be here, but he got called into work, sadly, last minute. So he messaged me and he was like, oh, not going to make it because he got called into work. So
yeah, that happens.
That sucks. Well, he works for a grocery store. It's going to happen.
Right.
So,
right.
But anyways, how was your week?
It was interesting. I had to host the Four Nerds on Wednesday.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, everyone had shit going on. Like Andre was at work. Dawson had to bail last minute to take a friend to the airport, and then Ryan decided to draw or something. I don't know. He was being kind of a pissy pants, but
pissy pants.
But it was cool. I had Sean and Andy on. We shot the shit about the set photos. Zach teasing.
What? There were set photos? What are you talking about? We'll get to those when we get to more people on. But well, first off, you're going to Comic-Con, right?
Yep,
okay.
I am.
You're going to be there the entire time.
I am. I touch down in San Diego on Wednesday, and I leave the following Monday. I will be there all 4 days.
Okay.
So, it's gonna the tricky thing for me is not only have it's pretty much on good authority that I'm gonna be in, like, I'm gonna try and be in Hall H. Like, that is the thing that
That's what I was gonna ask you right now. If you were
Yeah.
gonna make Hall H.
That is what I have basically been tasked with. Like, I am pretty much going to be one of the people for Multiverse of Color that is going to try and make it to Hall H.
Okay.
So me and Andy, we're coordinating with a couple other people that he has going to, so that way we can also touch base with a couple other people. Like, I think Ray is going for sure, so I'm gonna get her and William, and we're gonna all try and coordinate and hopefully make it into Hall H. But yeah, that's my goal. Matter of fact, I even bought a Fantastic Four t-shirt today on Amazon because I wanted one to go into Hall H.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that they're not bringing out the entire cast, right?
Right. That's my hope.
There's no way. And then they're probably going to introduce maybe more. They have to. I mean, because all we know is what's his name's playing Galactus. But I mean,
Ralph Ineson.
Yeah. I always that guy's voice. What did I just? Oh yeah, I watched the
First Omen.
First Omen. Yeah, and he was in there, and I was just like, God damn, that voice. It sounds fake. It doesn't even
Watched it
sound
a while
real.
ago. Wasn't too bad.
It's a pretty good movie. Like, I was actually pretty surprised. I kept hearing good things about it, and I hadn't seen the original Omen in God knows how long. But
that's Richard Donner's movie.
That was a Donner, yeah. And with this one, man, there were some scenes in there where I went, "They really showing this?
Mm-hmm.
They really? I mean, there are some really pretty damn graphic scenes." And I made the joke too on Monday's show that, like, because I had it up a little loud, and there's a lot of like heavy breathing, ladies and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, I think my neighbors think I'm watching porn.
No big deal.
I don't care.
It comes with territory,
I mean, I have a new neighbor downstairs. Haven't met him yet, and the other neighbors are kind of crazy, but. But I was just like, after like the fourth time that there was like a scene where you're hearing somebody going, and I'm like, I should probably turn it down a little bit. It's like, because I had it up pretty loud. I was like, fuck it, but it's still a good movie. But yeah, there's some graphic things in there that I was like, whoa, they went for it. You're actually showing that? All right. Good opening scene too.
So how graphic do you think Deadpool and Wolverine's going to be?
Oh my God.
Because that's the other thing about my Comic-Con weekend is, like, I have to not only balance what I'm doing through Comic-Con, I have to find time to watch Deadpool and Wolverine before Saturday.
That's right, it's that same time. Yeah, you guys need to coordinate that. Maybe one of them would want to go with you. Yeah, that's right. Crap. Yeah, you got to coordinate that. Yeah, because you got to find time for that for sure.
I'm trying to shoot for Thursday night. That to me
Probably
is either going to be the ideal time. Because
gotta check those. You gotta check those seats though. I mean, there's some of these, like because I'm going to the Dodgers Giants game that day.
Right.
So then I was like, oh, let me just look. Let me look up an LA theater, and the first one that was close to the stadium, there was like 4 seats in the front row that were available. I was like, oh shit. So then I was like, uh-oh, I'm gonna messed up. But then like my brother's like, no, we'll just drive back, grab a bite to eat, then go. Let's just go to the normal movie theater. I was like, okay. And then I found seats, and I mean, even the entire middle section was already gone. So we're like gonna be off the side. So yeah, you might want to, I mean, who knows? San Diego, but then again, it's Comic-Con, so they might be pretty sold out, but I'm sure if it's just you and maybe one other person, it shouldn't be too hard.
I'm gonna try and maybe see it twice. I know Rhea wants to see it, but I promised my younger cousin, who I'm staying with down in San Diego, that we're going to see that movie because we saw the other two on opening weekend. So it's like, it's perfect. Like it's tradition. I kind of have to go with my cousin to see the third film because we saw the first two together. We kind of need to watch the third one. So
it makes sense. Got to keep the tradition going, man.
Right.
Hey, Mr. Balga, what is happening?
Howdy.
How's it going? Your mic might be down a little bit. Might have to turn it up a little bit. I know you're not in your normal setting.
I was gonna say you're not in your normal spot.
Yeah, see? I know he got it
better.
up a little bit. Yeah, a little bit better. Maybe just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, but
Chris, did you see that new image of Anthony Mackie as Captain America?
Yes, I did.
How'd you feel about that?
I like the costume better. Definitely like the costume.
Okay. I still honestly would have preferred the one from Falcon and Winter Soldier, but
yes. That's the most comic accurate we've ever gotten with it. But where we
Right.
where he is going, it's definitely now leaning more towards we are comic accurate where we are. So
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I saw that image too. At first, I thought it was not real. I was like, when they posted it, I'm like, is that real? I was like, because it just was like, it just kind of threw me off, and I went, wait, there's not. It doesn't look like what I thought it was. It's more of a traditional, Captain America type of costume, right?
It looks like Anthony Mackie's version of the Winter Soldier suit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks more Winter Soldier. Yeah. Because obviously at the end of the show, it was more. There's a lot more white into it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, well, and just in case people want to see exactly what we're talking about and haven't seen it yet, I mean, I like it. I dig it. I mean, they definitely took elements. The lining right here. This is like Age of Ultron type of.
Yep.
Type of lines right there. But yeah, the majority of it mainly looks like Winter Soldier, Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah,
I'm pretty hopeful for that movie.
I'm hoping. I mean, if we get to see Harrison Ford turn into Red Hulk, I mean,
I think that's almost a foregone conclusion. I think that would be a big disappointment if we don't.
There's no way that they don't. There's no way.
It'd be really funny if Harrison Ford outright wasn't lying. Like when he was asked about, are you going to turn to Red Hulk? And he was like, what's a Red Hulk? He was either playing it very coy or he was being brutally honest.
Or maybe he just, I think maybe like a little bit of both of like, he just kind of maybe just was like, I don't give a shit. I did my thing. And like, oh yeah, I was supposed to turn into some CG. And you better believe that like, it's not going to be like a Mark Ruffalo situation where he's wearing a mocap suit with like the Hulk, like, extended up where he's supposed to be tall, like how they do it. So then the actors can react. It's not going to, there's no way that Harrison Ford was actually doing the mocap on that. So maybe he just like knows that there is like he turns into something, but doesn't know exactly the name of it. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Because he's Harrison Ford. He didn't give a shit.
Right.
Again, I take his point of view when it comes to who shot first. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Oh, that's what I love
Doesn't
about
matter. Oh,
but Chris, where are you right now?
I am in Hilton Head, South Carolina right now.
Okay. For the weekend, of course.
For the week. So need to get away.
Wow. Nice. How was your 4th yesterday?
It was good. Spent it a lot of time poolside with family and friends. So did some grilling out afterwards.
Nice. What'd you eat? Would you grill burgers and hot dogs?
For celebrating for the 4th of July, I decided to do a great American classic hibachi. So
really?
Yes.
Nice. I like it.
So why not?
Yeah.
Celebrate whatever. But family wanted hibachi, and I said, all right, I will make hibachi.
There you go. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. That's cool. But so Comic-Con, we were just talking, of course, Comic-Con, because Phil's going to be there. So
very jealous. But
yeah, no. I mean, one of these days,
the crowds you have to deal with.
That's the thing is like that's what prevents me from just and I kind of wish I was going because there's a lot of people I know that are going. I was like, yeah, maybe I should have really tried for that press badge and whatnot, and maybe next year because next year DC is going to be a bigger presence again. Finally, so I might try to get a press badge or something like that for next year. Maybe I'll actually make the venture out. But I don't know. When it comes to Comic-Con, it's like, yeah, I want to go, but I know it's like if I go, I need to like keep things up when it comes to the channel and reporting stuff. And I always just go, and then I'm like, the crowds and it's hot. And then if I'm waiting in line for like the big, Hall H or whatever, and I'm like, I don't know. For me, it just sounds like a hassle. Yeah. It's just, to me, it just sounds like like as much as I want to go, it just sounds like so much. And I go, nah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
I would say if you want to go and represent yourself and your channel, I would recommend getting in touch with Andy. He's the person to talk to about like how to take care of that.
Yeah. See, the thing I need to do, and maybe like when it comes to like next year for sure, is anybody else who's going, like if you're going again next year, also Phil, and if everybody else is going, just kind of like, and then of course, Andy, just have, we have boots on the ground, and then of course people still home and stuff like that. So there could be like a coordination of like, I mean, obviously Andy's running his stuff, but then maybe it could help with like, hey, Andy, I have this video, I can't upload it because the signal sucks, or I don't know. And maybe there could be something, I don't know. There's just a lot of things where I'm going. If
next year might be even better for you, just because we know that, DC right now is not going to have that huge of a presence, but we know next year is going to be their big presence, if anything. So
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, all right, yeah, they're not going to have a big presence this year. Yeah, I mean, Marvel Studios would be there, but I even think Marvel Studios maybe even, but there's a lot of things that are happening this year. I don't know. But yeah, next year I'm going to probably shoot for going, but finally. But I don't know. There's just something nice about like, when things come in, I could just be like, because I remember, I think it was last year. Was it last year? No, it was the year before, I think. Yeah, that was when Black Adam and all that stuff was there. I remember I did live streams during it, and it was kind of crazy, like how much the live streams were getting live views. And I was like, whoa, because I never have done that where I went live during the panels. And so I tried that out, and it was just kind of crazy. And, it definitely boosted the channel for sure. So, and I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. But if there could be a way to do some live things at Comic-Con and do videos and make sure everything's kind of cool. And then of course, it'd be kind of cool too if like there are multiple people there, like Phil or Rhea or whoever, we can actually do like our own little, in-person vodka stream, bring equipment, have some microphones and do all that, where we can all just kind of sit around and talk about stuff we've already,
and that's the thing. I know Andy was able to get me a badge because of, the fact that he's able to, he's the editor of Multiverse of Color, and he got a number of badges. So for example, if you wanted to do the same thing, I'm sure you could probably get away with getting a few badges for yourself for the Gucky channel too. So
I'm pretty sure I could, like, if I just submitted for me, I'm pretty sure like I think I've done enough where, done enough stuff on this channel where I could like warrant a press badge.
Well, you've also been quoted in some big name press stuff too.
That you have
on the channel. So.
I've had Zack Snyder on here, guys. But I'm just like, yeah. I mean, I think like I definitely could, but I never push for it because I just go, eh. But yeah, but next year I think I'm definitely gonna try to make the because San Diego is only hour and 10. Maybe hour and 15 from where I'm at. So I don't even have to stay down there, but I probably would, because if, I don't want to keep driving back and forth. That'd be a pain in the ass. So I'd still get a room, but I also have I have an uncle that lives down in that area. So maybe I'd be like, Uncle Ted, can I stay at your place?
So when I found out I was going, I immediately hit up my cousin. I was like, hey, I'm going to be able to go to Comic-Con. Could you put me up for the weekend? He was like, absolutely. I was like, awesome. I don't have to spend $4,000 on a hotel room. Fuck yeah.
That's another thing too, is like coordinating for that. I mean, sharing rooms, getting like, a double bed room and stuff like that. I mean, it's just like when you have all that kind of stuff, there's that kind of coordination too, that cut down costs for sure. So,
well, I mean, our B&B for Full Circle wasn't too bad
wasn't too bad at all.
Not between 10 people, no.
It was just a fucking weird house.
Yes, it was.
God. Have you heard the story?
What you call weird could be really awesome, though.
I mean, it was awesome in a way, but I mean, I don't think you've heard some of those stories, Chris. And like, I mean, this house that we got in Pasadena was pretty interesting because, well, first off, when I pulled up to it, because I picked up Steven and Joey, and we pulled up to it, and there was like this young kid who was like doing like some last minute yard work stuff, and it was like, oh, okay, hey, what's up? Yeah, we're staying here, and blah blah blah. I was like, all right, cool. So then he just like disappears, and we're like, all right, I guess he left. And then we get there, we get settled in, and those two were pretty exhausted. I mean, Joey was meeting up with a friend, and then Steven and I we went to the store first and got some supplies, and then Joey met up with a friend. Steven and I just kind of like we were just there, just kind of talking and whatnot. And then Phil and
Ishan and Jason.
Ishan and Jason were driving down, so they hadn't made it there yet. So by the time they got there, Joey and Steven already went to bed. But this place was weird because they were adding on to it, like the back part of the house. So they had a bathroom, and when you walk into the bathroom, it was also a shower. The whole thing was a shower. So when it had all the tiles of a shower, but there was a toilet, and the nozzle was right above it. So that was already like, all right. So you could shit and shower at the same time if you wanted to. And then there was like another bathtub that was placed into like this nook, and literally like the roof like slanted down, and then underneath it was just like, and there was like a nozzle there too. It was like, that doesn't even make sense. It was so weird. It was so very strange. And then even the shower like that everybody used, because all the other two showers were weird, it was up on like a platform, right, Phil? It was up like above the actual ground. It was very strange.
The shit shower was in the back, and then that bathroom was in the room that Joey stayed in. And like I remember it was it was the Friday. It was that following Friday, because we pulled up at like 11 o'clock on Thursday night, and we all woke up, and Joey was like, "Hey, come check this out." I was like, "What the fuck? Okay, fine." Joey shows me this bathroom, and I'm just flabbergasted at just like this tub and a nook and this little shower head. I was like, if you wanted to, you could probably have someone sleep in here. And Joey was like, "Yeah, probably."
Yeah, you could have put some blankets in there, perfectly fine. But then later that night, we were trying to be like, wait, it was like, because we were trying to figure out where everybody was sleeping, and then so then I was like, and then we're like, well, there is like a little back portion that might be a room. I'm like, is that part of it? So I go out there. It's like fucking midnight, after midnight, I think it was. I like open the door, and there was like cardboard. There's like a cardboard thing in front of it. It moves, and I see lights on, and there's a bed. And then I peek around the corner, and the kid that I saw earlier is on his computer playing fucking video games. And I just go, oh shit. And I just close it, and I tell everybody else, I'm like, dude, fucking kid's like in there. So the kid that I saw earlier, that is his parents own the house, was just chilling in this back house playing video games into the wee hours of the night. I'm like, oh wow. So he probably was like, when he got done and probably saw that the cardboard moved out from the door, he probably was like, But yeah, I just like immediately just shut the door and ran inside. And then I just told everybody, I was like, geez, there's the kid's back there. It was funny.
Yeah.
Good times.
I think the last day, I think I might have been the only one who took a shower in the shit shower.
Yeah. I think you did try the shit shower.
I did. It was comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, it's spacious, way more spacious than the other one. The other one's
very European.
You know what's kind of funny too? Yeah. You know what's kind of funny about the main shower? When you open up the door to get out of it, there's a rack of blow dryers directly right there. That's not a good place to put blow dryers. I'm just saying, it's electric stuff, and you're getting out soaking wet. That's not a good spot to put blow dryers. It's like you're just asking for somebody to get fried. Yeah, it was kind of strange. It was like, whoa, you got to step out of this thing pretty carefully and not get just in case somebody wants to use one of these. Don't drip some water on it.
Also, like either a step in the shower, like or going into the
it was up. It was above the norm. It was weird. It's a weird place.
Yeah,
very weird place. And it was funny too, because I think it was it Steven that got the Airbnb, or was it? I think him and Joey were I don't know.
I think it was Steven. I think Steven was the one who initially got it.
And so when they pulled up the pictures again, they were like, yeah. And they're like, what? I remember everyone was going, what room is this? Holding up the phone. It's like, is there a room that looks like this anywhere in this house? Nope. So a lot of false advert. That's the thing about Airbnb, man. Some people do that stuff, but it's again just splitting it off and doing all that. It worked out because it ended up being cheap, and we still had a good time. We still definitely had a good time. I remember I brought my computer, microphone, camera, brought it all because I thought, we're gonna be doing some streaming. We didn't.
Nope.
We didn't do it. But it was just kind of one of those things where I was like, that Saturday we could have easily done it, but I think we were all just kind of hey, let's just chill. We're all having some drinks and just chilling, and it was just a cool vibe that we had after Saturday night, after BBS night.
Yeah, Even
So we
the Friday
yeah.
going to Steel was cool too. We had people come by the house and
Yeah.
mingle, and there was a lot of stuff going on. I forget who ordered Wingstop. Someone ordered Wingstop.
We did. We went. It was during the day on Saturday, I think. Yeah, we went because we went to Target to get some more supplies, and then I forgot that Rhea hit me up.
Like that.
She was going to be showing up, and I left, and then I was like, "Oh shit!" Because there was a gate, and I was like, "Oh, the gate's going to be locked," and she like hit me up. She goes, "Is anybody here?" I was like, "Oh crap, I'm sorry." So yeah, but then we picked up some Wingstop, and I think it was. I think that was actually. I think that was that Friday?
It was Friday or Saturday. One of the
it
two.
was Friday. I think it was Friday actually, because that's right. Because when we were at Target, that's when we got the email from Wes to let us know exactly what we were going to be doing with Zach. And I remember reading it, and it was like, okay, you're going to be doing commentary for Man of Steel, and you're the first one. And I went, oh,
no pressure,
shit.
No pressure.
I'm the first one. Yeah, I know. So when I got back home, I'm like, all right, give me some of that JMO.
Oh yeah, I think you and I had a couple shots of JMO before we went and saw Man of Steel.
JMO right there. I was like, I need to loosen up a little bit, but not too much. I don't want to go in there, So, but yeah, I was just
and then ooh. We ended up having cocktails that night anyway too. So we were
there was that.
More.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, and then it was kind of funny too because couldn't bring the drinks into the place, the art center. But then Zach comes in with a cocktail, and I was like, can I get one of those? And then somebody was just like, oh, yeah, sure. And they ran out and got me one. And I was like, sweet. Thank you. Good time. Can't believe that was over a year ago. Man.
Right? Over a year ago. That's wild.
Yeah. That was April. But, but then, of course, we have the Rebel Moon director's cut. So, Phil, you're not going to be able to make it down for any of that, huh?
I wish I could. I really want to because because of Comic-Con. If I could get away with staying down in SoCal for another week, I would absolutely do it because I am sitting on the money to buy tickets for it right now. But at the same time, that money is for Comic-Con as well. So if I could swing it, I would. But the fact of the matter, I took like already 1 week off for Comic-Con. Like I'm not sure I could get away with another week for that, even though I would absolutely fucking do it in a heartbeat if I could. But again, I already made the time off for Comic-Con. I'm not sure I can get away with getting another week off and staying in LA to do that as much as I would love to.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's one of those things where it's just like, it sucks that, and some people even hit me up or like, and then some people like, maybe even like Steven or Scott or something like that wanted to do it. But it's just like when it's a month ahead and people are like across country, it's not an easy thing to.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine. Like I looked at flights and it was just like I couldn't even stomach the rates.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. I wouldn't doubt that one bit, given where you are geographically and where it's taking place. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Is like, and I think it was Saggy who was like, kind of, because she likes to talk shit. She was like, oh man, Zach really just waited like a month beforehand. I'm like, I don't think it's not Zach's fault. It's all the approvals. It's Netflix. It's and then especially what they were going to be doing for the whole week of thing. So it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, it sucks that for some reason when it comes to like events, it's not Zach. I mean, Zach has the plan and he goes, I want to do this, but then it's like he can't just automatically do it because it's the studios that owns these movies. It's Netflix that has to like go through. I mean, there's so much shit that has to go through to finally get it going, and it just sucks because he's busy also making movies and writing movies and doing 3 million things at once that, like, obviously he'll have a meeting and they'll probably get and the meetings probably happen long before, but then everything just takes so goddamn long to get approved and everything, just the logistics of all that stuff. I can't even imagine all that. So it sucks that when we get an actual definitive date, that it's like, oh yeah, you have a month. And it's like, some people just like, nope, can't do it. If it was 4 months ago, we learned about this when, like you said, Chris, rates for a lot of things would be much lower.
Mm-hmm.
So
and I'm disappointed, but again, it's the situation you're dealt with. I'm not mad at Zach. I'm not mad at Netflix. It's
I know
the
you're
business
mad
they
at
lead.
Zach. Don't lie.
You know, I do have my burner Twitter feed where I'm just blasting anything and everything at that point.
I know that. He's been in my mention.
At least you admit it. Some people think I have a burner account and I'm still on Twitter.
No, it's
not
just
the
you,
case.
Phil. It's actually just you.
You got me. Walter White status. You got me.
You got me. All right, we got Brad joining in right now. What's happening, man?
Well, I have a confession. I have about 10 burner accounts.
Oh, I knew it.
Doesn't shock me.
No, of course. Yeah, but we're coming in the middle of the talk about the Rebel Moon and the whole. It's called like World of Zack Snyder, right?
Yeah, the world of Zack Snyder.
Yeah. So that unfortunately, God, I wish I would love to. I want to get to one of these events where he has these special showings of whether it's DSJL or Rebel Moon or any of his body of work. It's just, man, I just haven't been able to I definitely want to do one of these days.
Well, I mean, this one's a little bit harder because I mean, this is like Monday through Saturday. I mean, that's a lot. I live here and I'm like, I'm just gonna go to Rebel Moon. I think I'm like, I submitted for Zack Snyder's Justice League, but I'm like, that's on a Thursday. I'm working, and it's like, as much as I would like to be there for the entire time, I'm like, I'm not gonna just join. I'm not gonna drive there every day or something. And Full Circle was like a thing where again, we had multiple people coming in. We got the Airbnb, so the costs got split, and that helps. Yep. But if you're talking about something like a week long, and that was a big time event. That was an event of like Monday, Saturday, Sunday. Try to get like everybody showing up for like a entire week to watch all the stuff. That's just impossible. That's going to be impossible.
And with Rebel Moon, it sounds like correct me if I'm wrong here, but it sounds because he's showing the extended cuts of both movies, so it sounds like those are both the same night, right?
Yep. It's going to be starting at 1:00.
Oh, so it's going to be wrapping up at like 9
So that
o'clock.
means you're not going to be out of there until like 9.
The gift that you're given is a colostomy bag because you can't get up. You have to stay the entire time.
A Rebel Moon colostomy bag. It's going to be awesome. Yeah. I hope it glows when I pee in it. It's like
what you were saying too about like he's got to go cut through so much red tape and jump through all these hoops to get greenlit. So that's why if it seems like the announcements like at the Hour, that's really not something he can necessarily avoid. It's just he's got to get the approval from the suits to get this to get something like this off the ground. And even like Full Circle, I mean, I think like he'd been wanting to do something like that for like 2 years prior, so he had a little bit more lead up and a little bit more of a kind of a little bit more prep to when that was announced, and that gave people a little bit more time to prepare whether or not they're going to be able to make it. And this is a little bit more. I mean, I don't want to say spur of the moment, but it's like, again, it just I mean, everybody was shocked, that just waking up to the
I think
announcement
the timing for it really also kind of helped because the movie released right in the height of COVID, and then as things started to slowly, ease in terms of restrictions, the Full Circle event itself was easier to be like, okay, we're gonna have it here at the end of April, this day, and tickets go on sale. Like I think he announced it in like mid-March, and then tickets went on sale at the end of March, like because they sold out within 5 minutes.
By the end of March. Yeah,
right. Because I remember deliberately changing my break time and going on break like 5 minutes before 8 a.m. that Friday that he was going to drop the tickets, and just rapidly, refreshing the page until that link came up. And then I got my ticket like within 5 minutes, and it was fucking awesome.
Yeah, these sold out pretty quick too, didn't they?
They did. I mean, it was pretty quick. Not as quick as Full Circle, because I remember like when I was going like, all right, so he had like 50 complimentary tickets, and I caught it late too. And then when I clicked on that link to do the complimentary tickets, it just said cart empty. And everyone's like, all right, so they're already sold out. And then I was like texting, and I was like, wait, is this? And then I was like, oh, well, maybe I'm not going to go to this. And then I went back to doing some work for a little bit, but I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, what? Let me try again. Let me try going a different way, because the website was weird, because you click on it, it shows it, and then you say add to cart. But then when you clicked on that, it went cart empty. So I think that was the initial maybe that was just the initial like complimentary tickets. I don't know. But then I like went to the Egyptian link and then I found it and I was like, oh, okay. And the tickets for 6 hours and 26 minutes worth of movie, $25. Not too shabby for a ticket.
That's a bargain. Yeah,
I'd say
I mean,
you're
it's not
making
IMAX.
out like better than theater. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not IMAX, mind you. And you know, the Egyptian theater screen might be smaller than even some, you know, some like regular. It's not as big because they had it's an old theater, but they of course, you know, did renovations and stuff when Netflix bought it.
Is it as big as the one that we at the Universal City Walk? Is it as big as that?
No,
smaller?
not that IMAX screen. No, it's probably like, no, it's fairly, it's small. It's small. Gotcha. So that's why, like, even if I, you know, I was like, I already saw Zack Snyder Justice League on a big IMAX screen. I'm okay if I don't see it on I mean, I know it's the Justice Gray version, which I think would be cool to see in a movie theater. The black and white version, but yeah, I'm okay because that's on a Thursday, and I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna make one trip out there because you guys know I hate driving.
That was my thought process too. Like I had the same exact thing. I was like, you know, I've already seen the movie in an IMAX screen. Do I need to see it again? Yeah. Can I see it again? Probably. I probably, as much as I would love to.
It won't be
which one you're going to prioritize for this event is the question. Yeah. Well, right. and kind of going off of that too, because the way Zack, you know, announced it, you know, of course he had the picture of a Batman, with just the whole doing as he does, had the whole cryptic thing of like, oh, you want to see it in the theater? Stay tuned.
Yeah. I was going to ask you guys.
Okay. Oh, you're going to love this thing because I actually have a little bit of a tinfoil thing on that.
Okay. Because I was like, you know, because when it came to that, I saw that, and I saw somebody post, and every time that I see somebody post a screenshot from Vero of Zack posting something, I don't automatically go, "Oh my god," because
I thought it wasn't real at first.
Exactly, and there are people that make fake stuff. You know, that's just the way we
key is
live.
I always see if there's a date involved. There's no date involved.
Yeah, so I immediately was like, and I pulled up Vero, and then I went, "Oh shit!" and then I screenshot my own thing. And then I posted it, and I was like, and then, you know, blew up, of course, on Twitter, blew up on Instagram. And, you know, but it was always one of those things, too, where I go, okay. And then even talking with the people, you know, group chats or whatever, it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, okay, there's no way that it's going to be like a worldwide release. There's no way, because I don't think Warner Brothers is going to like fund the distribution of that for like worldwide release. And it sucks because when I get like responses in my mentions or on Instagram where people are hoping that, hey, you know, I live in El Salvador, I hope it shows up here, and I'm just kind of going, you know, it's probably just going to be in a couple select locations in the United States. And so I was like, man, I hope people don't get their hopes up too much. But luckily there are people out there that were like, yeah, I kind of figured it wasn't going to be anything. But then at the same time, there is the other part of it, because I even thought, man, was that bad of Zack to do that, tease that? And then a lot of disappointment that we see out there. But then I kind of go like, well, maybe it was almost like, hey, if you do that, show the demand, maybe there'll be like something where eventually we'll do at least a domestic release or something.
That's the tinfoil hat theory I was alluding to. Is I thought, okay, as of right now, the only confirmed upcoming theater showing is at the Egyptian Theater. But of course, as we all know, Zack Snyder has a very demonstrated history of, you know, stirring the pot via social media, and this, of course, went absolutely bananas on social media. You just type the movie's name into Google. I mean, you'll get like 20 articles about like this, like, oh, it's coming to theaters, and that's all from his, you know, the vague way he worded it. So the kind of the way I've been thinking is, okay, there might not be plans for something like that right now, but what if the intent with that was, let me do this, let me kind of strike a nerve with this, show the studio the response this gets, and then point to that and say, yeah, let's give this like a wide-ish kind of theater run, even if it's only stateside. But obviously, you know, everybody would want that to be international. But I mean, you know, of course, you know, kind of, you got to take it one step at a time. But that's kind of the thought I had, is like, what if this is like him kind of going back to his old playbook of, let me just drop something, you know, vague and, you know, cryptic on Vero, let it just blow up, and then tell Warner Brothers, hey, see what's going on with what I just dropped, and maybe this might have been like a leveraging tactic to that end on his part.
I have my own thought on it in terms of Warner Brothers fronting up money for any kind of release. And there's two things to take into consideration. One, their highest grossing movie of the year right now is still Dune 2 and Godzilla X Kong New Empire. They haven't exactly had $1 billion hit. The only $1 billion money maker this year is Inside Out 2, right? Yeah. And even then, like, you know, there's this wild narrative of superhero fatigue, whatever, right? But I think if Warner Brothers and Zack wanted to, keyword wanted to, release this movie in any wide form, and you know, there was that hashtag after we saw it that gained a lot of popularity. ZSJL and IMAX, correct. I think if you wanted to not spend too much money but still have a wide-ish release, you release it in IMAX theaters only and have it be a limited weekend in IMAX theaters only, because there is a handful of IMAX theaters across the nation. You don't have to worry about filling. God, there's like what, 2,000-3,000 theaters across the nation entirely, and that's not even considering stuff worldwide and other countries either. But if you want to do specifically like a domestic release, I think if they wanted to save some money but also still try and get some bang for their buck on it, then yeah, they would maybe consider doing a limited weekend something kind of release in IMAX theaters only. But you know, I don't know. I don't know. As far as Brad mentioned, you know, the only confirmed date as of right now is the 3rd with the Justice Gray copy. But as far as I can also tell, Zack did not, like, again, I'm not on Twitter, so I don't know if he like retweeted that or if he, you know, gave it some volume, but you know, he still hasn't said, here's the date for my movie to watch it whenever. So there could be something else coming that he hasn't said yet. I don't know.
That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping.
And that's the thing. He loves being cryptic.
Yeah, he definitely does. But sometimes he's cryptic, and then it just cryptic to be cryptic. I mean, There's been many times with that. I remember he was cryptic when it came to his Justice League poster, or the Full Circle poster. There hasn't been anything.
Well, he had one today where he posted like the Watchmen image.
Oh yeah, he said Happy 5th of July, right?
Yeah, like right after the Superman one on 4th of July. So
yeah. And I think that's just him just going, you know what, I'm going to post this and whatever. Yeah. You know, not everything. I mean, I know like the fans like to pull out the magnifying glass and the jeweler's loop and start, you know, looking at everything. And I'm just like, and sometimes just like, guys, not everything that Zack posts has a double meaning. Sometimes it's just like, it's just him just like, hey, you know, let me like, how can I like post something that sounds kind of just like cool? And maybe there is that, you know, double meaning, but at the same time, it's like not everything is that. I mean, I still remember, you know, 3 Thanksgivings ago, or he posted the turkey, and then he had the Final Crisis book in the back, so everybody was like freaking out. I remember
I think sold out in like every online location you could ever find.
That's the thing. I mean, but it's just, again, we don't know things that are happening behind the scenes where maybe it's like, you know, Zack does have a pull, you know, when it comes to things. He has a draw, you know.
Well, and that's why we talk about like his relationship with the studio now, because of course there's a different set of people running it, and also we got a couple months ago the news about the 300 prequel series. So that's just something I'm really curious to see. I imagine he will be asked about that at the event, like, you know, what can you tell us about that? But obviously the fact that that's happening at all with the studio, that indicates, you know, that there is, you know, some attempt being made to mend fences after everything just went south with the debacle behind the scenes of Justice League. And so then you tack on something like this, and potentially, again, with us having this, you know, big gap in information about what, if any, current theatrical plans there are for ZSJL, you know, that could not, you could infer from that. It's like, yeah, that's happening because there are efforts behind the scenes to patch things up after everything went so sour. And, so yeah, that's something I'd be curious to hear him kind of publicly talk about with because he hasn't said anything yet publicly about the 300 prequel series. So that's what I'm really kind of waiting on. But with that, you know, that I took that as a signal as, okay, you know, they're trying to sit down and break bread again. So, and if they're doing that, then okay, maybe that opens the door to doing something like a weekend Fathom event type thing for ZSJL.
Yeah. Now, would you think that it would be, since they're only giving him necessarily this small, like a theater in just one location for that thing that they, like you're saying, it could be a test run, or that's all they're willing to commit to just because of, do they really want to open up a more of a discussion before they even get the DCU off the ground? Just not saying I believe it, just putting that kind of can of worms out there. Do they want to reopen that?
There's always going to be that aspect of it.
Yeah, it's like that's not going away.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be the aspect of the fact that Warner Brothers, DC Studios definitely wants. But at the same time, it's like how many times? I mean, Batman '89 got re-released in theaters.
Thank you. I was just about to bring that up, right?
Yeah, it's just like there's always like those the anniversary stuff and maybe like I don't know. I mean, obviously, Zack Snyder's Justice League is we're only like it's 3 years ago that it came out. So, but I mean, there's so many. I don't know. There's just so many. It's Warner Brothers right now is in such a weird situation because they are just, there's still so much in debt, and then they're trying to, like DC Studios, they're trying to get their new universe going, and then of course they still have remnants from everything that's came before, and then of course there's always the stuff with Matt Reeves Batman, which we're all worried about because that's the thing that fucking worked and made money. So there's always like the touchy, like weird stuff, like especially with the whole thing that came out today, which, that whole article was just weird when it came to what Variety was reporting.
I wonder what the overhead cost is for a Fathom event.
That's what I'm kind of wondering.
What would be the cost to them to do a nationwide Fathom event to see if the cost benefit is worth it?
Yeah, because I mean, last month they did this, very limited worldwide documentary series or not a documentary series, documentary movie on Frank Miller that was only in theaters for like 2 days. So to Chris's point, like, yeah, what does it cost to put a single film in theaters for a limited amount of time worldwide? And especially a film that's 4 hours and 2 minutes long.
Yeah, you're only getting one showing of it that day.
See, that's the thing.
Well, that's what Fathom events tend to be, is like a one night kind of thing.
Right.
And that's what adds to it is the fact that it is, and that's what I was like emphasizing too. I'm like, Warner Brothers doing a worldwide release or even just a United States release of a 4-hour superhero movie. That's a thing. It's like, because one of the things that when it came to full circle, it was, obviously we had the screening, there's an intermission, and then there's a Q&A. So the Q&A, I think, had to be a little bit rushed, right, Phil? Because it was like, none of these shits start on time.
Well, even then, our intermission was cut in half too.
Yeah, the intermission was cut in half. That's right, because I remember we all went out, everyone was getting in the bathroom, I went and got a beer, and then even Zach was like roaming around, and then he showed up, and he was like shooting the shit with people. And then, of course, everybody's wanting to take pictures. But then it was like, oh, you got to get back in the theater because they're going to cut it in half because it started late. And then it's like, because the IMAX theater still has show times they have to meet. So we had to get everybody out of the theater, clean it up for, whatever.
Mario. It was Mario.
That's right. It was Mario.
Mario, yeah.
Yeah, because when we were going in, I think people were taking pictures of like, oh yeah, we're totally going to see Mario at 7:00 at fucking 3:00 in the afternoon. No, 1:00 in the afternoon. That's what it was.
So that's the thing. Is like you have that as well. I don't know. There's just so many logistics when it comes to all that stuff, and it sucks because Zach is so he loves his fans. He's a big nerd. He wants to sit with his fans, watch his movies, and just do whatever. But the logistics of trying to make that happen, it's insane. It's insane. One of these days he's going to probably just buy himself a fucking movie theater like Quentin Tarantino did, or Kevin Smith. Yeah.
And just call it the Snyderverse.
Dude, he could, I would not be surprised if like one of these days we hear that Zack Snyder just ends up buying a movie theater, and then, but at the same time, it's not like he could just play his movies. There are still IPs that he has made. His IPs, maybe obviously the red tape for all of that is fine, but when you're talking about something like BBS, Man of Steel, or Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's like you have to still get approvals, and there's still a lot of things that have to go through it all. Even 300, Dawn of the Dead, those are all existing IPs that he doesn't own. It's like, I mean, maybe his movies, but even Sucker Punch, that's a hard thing too, because, you know, I mean, there's a reason why we haven't gotten the director's cut, because of all the logistics when it comes to that. It's, God,
I hope I don't get in trouble for putting this out there, but
I've
been told that he's got an original print of the 1977 Star Wars movie. So
really,
he does.
Wow.
Yeah. So if he does get his own theater, then he'd probably have to get approval from Disney and Lucasfilm to show that. So
if you're selling
good luck with
tickets,
that. Right? They might hunt him down and just break in and take it.
Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy just.
It's like reverse fanboys. They're getting their movie back from him,
right? As opposed to
Well, and going back to, you know, again, his the last kind of the sequence, the announcements we've gotten this year, like, it seems like things are getting better between him and Warner Brothers. That's one thought that's occurred to me, is the one thing that, because everybody's of course speculated, like, okay, he's doing 300 with the studio that, you know, that he ended his relationship on very bad terms with them now, and now they seem to be reconciling. So that's led everybody to, you know, all kinds of theorizing on that. And one thing that occurred to me is, like, you know, that could portend good things for the Sucker Punch director's cut.
Well, he's also got, you know, his friend is now heading the new DCU. You know, there's still a lot of, you know, camaraderie between the two of them, regardless how any of us feel about James Gunn. The fact of the matter is, those two have made superhero movies. They are friends, and they have worked together in the past, regardless of, you know, anyone's feelings on one or the other. Like, the fact of the matter is, they are in the same work world, and they, like, Zack knows exactly what James Gunn is going through right now, even more so because dude is making a fucking Superman movie. So I think that if there were to be a push to be like, yeah, let him show his movie, James Gunn very well could be like, fuck it, do a 1 weekend release, limited, whatever.
I mean,
you know,
he was like, I think people even asked him about Full Circle, and he was like, dude, he's like, I don't care. Yeah, Zack, do his shit. He, like, I remember there was speculation too that, or like, because like even from people who were like close to Zack, that were even speculating that James Gunn was actually going to show up.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
There was, but it wasn't. It wasn't just like fan speculative stuff. It was like, I think even Zack was like, hey, if you want to, I think he actually put it out there, like, James, if you want to like show up, the open invitation kind of thing. Like, it wasn't like it was like, yeah, fans were going, is he? But I mean, you know, just talking to people who are more like in communication with Zack, they were even going, yeah, there's a possibility. I think he actually put the invitation out there.
Yeah, well, you know, and Gunn said the reason, he even said, like, I think publicly on social media, the reason why, because Guardians 3 literally came out the following weekend. He was just swamped with press during that time. So he just literally had other commitments.
Yeah. That's right, because there was like press events and all that.
When we went to the Batman statue, what was being marketed up front at that theater? Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So that was like one of, if maybe that wasn't happening, maybe James Gunn would have showed up at one of those screenings for like something, and that would have been kind of cool, because it just would have been like, hey guys, again, like what Phil said, regardless how you feel, everything's just good right here. Stop trying to pin these two together. They are both vastly unique on their styles and everything, but they respect each other. And they're not like going out every, other weekend to like meet up for like dinner or something like that. But there's a mutual respect as filmmakers, especially in the superhero space. And like you said, also, it's like the fact that it's like the last time we had just a Superman movie was Zack Snyder. Now it's James Gunn. And both are, going to be very much different. It's kind of funny because I had my Twitter, my timeline up right now, and somebody was just, it was just like playing right in front of my face right now. It was like the Zod and Superman fight for like 4 minutes. I'm like, guys kept like looking over. I'm like, God, it's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Well, we all know who, even if Gunn had shown up, we all know Jeff Johns was never going to be invited.
Fuck no.
No.
That guy was.
I have played that joke over and over so many times from that event.
God, no.
Dude,
No.
Phil and I were sitting next to each other. We both leaped up just like a bunch of other people at the same time. I think we leaped up and we like knocked shoulders against each other, like going, yeah. Like it was like one of those moments where it's like when DJ fucking did that whole mic drop thing, that was just insane. It was like being at a rock concert.
Yeah,
It was fantastic.
Yeah. I wasn't even there. It's like I felt the cheers.
Dude, it was insane when that happened. Like it was just like I don't think any of us had any control of what we were doing. Like everybody just leaped out of their fucking seats, just going like because the
kid who asked the question, like,
yeah,
I think we can assume that the kid probably didn't know any better.
No,
what happened.
I felt bad for him. I felt bad for him.
And
Chris might have even pointed this out. Like,
and people coming after him are just like, come on. I don't think he purposely tried to be a jerk about it. I think he generally had the question. He just like wrong place, wrong time.
Right. I think there's if you know the history behind all that you could, the way you could phrase it would be, it's like, hey, since you worked with like DC characters within like the Watchmen universe and the mainline Earth One universe, did you ever entertain the idea of like Dr. Manhattan like meeting your Superman or anything, but not phrasing it as, hey, have you ever thought about like adapting the Doomsday Clock that Jeff Johns did?
Right. Yeah.
You almost wonder, like, was that planned? It's like somebody planted that guy in the crowd, just to say that, just to get that moment.
I thought it was actually the same guy who asked the Spider-Man question at the first event.
Oh, I know, I remember that. I mean, that's the thing, and it sucks. Like again, and this is where when it comes to online stuff, and this is where things get toxic because I remember that guy had to deactivate his Twitter because
that guy,
hate. Yeah, so it's like when we throw hate at people, it's like you got to, and I try to tell people all the time, like when they crawl up in my mentions about stuff, I'm like, you have to realize there are people that are not on Twitter 24/7 like you are, that know every little thing that is happening with everything like you do, and then have the same mindset as you do. Not everybody's thinking like that, but I mean, obviously you're talking to an avatar and just words, you're not talking to, it's almost like not even talking to a real person, to the point where it's just like sometimes when I try not to go like hard, when I start interacting with people, I just want to get into, I like to actually have a discussion. Yeah, sure. I'll be sarcastic and stuff like that, but I try not to like get into like a full-fledged, like, what are you thinking? This and this. I'm just like, I want to like know, like, what is your thought process when it comes to certain things? And so I'll ask questions. I love to ask questions because when you start asking questions, oh man, does the arguments fall apart when it comes to some of these fans when they're making like these proclamations or whatever? Man, it just starts.
You mean you actually are a rational person and actually are genuinely inquisitive about it? You can actually get some real conversations and find out the holes in people's argument, not to be a jerk about it, but to generally understand where are you coming from.
Yeah. Well, going back to the first event, I mean, I can understand people, because the guy who asked the Spider-Man question, the way he led in with that is like, so I'm going to be that guy because there's all this talk online about there's this big question. So he did give some lead up, so I can get people being annoyed about the way he kind of.
Yeah, we were all pretty annoyed about it, but not enough to hate to him online.
Yeah, it's like, okay, leave your annoyance, because because it was going to come out inevitably at that that first event, but it's like, okay, just let.
I remember because I was sitting next to Shane and Matt, the comic movie marks guys.
Those guys, man.
I know, man. I you know what? The last time I talked to Matt, he said that we'll come back. Don't worry, I'll let you know. But that was like a year and a half ago. I think they were actually trying to get to the full circle, and I think that was the last time I talked to. So it wasn't a year and a half ago. It was around the time that the tickets, because like he hit me up. He's all, did you get a ticket? I was like, yeah. He's all, yeah, I came on late and they're already gone. And I'm like, is there any like thing? He was like asking, is there any kind of, I'm like, dude, I got nothing. Like, I can't, I mean, they sold out. There's nothing I could do about it. And then I was like, when are you guys coming back? And he was just like, yeah, we'll let you know. But it was like, I don't know. Like I said, like when those guys just, I mean, Shane was making babies. Matt was moving and I think he was changing jobs. They just had a lot of life-changing stuff that happened. But yeah, I miss talking to those guys. I mean, Matt used to come on here like a lot because Shane was like too busy being dad. on a Friday night. So, but yeah, I miss talking to those guys. But I remember I was sitting with them, and then of course when we were in line to do the signing of stuff, anytime it got brought up when we were talking to people, like Matt would just like turn his back and just be like, ugh. He was so upset that that guy asked that question. It's like we were all very much annoyed, but yeah, it was just because I did forget like the fact that he started off like when it came to that. And it was like, oh yeah, he did kind of like tease that he was going to start asking about Snyder Cut stuff. And then he did that. So yeah, there was some hate that should be thrown at him physically, like in the moment, like really, dude, you're going to fucking do that. But if he was like getting terrorized online like crazy, it's like, we don't need that.
I did like, because I don't know who it was who finally did ask the question, but I did love the way she introduced it, where she said something to the effect of, like, I guess I'm going to be the person who's going to like address the elephant in the room about Justice League, and then led into her question about it. But because I mean, even if you weren't physically there, I mean, just it was the and he had a couple of moments too in the prior 2 nights where he would. I think the first night it was after the Dawn of the Dead showing, and he had the Q&A, and he had somebody asked him something about like dealing with studio execs, and he made a comment to the effect of something like, yeah, studio execs, I mean, they get on your ass over like a 2-hour mandate. And everybody kind of went, "Oh boy, is this it?" Okay, so he this is he had a few little nuggets he peppered out. He had like BBS or like, "I hope so too," to the one guy who was talking about, "Hey, I hope the director's cut tradition continues." But I once it got to that Q&A, it was everyone was just like on pins and needles, like who's going to be the one who actually has the balls to actually broach the question.
It was just such a interesting thing because obviously people were asking him as they were signing the posters and stuff like that. But the fact of the matter is like the fact that he had the 214 hidden on the poster and then was circling it. He didn't circle it on everybody's, but he knew like it was just like one of those things. And it was, I didn't catch it at first until Matt, when we got to the top level of the center. And we were all just like talking and stuff. And Matt like just walks up. He's like, "Did you see your poster? Did he circle something on your poster?" I went, "Huh?"
Because it was like that big, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it's on like the cape. I mean, I have it hung up right there. It's on like the cape of the zombie Batman, Dr. Manhattan creature. It's on the cape. And yeah, but it was funny because I remember Zach when we were talking about whatever the fuck, he had his finger on it. I remember he was like holding his finger on it like this, like, and I just didn't put it together until I was like, oh, I was like, I'm pretty sure Zach was like holding his finger on the circle, and he was like trying to tell me like, hey, look at your poster kind of thing. Like when we were
maybe as he would say before, wake up.
Wake the fuck up.
Well, and see that's what when you say like the fandom constantly trying to decode his posts because we're all like trying to find out where his finger is pointing now.
Yeah, well, pretty much. But that's
I'm
thing.
looking at my full circle poster. I'm like, I wonder if there's anything hidden there that I should find.
About the full circle. Yeah, I mean, like there might be stuff on there that maybe. I mean, like I said,
he mentioned there's like
he was on here before for full circle, and he did mention that's something for another time. So I'm like, I don't know if he's playing like the long game. I think the next time he gets on here, that's going to have to be one of the first things I have to just throw out there because I still will get questions like, did Zach ever mention? And I'm like, it's like one of those things where like, because like the last time he was on, it was all about Rebel Moon. So it's like, I'm not going to ask too much about that kind of stuff. But now it's like, I don't know. I think I just got to like get that question right off the bat. Like, hey, let's just get this done with, and then it's all Rebel Moon. What hidden meanings were on that fucking statue poster?
I kind of read into it the fact that the statue is like cracked and it's been reassembled. It's kind of like it's representative of the movie itself in a lot of ways. That's destroyed and it's put back together. That's one thing I read into it, but I mean, I'm sure there's like 10 other things that I'm missing in it.
I'm sure there's some. Yeah, he's probably got some stuff in there where it's like that we don't even know what the fuck, and maybe like there's things in there where it's like it's hinting on what he wanted to do with his with the rest of his saga that he was doing. Maybe there's some indication of something in there, whatever. I don't know. There's got to be. I mean, yeah. There's definitely things, and there's going to be a couple of things in there that we were just like we're oblivious to. And
yeah. Is he going to do? Is he only doing a Q&A for Rebel Moon at the event?
Yeah, he's gonna do a Q&A, and I'm not. And then they said surprises and stuff, and I'm like, all right, I'm sure some of the cast will be there.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Probably Sophia Boutella, if I had to guess.
Oh yeah, she'll be there for sure. Maybe I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to how all that plays out and stuff, because when we're talking about 6 hours and 20 whatever minutes of Rebel
6.5 hours, more or less.
Oh yeah, that's going to be quite a bit. But
I remember the first time seeing the movie, seeing Zack Snyder's Justice League. Even I was like, for being part of the fandom that was really really chasing after it. It's like, when the running time was made official, even I was like feeling a little bit daunted about that. But then that night, it's like once I played it, just went by, no pun intended, faster than a speeding bullet.
It's funny, like I queued up Batman versus Superman at like 9 o'clock, something like that. And as it was ending, I refreshed my HBO Max tab because I think I played it through my computer. Because at the time I had my computer, my TV hooked up, and it was all a thing. But yeah, I literally rolled right from Batman v Superman into the Snyder Cut, and and then the next 4 hours of my life were completely changed. So
that's the thing, is like if you have a filmmaker that knows, I mean, there are 2-hour movies that feel like 4-hour movies. Let's face it. And if you that's one of the things that, like, especially with the new Kevin Costner movie Horizon, I keep on hearing that it's a 3-hour movie, but from anybody I've talked to or even seen, when I see people's reactions to it, they go, that 3 hours blew right by. Some people not the same. There's some people that are going like, oh, this thing was like boring and this, that, and this. But for the most part, I've just heard positivity. And it's like, yeah, if you have a filmmaker and a storyteller that knows how to keep it going. I mean, and if you have a Justice League movie, it's like when you're trying to fit all this, I mean, you already have like established the Trinity, essentially. You don't need to establish them. You just got to know that they're part of this, and where they're at currently, and then you're introducing 3 more characters. Essentially, it's like, how do you portion that out to be like, okay, so how do we keep it where it's like nothing's boring and it keeps on flowing? And that's why it's like, it's crazy to just put that on and think, oh yeah, this is a 4-hour movie. And a lot of people look at that and go, oh my God, I don't want to sit here for 4 hours. But it's like, it's on streaming and it's in chapters. You can literally just be like, hey, once a chapter ends and one's about to begin, you can pause it, do whatever the fuck you need to do, and then come right back to it. It's like watching another episode of a series. Stop saying that this is
I've done that.
Yeah, so have I. I did that with my brother and my dad, literally a month in between, because my dad was like, when he would work, he would be in California. And when he was still living in Nevada, he works in California, but he'd be a week on, week off. And when he would work nights, he would have the days off. So then we'd meet up on a Sunday for breakfast. And then one time I was like, you guys want to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League? We watched half of it. And then a month later, they hadn't continued. I thought maybe one of them would do it, but neither. I was like, all right, well, let's just watch the rest of it. And sure enough, it was just like, okay. So we watched the second half after a month.
That's actually a new tier you have to pay extra for. So you don't want to undersold people at that point. You don't get that option unless you pay that extra $5 upcharge.
Yeah, I was part of an affiliate program for HBO Max. I had a handout. I was like, you have to take this button and QR code. You have to scan it, and yeah.
That was actually one of the things, in the lead up to it, I was actually really looking for, and I kind of regret this didn't happen, was that it was going to initially be released as a miniseries, because I was looking forward to, they put out one part of it, and it would be, they were trying to position it, I think, initially, from like the DC Fandom, Q&A, it was like HBO Max's Mandalorian, and I was looking forward to, like, one chapter would end, like, watching all the streaming discussions and things like that about here's how this cliffhanger ended, was this mean for next week, and I mean, having like something, a tease at the end saying like next week on Zack Snyder's Justice League kind of thing. So that's why I have watched it like in chapters like over a week, multiple times since then, because I did want to see like how does it play when you do it like that. But yeah, that's one of the things that I do kind of regret that he wasn't able to, and of course I'm sure the suits certainly didn't make it easy to make that happen. But yeah, I kind of regret that he wasn't able to release it as a miniseries, because I feel like that would have been a cool way to spend 6 weeks.
God, do you know how many people like push back against like that whole concept? Oh my God,
I don't get that.
Too many,
dude. I had so many people, because I was like one of the, because before I was like got fully connected with Zack where I can actually talk to him, I had a middleman. And when he told me, oh yeah, he pitched it as a series, and he was like, it could very much play out as a series. So dude, so many people, and not so many people, but the loud people in the fandom were like, Zack's a filmmaker, he doesn't do series and blah blah blah. And it was just like,
He's got one coming up now.
Dude, I know. Yeah, I know. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, he's a storyteller, and whatever is happening and how he can get his story out, that's the way he's going to do it. It's like, yeah, he likes to see things on the big screen for 100%, but so many like the loud people in the fandom, like, he would never do that. And it's like, but then at the same time, it's like, and then of course they got really quiet when it finally came out, and they were like, oh yeah, we chaptered it out because, well, we pitched it as this. So, and then if you actually watch it even on your DVD, it's like chaptered out where you can actually watch it like a series. And it's like, how about that? And all of a sudden those guys became very quiet. It was so ridiculous. It was just, I love it when like the diehard fans who are insane want to speak for Zack, like, oh no, he is this, he's not that, he would never do this, it's like, will you guys stop? I mean, people do that for all their filmmakers that they obsess over. It's like,
funny you mentioned that.
You don't speak for that. You don't speak for them,
It's so funny, like, because I have a feeling I know who you're referring to, but let's refer to them as chuckleheads, right? Like there's a subsect of chuckleheads. Well, curiosity got the better of me one night, maybe a couple weeks ago, and I saw a chucklehead was live, and there were 2 chuckleheads on said stream, and they were talking as if Zack was going to absolutely, for sure, Gears of War movie is for sure fucking happening, and I'm like, he said he likes Gears of War. When the fuck did he ever say a Gears of War movie was happening? And they just continued to just babble on this conversation of like, oh yeah, when it was his
hand movements during that stream.
Did he point? Did he point?
Well, he actually gave a thumbs up.
I told you we're trying to figure out where his
sign.
finger's pointing now, since
bang.
he pointed at the 214.
It's just so funny to me because Dave's so on point with, like, there are these just incessant dipshit fans who feel so compelled to be like, no, we know what Zack's thinking. It's like, you sure about that? I don't think you are.
Well, no. I know who is really definitely gung-ho about a Gears of War is Dave Bautista.
Yeah.
So,
I know. And then they put that together, like Dave Bautista, he was on Army of the Dead. Hey,
that's not an illogical thing to think. To be fair, I mean, it's not illogical to think that that's something that they've kicked the tires on there.
Oh, sure, those are fun imaginary dots to connect together. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've even talked about it on set of Army of the Dead too.
Probably.
Yeah. It doesn't mean to definitely sign the dotted line on it.
No.
I mean, there are images in Army of the Dead that evoke Gears of War. Like, for crying out loud, Vandero has a fucking chainsaw that he cuts shit up with. Like, come on.
That's what's so great about Zack is, like, he finds inspiration and then will use that inspiration in his films,
right,
of stuff that he like has played or watched or something like that. I mean, there's been so much of that, and then but it doesn't mean
my favorite part of that opening montage too of Army of the Dead, the opening credits with Viva Las Vegas. It made me laugh so hard because I saw it in the theater during its theater run. It was like a week before it hit Netflix, and this made me laugh my ass off. It's the part where that one paratrooper is coming down and he sees all the zombies underneath of him, and he's got no way to stop, so he's just trying to shoot them individually, and he just can't. And he just falls right into their clutches. It's like, oh, that's some dark humor. That's some gallows humor.
It really is. No, and see, that's what's great. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. I know. I wish it's always one of those things where I wish, like, everybody that I'm friends with online and associate with, like you guys and everybody else, I'm like, man, it'd be cool if, like, everybody just shows up and we all just have like a good time when it comes to that. But I don't know. It's like I said, I mean, if only there was the red tape that you have to go through that to get all this stuff, and hopefully, but I mean the way Zach is with his fans, there is going to be another Full Circle event.
Oh yeah,
and hopefully we have enough time for people, like obviously it would be probably at the Pasadena Center again, so we know exactly where it's at, and then everybody can make their accommodations again, and we can all just like have fun, and because like I said, last Full Circle was just totally a lot of fun, especially after Zack Snyder Justice League. We all went out, and well, even like every night was great. I think Man of Steel night was like more of like the relaxed night. We didn't really do much like after that, but after BVS, I think we all went out. And then even after Zack Snyder Justice League, we all went out, and that was when we had that big group shot. After that, like Zack Snyder's sister was there. There was that. What was that? I'm not like drawing a blank. Phil, was that when we took that big picture? Night. That was on Saturday, so that was BVS night. That was BVS night. Yeah,
I distinctly remember that because I had the worst burger of my life at BVS.
Yeah. Phil terrible. Did not. I mean, he was like, you had to go to the bathroom. You thought you were gonna throw it up, right?
I did yak.
You had the Dumb and Dumber toilet scene.
It was awful. No, I yacked. It was not Dumb and Dumber on the toilet. It was Dumb and Dumber in the toilet.
Oh, damn.
Not pretty.
And I remember I had to like tell Scott, I'm like, dude, your sandwich. He got like a sandwich. And I was like, dude, your sandwich. Because he was like talking to people, which, it's great. But I was like, dude, your sandwich has like been sitting there for like 15 minutes, dude. You better eat it. It's like not going to be like, and I remember Steven got like one of the Yard House beers.
He did.
We took a picture of it. Like, he was like, don't post that because people are going to replace that with like something else. And I was like, all right. Because it was like, yeah.
I think Scott and I had whiskey because I know I bought both of us a couple shots of whiskey. I don't remember if it was Jack Daniels or Jameson. It was one or the other. I don't remember that, but the burger I had was fucking terrible. Oh my god, bad.
Yeah, I remember that. You were not feeling that at all.
No, I was disappointed too because I wanted to be in the conversation. I'm sitting there at the table like.
This something's
Mr.
not
Stark,
feeling right.
I'm not feeling so well, Mr. Snyder.
That's not funny. That's not funny, Chris. And I'm still laughing because it is funny. Yeah. No, it was a fun meetup. Like even like coming out of it and getting to talk to Paul because we met him like right after it was either BVS or the Snyder Cut, one of the two. It was BVS, I think, because we had seen him outside the art center. And we started talking to him there. You started talking to him there. Or might have even been at BJ's. I don't even remember where, but it was Saturday night for sure that we met Paul for the first time.
Yeah, when we met Paul, that was outside of the art center where we were all because obviously we had our transportation, which was it's just like
the Armada.
The Armada. Yeah, it was kind of funny that we rolled up in an Armada. We made that joke. But at the same time, it was like, and Paul was like, he was waiting for an Uber and he had like all his stuff. And then he just, that's where we just were like, I don't even know how it happened. We were just standing there and then we all just kind of just started talking. And then I was like, oh shit, this guy knows his shit. And it was like, and then like Scott got in the conversation, you got in the conversation, and we were all just talking about like, this run of this and Jeff John sucks, and it's just a lot of things. And then we met up with him again after Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then that's when we were like Joe and I were sitting like we were all scattered, and we were talking to Chris Balos, who's been on here too, because he's like a one of the crew member guys. So he was talking about a DC show, and he talked about it when he was on here too, a DC show that he was working on that got filmed, and he was showing us images and all this stuff. And then, I was just getting to know Paul, and I was like, wow. I was like, it was just literally just letting him go off on a lot of things. And I was like, man, I was like, this guy knows his shit. And that's what I love about Paul is like when he's just very intelligent about a lot of stuff. And I'm like, I'm a big dummy when it comes to things. So I was just listening to him go. So
yeah, when it comes to comics, the people that I genuinely refer to are Chris, Paul, and Scott, because as far as I can tell, no one has the libraries that these guys have, because sweet Jesus, like if there's anything Marvel related, I usually text Chris and like, is this a thing from the books? And Chris will be like, yes or no, one or the other.
Yeah. Scott's got the best man cave I've ever seen.
That he does.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to measure up to that, but I mean, that's what's like, you know, I mean, that's what I love about it. That's, you know, especially our dynamic with DC Fanimated is the fact that it's like when he starts pulling up like, oh yeah, this story is actually from a book. And I'm like, there you go. And he starts going off on all that stuff. I mean, and I'm just like, well, yeah, but wasn't this pulled into a movie once? You know, that's me. That's how I like do my thing. I'm like, wasn't this in you know, this little scene right here? This was in Batman and Robin, right? Or something like that. You know, but he's just like, oh yeah, and he starts doing his notes, and so yeah, it's issued this, released in this, and I'm like, this is why I'm friends with you. You know, my comic book stuff is pretty limited, but yeah, when it comes to Chris, when it comes to, you know, Scott, it's just like, yeah, you guys are encyclopedias, man. Oh, yeah. But what I love about that too is the fact that like when Chris and I did the you know, when we did our podcast episode with you, and you were like, hey, pick a book, and you gave me a list of already like Batman books that have been done. I'm like, all right, Batman Ego is not on there, so we got to do that one. It was sad. Then I was like, we got to talk about that one because I just love that book so much. So, you know, we had a great conversation when it came to that. And it's a short one. And I love that because Chris was like, this is the shortest episode we have. I'm like, yeah, it's a short story, but there's so much in there to unfold. Yeah. But, you know, it worked out because it was a perfect amount of information that we were like talking about when it came to all that. So
that was a fun episode to listen to for what it's worth.
Yeah, the longest episode I think I've done was probably with Ray for Cosmic Odyssey.
Yep.
And it was just more, and it's one of my favorite episodes just because of how meaningful that story was to him and how much history that led to him being introduced to this thing we call superheroes in DC. So,
yeah.
Well, your most recent episode with Lisa was great too about Under the Red Hood. That was fabulous.
Well, meanwhile, I stream with a guy who owns a comic book store.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, William is also
literally encyclopedia right there.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like, and it can be a little intimidating too because it's like, you know, we all have our own knowledge about this stuff, but at the same time, it's like, man, like when there's like, but at the same time, you have to like not look at it like, don't be intimidated. Just be like, when they want to go off on like what they know, let it go. It's like, oh yeah, I could chime in if I know something about it. But that's what I love about Scott is like when we're doing DC Fanimated, it's like, all right, yeah, you have your notes. My notes are like basically just bullet points of the episode. Scott has notes of like, where did this episode come from? And like, what's some background when it comes to it? So we have that dynamic of like, that's where we kind of figured it out. It's like, all right, he knows he's got the knowledge of this, and I'm like, I'm just kind of going through this, and then I'll make my little quips and fucking whatever the hell all about it. So
you have the how and the why.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, I know where this is derived from. This is from, you know, this issue of this and that and this. And I'm like, I don't know.
Well, it's funny because like you guys didn't have any notes at all in the last episode.
We did, but not much because we both the Growing Pains episode resonated with us so much because we just both remembered it so vividly. Like that episode, if anybody, it's New Batman Adventures Growing Pains with Clayface, where he creates a young girl because he can't put himself together, and then she gets put out in Gotham, and Tim Drake finds her, saves her, and then of course has a crush on her. So it's very much a Tim Drake episode. And I just remember like, I remembered it pretty vividly. So my notes were pretty short and Scott was like, I don't even have notes. And it was just, it stuck with us. And I think it was just because it was, I don't know, it's just a heavy episode, especially for Tim Drake. And it was like, and the twist of it all, it's like an M. Night Shyamalan story a little bit.
Yeah. If you don't know the twist before watching it, you're going to be real surprised.
Oh yeah. It's a good twist. It's a really great twist.
It is.
It's a really great twist. Hey, we got Rhea showing up now.
What's up?
Hey, happy Friday. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, okay.
Outstanding.
Nice. Very cool.
Outstanding. I am still hearing fireworks right now. There are so many people.
Oh god,
Oh my.
they were playing like crazy on Williams End. We were doing the Independence Day watch party last night. I mean, I was here. They were going like all night. I mean, it was nuts. The movie itself kind of drowned a lot of them out, but like beginning and end, I mean, it sounded like a bomb was going off every 5 seconds outside of his window.
That's what was happening with me. I should have. If I wasn't on the couch, I would have chimed in and said hi, because I was watching it while you guys were watching it, not at the same time, of course. But yeah, it was just like nonstop. It was just like boom, 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 boom. Just, and I'm still hearing it today. So yeah. But Rhea, how's it going? How was your 4th of July?
Oh, it was great. I spent it in Pittsburgh with my friend Max and his family. I'm basically adopted by them now, which is totally fine with me. And yeah, just watching the fireworks over one of the rivers in Pittsburgh. It actually started to have like a mini monsoon. So it was like humid and storming for like maybe a few minutes. Luckily, we were able to find refuge under one of the bridges on the river and just wait for the rain to clear up. And it was like right on time for there to be 30 minutes of fireworks. Like, I've never been so close to a show like that, so immediately like in front of me. So we were able to get some good footage and just like enjoy the show. And yeah, that was my 4th of July. Oh, and yeah, just like, dinner and like hanging out with folks. And that was it.
Nice. Now I'm like going, if you release fireworks in the rain, what happens? Nothing? It just gets...
It's just, it's not the best environment. By the way,
I know it's not, but I'm just wondering what happens. I don't know. My brain went to like, if you release a firework, that's where my brain goes. So I'm like,
Has anybody here seen the video where I think it's from San Diego, like 10 years ago, where they had this fireworks display, and they had like a whole the usual like kind of like 15-minute show, and they had some kind of mishap happen where they set the whole thing off all at once. I mean, It looks like a
I've heard about that.
It looks like a mushroom
where
cloud
everything just is like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, somebody messed up pretty badly.
Yeah, it looks like a mushroom cloud.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just it looks like a war zone. Yeah, I even saw a video today where I forgot what it was like at some stadium where they started launching off fireworks, and some of them did not go up in the air. They went right into the fucking crowd.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
it's like yikes. So like people, like it was like on the field, and there was like cheerleaders and stuff like that. And I
saw that. I saw that. That was. I'm surprised we didn't hear anyone getting seriously injured.
Wow.
No, yeah, people got injured, but it wasn't bad. It was just kind of like little tiny like but it was kind of crazy where it was like things were going and then all of a sudden like into the people. It was like, whoa.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at that. I pulled up the thing I was talking about.
Don't lie, Brad. You freaking mother.
Yeah. Here, I'll shoot it to you right now if you want to pull it up, because it is enormous. It is absolutely.
Share it if you share it into the thing.
Okay,
I'm scared. It's supposed to be enormous. You have me terrified now.
Okay. It was in San Diego.
San Diego, like 2012, and
where you guys are going this, in a couple of weeks, because Rhea, you're going to come,
and they're probably just still clearing up the debris from this.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, I'm headed there, and hopefully I get to hang out with Phil. Hopefully not distract him too much from his work. I know you're there on business, and so is William. So yeah, if we are able to kind of coordinate any type of Hall H waiting period, I'm willing to do like a daytime shift so that other folks can like get their work done. And yeah, we'll figure it out, I'm sure. But yeah, I'm excited. I want to do my part to like make sure everyone gets their coverage and has that special moment. I want that special moment in Hall H as well. So yeah, anything I can do to help with the waiting time, I'm happy to do that.
Have they announced anything big in Hall H this year?
Marvel Studios.
Marvel Studios.
In charge of that, he was just channeling.
He's like,
I'm just like, SoCal is prone to field fires, right? Like,
well, luckily it's on the water. It was on the water, so that's good. At least there was water there, so it wasn't going into any brush or, oof.
It's simultaneously the best and the worst fireworks show ever.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, but also like very scary at the same time.
Well, it's also over like that too, so it's like you get your money's worth and you don't at the same time.
That's why I said it's the most impressive failure on the planet in a long time.
Yeah, it's a successful failure, as they call it, right?
Wait, when did we transition to James Gunn? I'm kidding. I'm gonna shut
up. Oh my
God. Oh, we'll get there. Well,
you want to transition to Batman instead with all that craziness?
Well,
I mean, technically, Law of Diminishing Returns. That movie made less money than Batman v Superman.
Which one?
Not the Batman.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it did. Okay, yeah, we could like go into to that when it comes to. I mean, we want to talk about the
Arkham
the article that came out, which is kind of like we kind of briefly talked about it a little bit, but yeah, we could talk about it a little bit more right now. I mean, I got to go to the bathroom, so you guys go ahead, talk.
Well,
what article?
Let's see.
Who wants to go first? I know. See, Rhea totally is like, what are we talking about?
It was
she just got off a plane and just got home, so there's.
I know. I'm like, you've been.
She's a trooper.
All over the place.
And it was one of those things where like,
good for you.
Where like news like drops like 2 hours before the Vodka stream, and I'm like, oh man. I'm sure he wasn't planning on talking about this. But
no, of course not. But then I'm like, all right, well, there's my background of my thumbnail. Let's just put Arkham Asylum.
That story was the definition of take out the trash day. Bury it on the weekend, on a holiday weekend, and hope it just goes away by the end. That literally was taking out the trash.
Yeah. I don't know. Like it's when I read that, I was like, well, it already changed hands like 2 different times. It's been debated on whether or not it's going to be in the DCU with James Gunn or it's going to be part of Matt Reeves' universe. I was like, fuck it. Maybe Max. And the funnier thing is, like Dave pointed this out earlier, people are so mad at James Gunn over this, and it's like James Gunn probably had fucking fuck all to do with this. This was Max being like, we're not going to go with this.
So it sounds like it's more of a David Zaslav thing than it is a James Gunn thing as far as the cancellation is concerned.
I wouldn't even put it at him. It's deliberately from Max. So if anything, it'd fall on the shoulders of Casey Bloys. Yeah, he is the head of streaming at Max and HBO. So
so it's just like, it's kind of funny because James Gunn earlier this year and basically was saying like, oh no, this is not going to be in like the specific Batverse that he's doing. It's supposed to be in the DCU. We're going to do an Arkham series in the DCU that Matt Reeves is going to produce. So when they say like, oh yeah, like when they're specifically going, hey, this is actually, they're canceling it in the Batverse. So then of course people lose their minds. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. What are we doing? Like, okay, there's just so many things. Like, again, the wordplay, it's like, oh, it's not going to move forward on Max. All right. Does that mean it might move forward on Amazon or Netflix? Because we all know that, hey, guess what? Warner Brothers, I don't know if you guys know this, they are very much in debt, and they are just kind of going like, hey, how can we get this is one of the reasons why the Cape Crusader is no longer going to be on Max. It is now on Amazon. And thankfully, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I'm also getting kind of like a little bit of what happened when it came to the Cape Crusader, because when that was announced and that was talked about, and then all of a sudden we weren't really hearing much about it. And then all of a sudden we hear that it's not going to be on Max, and then it goes on to Amazon. And then there was just like a lot of worry about that too. I mean, we heard about that series, 2 years ago, they announced it. Mm-hmm. And, there were some things where it was up in the air when it came to that. And then now it's like, okay, we have a date. We have a streaming service. It's going to be on. We're good. So when it comes to this, it's kind of like, to me, it's like almost a situation where it's like, it just seems like Warner Brothers is going like, yeah, we're not going to put it on our thing. And it could be a Lantern situation where they put it on strictly HBO. Then it goes on Max. Or it's like it's going to be on Amazon or Netflix or something like that. And I think it's just them trying to be like, how can we make the most money out of this? As opposed to just like, hey, we're going to make it, distribute it, and do all this and put it on our streaming service and not make the money that we need. So, You guys go.
Yeah, I think probably the fact that again that it started out as like it's the fact that it was connecting to the Matt Reeves Batman universe at first, and then it's been retrofitted to be within the James Gunn DC universe. You know that probably played a factor in just the how much this is up in the air now. So I don't know. It's but it is. I mean, I'd be lying if I said at like it. If you're a Matt Reeves, if you're a Battinson fan, I mean, I'd be lying if I said this, wouldn't be a bit concerning to hear.
I mean, I'm not at all concerned because we're getting a Penguin TV show at the end of the year. There's that. Number two, like I mentioned earlier, it's been redeveloped twice, 3 times now because it initially started out as a Gotham PD show with one person handling it, and then it turned into Arkham Asylum, and then that turned into now it's Arkham Asylum in the DCU. I just think that whoever, I think Warner Brothers just looked at this and went, okay, we've changed this thing too many times from what we've initially wanted it to be, and we're not finding any value in it. When we have a movie and another TV show already in the works, we don't necessarily need something else that possibly could, dilute the Batman brand to some extent, but deliberately, specifically the Batman as a brand.
Well, especially when Matt Reeves hasn't turned in, as far as we know, his first draft of the second script. Right. According to what we know about. So when you're writing a show, like he's, obviously was involved in some extent at that point, it may be just because of the way he's getting ready to go to with the Batman 2. Right. The show wouldn't fit in appropriately. It would seem like a thrown in and, like you said, hurt the brand. Like we've seen in the MCU, things hurting the brand just to throw it in. Let's see what happens with the Penguin. And doesn't mean that the show can come back or a new iteration of it. They're just tabling it for right now. And I don't think, people, fandom be fandom, and they're going to lose their minds over, this means the end of the Matt Reeves era. Is that, it's just one show that, like you said, Phil, has gone through 2 or 3 different iterations and completely changed.
The way I look at it, and the way especially when I saw that, it was just like almost like right after I set up the Vodka stream. The way I'm kind of looking at it right now is like, all right, so James Gunn already like months ago said that, it's actually a DCU Arkham and Matt Reeves is producing. So it already switched over to, obviously initially I was going, okay, cool. Like we're going to get some more extension of Matt Reeves' universe and we're going to see more of the characters. But then when it got converted to like, okay, it might be a DCU one, I went, you know what? Now with everything that's happening, and if Matt Reeves is on board 100%, I'm like, I'm behind it because the Batman that Matt Reeves has is only 2 years, 3 years in. So when you have a rogues gallery, if you want a rogues gallery in Arkham Asylum, you're probably not going to have as many 2 to 3 years in. If we're going to have a Batman in the DCU who is 15 years in, whatever, he's going to have a rogues gallery, and they could really do a lot more, I think, with it. And maybe, because Matt Reeves, he's also a producer on Caped Crusader. That is nothing to do with his Batman. So I'm just kind of going like, I'm hoping that Matt Reeves is going, I have my specific story I want to tell, but I'm open to help out with other Batman stories because I love the character so much. That's what I'm kind of hoping is what's happening. Probably not. Who knows? Who knows what's happening behind the scenes? But I'm just saying, like, it just seems like Matt Reeves loves the character so much that he's writing stories for how he wants to tell a Batman story, as if he's just like a certain writer on a comic book telling a specific story. But at the same time, he's like, I'll gladly support some other Batman stories like Caped Crusader, and I will gladly aid into the DCU with that Batman, because like I said, it's just kind of, it does make a little bit more sense if you're going to have an Arkham Asylum story series. You're going to have like as many rogues gallery villains in there. And if you're talking about a 2 or 3 year Batman, you're not going to have as much as maybe, as a 12 to 13, 15 year Batman, and I just kind of like looked at it like that. And I'm thinking, yeah, they could. There's a lot more meat on the bone they could do with a more veteran Batman as opposed to a more newer Batman. Even though I would like to see if there's any more like Matt Reeves iterations of these characters and how he would actually portray them. But we're going to see that in the Batman 2. You know, we're still kind of waiting on exactly what he wants to do with, you know, it sounds like to me there's might be a Clayface, there might be a Mr. Freeze. I'm very much interested to see like how he puts his own spin on those characters. So I don't know. That's the way I was looking at it.
I actually wanted to get y'all's insight on the production slate as far as the Matt Reeves Batman projects and the DCU slate that we kind of tentatively know is coming within the next couple of years. I understand maybe like one doesn't necessarily have to impact the other, but considering that Reeves is helping with the production for the DCU content, at least like with Caped Crusader, do you think that that is somewhat, you know, sort of like concentric to the impact, or I guess like the reason why the pacing for additional Reeves content post Penguin and between the Batman 2 is happening? Sorry if I formatted that question weird, but yeah, sorry. Dyslexia kind of like makes me say sentences out of order. But yeah, anyway, so basically does one impact the other in terms of like the Batman slate between Penguin and the Batman 2? Does the DCU have anything to do with that?
Are you saying is that why it's taking so long?
No, sorry. So I'm saying that with the Batman 2 and Penguin series, between that, what do you think that there is influence from the DCU and Reeves' contributions to that is impacting I guess like the question mark between the Penguin and the Batman?
I think so. I think there's a little bit of an impact, to be honest. I mean, see that this is what sucks when it comes to what Matt Reeves was trying to do. He was like, all right, let me put my own spin on Batman. And, you know, a lot of people liked it. It was the most successful thing to come out of DC in the last like 4 years or whatever the hell, at least like when it comes to financial box office and stuff like that. You know, especially when, you know, regardless of like Zack Snyder's Justice League finally coming out, but anything that was new that was coming out that was trying to be like, all right, so we're trying to continue this thing, but we have remnants of this, but we're trying to send it to a new direction. Obviously, it's kind of funny how Black Adam ended up being like the most successful one out of like 5 other movies. But when it came to
new hierarchy was established.
I mean, that's what Dwayne Johnson was meaning. He was like, you know, he was onto something. But when it came to the Batman, that was the thing. Like, and I remember even talking to my buddy who was like, you know, who works in that world. He goes, yeah, I mean, he's even reassured me many times. It's like, they're not going to cancel that because that was the thing that worked out of these last few years was the Batman. Like it's the thing that was like made them money as opposed to last year where everything lost money. But in 2022, I mean, the fact that the budget wasn't crazy and it made $700 and something million or whatever the hell. And it's like, it made a profit. So it's like, so he keeps on reassuring me. It's like, they're not going to cancel this stuff. They're still very much wanting to keep it around regardless of what, I mean, even if James Gunn was like, come on, just, you know, converge it into ours. Like, you know, don't do that. Even though like I've seen so many like comparisons to like when they show like Corn Sweat as Clark Kent, yeah. And I'm like, yeah.
I think the easiest way to get Matt Reeves to walk would be to try to get him to do that.
That's true. I mean, he doesn't want to do it. And I don't blame him. But it's just kind of funny when I see like the side by sides, and I'm like, yeah, I could see them kind of like.
And they've also done that with Tyler Hoechlin, weirdly.
Huh?
They've done that with Tyler Hoechlin. Superman.
Oh yeah. But I'm not. Yeah.
Some fans just want to see Pattinson with a Superman so badly.
I know, right?
I mean, I understand it's not like the most desirable option to converge those two universes, but what I want to understand is, what do you think would happen to both brands? I guess, like, I'm assuming the one that is most at risk to most people is the Batman's tone sort of being compromised and the quality possibly being compromised as well. But I want to validate that by hearing what y'all have to say as far as like what is at risk if the two universes do come together.
Well, yeah, if they were to converge, yeah, Reeves would be compromised big time. Not big time, but there would have to be some liberties, because obviously when you watch the Batman, you just kind of go like, would a Superman actually work in this universe? But at the same time, it's like you can have some creativity if there was like something where Reeves and Gunn were to just kind of come together and be like, because then I was kind of thinking about like how the contrast between Superman the animated series with Batman the animated series, like the different kind of like looks of Gotham to Metropolis, and look what Gunn's doing with Metropolis. He's putting in a retro type of like I mean, look at people's clothing. There's just something about, it's modern day. It's supposed to be modern day. It is modern day because there is a set photo that shows all these people that are wearing like 70s type of clothing, and somebody's running past a Prius. I was like, oh yeah. So yeah, it's definitely modern day. There's a Prius in there. But so I'm like, I like that idea. And then I'm like looking at Matt Reeves' like universe. I'm like, I like the fact that there is so many like the Art Deco type of setting, but it's modern day as well. I don't know. It's just you to try to create an aesthetic for these universes. It's almost like you have to like. I'd like the fact that there would be a distinction between the cities and the characters, like it is in the animated universe. I don't know how everybody else feels about that. It's like you don't have to have one unique look, like how the MCU is. It's like you have like one kind of look. It's modern day. It's this. It's that. But it's like, I don't know. For me, what I always liked about DC is like each city and each character like had its own tone,
identity and tone.
Yeah, identity. There you go. That's a good. Yeah. So I do hope that we could keep that up in the movies, where it's like even, I mean, look at, as much as like Batman Forever and I mean, I love Batman Forever, Batman and Robin. It's one of those guilty pleasures, I guess you could say. But I mean, look at how Gotham looked in there and how crazy that looked and how it was so distinct, and it just had its own. Schumacher was like, all right, I'm going to do my thing here. And it's pretty crazy what he did, but it's like, you know, you have its own look. And I as much as I loved what Zack was doing with his universe, and just kind of, what Zack was doing, he was taking like these extraordinary gods and trying to ground them as much as he possibly could. Like when you watch that whole entire trilogy, it's like he was grounding them as much as he could, but at the same time, it's like there's only so much you can do it. So the cities very much are just like feel like real cities, and that worked. But now I'm like, all right, let's get to the point where these cities are distinct and they're different from each other. And I think there's something that can so if Reeves were to actually bring into the DCU, which I don't want, but if he were to do it, there is distinct contrast that would be from his Gotham City to what Gunn is doing with Metropolis. But at the same time, they have their like unique qualities where it's not just a modern day thing. It's like its own, they're their own beasts. So anyways, that's what I think.
Maybe this is a poor comparison. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe this is an apples to oranges comparison, but yeah, the Christopher Reeves Superman and Michael Keaton Batman were basically confirmed to be in the same universe. And I find those to be very tonally different worlds as far as like filmmaking and presentation. So I guess my point is, since that was confirmed, and maybe like in that context, it gives me more, I guess, of a foundation to find ways that would work. And given the possibility of the Batman and DCU Superman potentially, or even just like the idea of them existing in the same universe, does that, you know, does one or the other sort of like provoke some sort of, you know, I guess like what is the word, like concessions as far as like, okay, yeah, I can kind of maybe see how this would work, although they're both, you know, tonally different. But maybe that would be an intention as far as like creating a dichotomy between the two and making it more of like, you know, just like an intersection of just different visuals, making it more apparent and more obvious that they are two different sides of the same coin. Does that make sense?
No, it does. I totally. I mean, somebody even said like, I mean, imagine like Burton and Donner. I mean, the two live action versions that we saw. I mean, look at how distinct they are. But do they actually like? Could they actually complement each other? I think they actually could. And I know like I could get grilled for that. It was like because everybody's like keep Matt Reeves' universe separate, and I'm like totally about that. But at the same time, there is a scenario where I can actually see where these two could possibly interact with each other, even if like with the distinct stuff. And I could totally see why. And I've even heard, you know, from just my sources that it has been put out there. It's been put on the table when DC Studios became a thing and James Gunn and Peter Safran, you know, took over that was because obviously Warner Brothers being in debt as they are, it's like, okay, you're going to have another Batman on top of this Batman. But at the same time, Batman is that's their golden goose. That's the thing that sells, is the fact that you can have multiple Batman properties because it could work. You can, same thing with Superman though. I mean, people forget that there is still a live action Superman show that everybody likes. So, and even when that was happening during, I guess you could say when things were, I don't know. Superman and Batman are always such a weird, like, it's a weird beast. I don't know. I'm talking too much. What are we feeling around the panel?
I think where we get with Reeves it's not just the grounded. It's the idea that we're assuming based on what we're seeing from what Superman is and things we've heard about ideas of what Brave and the Bold is going to be. We're going to get more of a fantastical look at Batman, which we aren't probably going to get with Reeves. But I think one of the other things that I'm thinking of with this cancellation, not reading into the tea leaves too much, is with the cancellation of this Arkham show, and it'll be more of a possibility of what about, it's not Batman Part 2 that's in danger, it's Batman Part 3 that's in danger.
See, that's what I worry about too. I'm like, when I even made the, I emphasized the fact that when Andy Serkis talked about like, oh yeah, we're filming it, it's like, yeah, he's all, I can't wait to play Alfred one more time. I'm like, whoa,
Yes,
one more time?
Yeah.
I was like, one more time? What about, do you mean one more time because 2 and 3 are going to be one giant story, please? Because I want a trilogy. I do want a trilogy when it comes to him. But yeah, it's just.
Do you think that potentially this might help elevate the Superman IP to be taken more, I guess, like not seriously, but it would open up the more interest, I guess, with general audiences in terms of like making Superman more accessible as a more, I guess, like attainable, reachable, approachable character than he's been in recent years, at least like in terms of like how I'm able to kind of grasp a concept of him as being like, able to me, my own self being able to connect with him by having this like more grounded sort of like presence in a shared universe to be able to, for me to be able to kind of like connect with him a little bit more. So as well as, elevate interest overall with general audiences since the Batman is a success.
I think that, okay, so to answer that question a little more directly, that's already been kind of done with Batman versus Superman. Yeah. And that concept was already shown to be successful regardless of public opinion. like monetarily, that was a successful idea. Public opinion aside, like that movie did what it needed to do as far as, you know, bringing the two together and showcasing that, yeah, you can elevate Superman by having Batman present. As far as this version of Superman and this version of Batman, i.e. Pattinson's Batman and Corin Sweat's Superman, in my opinion, they should be kept far and away from each other. And I only say that now is because we have a lot more to look at from the Batman, because there is a movie there for evidence, whereas there is still a Superman movie being made that we have no frame of reference for outside of shitty set photos. And it's just I'm not saying the movie's shitty. I'm saying the set photos are shitty, because that's exactly what they are. They look like shit. Like they're not great at all. They don't give any kind of, you know, evidence of whether or not this movie's going to be good or bad. They just let you know, hey, these people are in their costumes. Yeehaw. Okay.
We got the bowl haircut on Guy Gardner. I mean, we're all looking forward to that.
Either way, like, just no, I don't think that meshing them together is going to be a good idea, because number one, like, it goes against everything Matt Reeves has wanted from the go. He looked at the Batman script that Ben Affleck's Batman movie was intended to be, and he was like, this is great. This is not what I want to do. And then Warner Brothers was like, okay, fine. We'll wait. Do whatever you want, and we'll make your fucking movie. They let him make his movie, and his movie was successful.
Yeah.
They're not going to can that. Now, to Chris's point, should you be hesitant about part 3? Maybe. But the thing is, you don't get a part 3 without part 2 being successful anyway. So part 2 still has to come out for part 3 to happen anyway. As far as like the Arkham universe, I honestly kind of look at that, and I feel like the cancellation of that has a little bit more to do with the DCU, but not because of intermingling, but because of the fact there's already a lot of stuff coming on Max or HBO in that DCU slate between Lanterns, Amanda Waller. I almost said Swamp Thing. It's not Swamp Thing. You know, you've got Peacemaker. You've also got Booster Gold. There's already 4 shows that they're going to do on Max. So I don't know that they could justify having one more show in this round on this slate for that. And again, you know, the show itself went through a whole head of different changes over a 2-year period time span. And if it was going to cater to a more seasoned Batman, I don't know that you'd want something like that to accompany that. I don't know. Because they don't even know how that Batman's going to be perceived yet, because that movie doesn't even exist. So long story short, I think you should just keep the two separate. And honestly, since DC like has this notion, and even Marvel now, we're in the fucking multiverse. Act like it. Stop being so afraid of being like, oh, this Batman's going to overshadow that You're fucking WB. You own Batman. You've made your money off of Batman. Use it. Like, you want money? Maybe make some more Batman stuff. I mean, look at Cape Crusader. I don't know. I just think the idea of bridging the two together is ridiculous. And even so, even seeing the pictures of the two of them is even more ridiculous. Robert Pattinson's Batman should absolutely not interact with David Corn Sweat's Superman. I only say that now it's because I don't even know what the fuck David Corn Sweat's Superman's going to act or sound like. And I'm just like, no. Pattinson's Batman is in a very contained Earth 2 type of deal. He's in his early days. There are no other inkling of superpowered beings in that world. So why all of a sudden are we going to thrust him next to a Superman just to appease these world finest gatekeeping fucking idiot fans? No, fuck that. Fuck all that. That's my 2 cents on the whole situation.
The general audience is wanting good stories.
Yes.
Good stories at that point. So yeah, we can have 2 different Batmen and tell 2 different kinds of stories. And like we've said, Batman's their cash cow right now. Superman can be a cash cow for them. They just have to, we'll see what this happens at that point, but they can have 2 different Batman, and I say let them do it, and let's see what happens. You tell good stories, yeah, people are going to come out and see it, but that's the one thing that's going to hold them up, and we already know that, some people don't like the Batman. I'm not necessarily one of them. I really enjoyed the movie and like what he's done. So we have a good story right there. So continue that on. Don't get rid of it and keep them separate right now. And then when we get Brave and the Bold, we're going to see a different presentation of Batman. Yeah, guess what? The comics, how many times do we get different presentations of Batman, Superman? And guess what? No one's canceled those series yet. So let's try to do that.
Right.
You know, a thought that just like came into my brain right now. Like, and I don't think it's actually going to happen. But what if they were like, okay, because obviously the DCU Batman has Damian, so naturally it can't be, obviously it can't be a 2-3 year Batman. But then I'm just kind of going like, oh, what if they do a time jump, something like that? It was like, if they were to actually incorporate Robert Pattinson's Batman, there would have to be a time jump. And it's like, oh yeah, when you watch the Batman, that's like prequels. And then you get, they would have to do something like that. And I'm like, would they actually try to attempt to do that just to save some money on like some stuff? I'm like, wouldn't put it past them, but I wouldn't want them to do it. But I was just like, the only way that they could really incorporate Pattinson's Batman into this new DCU would be that they would have to time jump and be like, oh yeah, what you see with the Batman movies, that's all, prequels to this right here. They would have to literally do something like that to even incorporate him into this new world.
We've even seen this conversation happen before too. Like Warner Brothers is pretty keen on trying to integrate previous stuff into current stuff. I mean, case in point, they tried to bring in Nolan's Batman for Batman v Superman before they decided to have Ben Affleck take on the role. So this is not the first time these conversations have been had. And it's perfectly plausible that the studio would want to build off of something pre-established as opposed to taking a swing with something new. It's not surprising. Okay,
so this is a good way to go into. Yeah, how dare you?
How dare you?
Yeah. Next time you do it, you're out. I'm just kidding. No, but that's a good way to lead into like the set photos that showed up this week when it came to we get some more. We get some more data. All right, I mean, obviously I've talked about it on Film Junkie Live, but I mean, my 2 cents on obviously like. When it comes to what I've seen in the set photos in the past 2 weeks, I'm getting some Superman the Animated Series vibes, which I like. Corn Sweat, I think, is going to nail it as Superman, even though the costume might not be what I like. But, I mean, that's the weakest part of this whole thing is costumes. The costumes have been the weakest thing when it comes to like these set photos. Is the fact that it's like, all right, the costumes don't look all that great. I mean, I think Mr. Terrific probably is like the best one because it seems like he's just ripped straight out of the comic book. But his costume is very much like, oh, it's this. It's very much that type of costume that is corporate sponsored. It's a leather jacket. It's this, that, and this. The Superman costume has gotten. I mean, with the set photos, there's been shots where I go, he looks good right there. But overall, I think Corn Sweat's going to nail it as Superman. Now, when it comes to now that we have Guy Gardner and she's playing Kendra, right?
Hawkgirl,
yeah. And seeing their costumes when everybody first saw them, I was like, what? But then it was like, oh, it kind of like when I saw it, I went, oh wow, what the fuck? I went, really? We're not. And then all of a sudden, it like really, shortly after, I'm like, oh wait a minute, they're wearing like terrific kind of costumes. I went, okay, I get it, but
I remember, I think it was RG on our stream. We were going over the photos, and he said, Green Lantern could have used some green on his uniform.
Oh yeah, there's not a lot of green in the Green Lantern uniform. But at the same time, I'm going, yeah, the costumes are ugly, but the context of the fact that it's Max Lord corporate sponsoring these superheroes and giving them the costumes, I went, all right, with that context, I go, okay, now I can understand it, even though I don't think that they look good. But fucking hell, are we in agreement here? Like the bowl cut actually kind of works on Nathan Fillion? I didn't think it was going to work. It kind of works, right? Anybody?
It doesn't look any worse than it normally does.
I mean, you're supposed to want to punch a guy in the face, and I still want to punch a guy in the face.
He looks like you want to punch him in the face, right? Come on. I mean, Nathan Fillion, with that bowl cut, you just kind of go like, you look like an asshole. And I'm going, that works. I mean, I'm not saying that like Nathan Fillion should just like rock that look all the time. I'm just saying that like, I thought the bowl cut was going to be more ridiculous, but they kind of made it work. But at the same time, I'm like, he looks like a fucking douchebag. And
The
I'm like,
bowl cut
that's
is the least ridiculous thing about his look.
of course it is. Of course it is. But at the same time, like Phil, like when it comes to the context of the fact that it's Max Lord that is sponsoring them and created their costumes, is there any kind of like intrigue when it comes to that aspect of it? It was like, oh, okay, so we got these, it's almost like The Boys a little bit.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah, it's like a little element of The Boys where now we're bringing that into a DC movie. And to me, I'm intrigued by that because like ever since The Boys came about, I was like, oh man, imagine this if this was DC or Marvel. Now we're kind of getting an element of that, at least in this movie. Is that not like intriguing, like a little bit?
Yes and no. I think more so because like I think James, if that is the approach, and it seems like it probably is, I think James Gunn's looking at the very least, he's looking at the landscape as it is right now, and he's looking at what is working, what is not working. And I feel like if you look at The Boys, that has absolutely been working for the last 4 seasons of these corporate sponsored douchebag superheroes that, treat everyday people like, they're fans. And I feel like, you have a character like Guy Gardner. He absolutely fits that bill. Shitty costume aside, yeah, I could absolutely see like that playing into it a little bit. As for Mr. Terrific and Hawkgirl, I honestly think their costumes look the best of the 4, personally.
Oh, yeah.
But like, even her helmet's spot on, like straight out of Justice League Unlimited, the TV show. But, having Lord Industries be a part of it is very Justice League International. It's very much that J.M. DeMatteis run, from what I can tell. And if it means I get to watch, whoever gets cast as Batman punch Nathan Fillion in the face somewhere down the line, okay, then I win. It's a W for me. It's a W. But as it stands right now, his suit looks not good.
No.
Like, I'd come back from my break on Wednesday morning, and I had, like, right before I went back to starting work, I just pulled up my phone out of happenstance, and I just pulled up Instagram, and I was just like, oh, okay, I'll scroll for a little bit before I get back to work. And that is literally the first thing I saw, and I audibly went, what the fuck is this? It was like,
oh yeah, I think a lot of people thought that.
What how can you get Superman so like, okay, he looks like Superman. Mr. Terrific looks terrific. Then I saw Hawkgirl up in the air hanging by a wire. I was like, okay, that they're CGIing the wings. That makes sense. And then I just looked at Fillion and I was like, holy shit, the only thing that works is the fucking bowl cut. Everything else looks terrible. It's not great.
It's almost like they planned it. They're like, all right, if we they didn't plan it, but at the same time, I'm going like, wow, the bowl cut actually works. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, everybody's talking about the costumes. And yeah, there was a couple more shots that happened that were posted later that day of Isabella Merced, where she was just kind of like walking, and she had like her assistants like holding on to like an umbrella and stuff like that. And you actually see more of the costume, and it was like, you know what? It's actually not that bad. I mean, like you said, Phil, the helmet I thought was fine. She had her mace. She had and of course, like if she's hanging by cables, it looks ridiculous. But at the same time, you're going, well, there's going to be wings. Yeah, they're going to have wings. So it's like, and again, it is set photos for you guys. I mean, that's what I love about set photos. Anytime you see a set photo of something, especially something that's like this, I always love it because it always looks ridiculous. And then all of a sudden, when you see it on the big screen, I mean, maybe sometimes it doesn't translate, but I'm just like, I love it when you see like, oh yeah, I remember those set photos, and you see it on the big screen and you go, look at that. It's like it totally works.
They had that in Man of Steel with him in front of the bank vault. That was the first set photo, and and then they had that during the Smallville battle. That I had that moment where like, oh, this is the first look we got.
But you know what? You bring up a good point, Brad, because this is what I hate when it comes to fans that start comparing set photos. Like I've seen it even in group chats where they go like, we're seeing these set photos, and then all of a sudden they're like, they start posting like set photos like that specific one, and they with Justice League, and you see like these awesome set photos. You cannot, and fanboys and girls out there, please I beg you, do not compare set photos like these ones right here that are taken from some journalists with their iPhone. Do not compare that to behind the scenes set photos taken by a professional photographer like Clay Enos. Do not do that. I've been seeing that and I'm going, guys, what are you doing here? Because I mean, if you're going to compare like, a set photo for, of Corn Sweat Superman to that first shot of Cavill Superman, I mean, it's two distinct type of photos. And even when like there's like behind the scenes set photos of either BVS or Zack Snyder's Justice League, when you have Clay Enos that are taking with a specific camera and taking really good behind the scenes photos. I mean, I've seen this and I'm going, guys, what are you doing here? Because it's not the same. You can't do that. Like if you're going to compare a set photo to a set photo, compare the Cavill BVS photo where he's wearing the robe and it's open and you see the costume and the costume still looks good. Compare that to a set photo of Corn Sweat because yes, Cavill's costume looks far better. Yeah, do that. But if you're comparing like a professional photographer taking photos to these like journalists, from an iPhone, you can't do that. And I'm seeing fans do that. I'm like, I just rub my eyes going, you guys aren't doing this right. This is, if you're trying to make a point of what's better, you're doing a terrible job with it. And this is why you're getting dive bombed by a bunch of people online because you're not thinking, you're just thinking emotionally. Stop doing that, please.
Well, it's not even just emotionally. They're doing it. I think a lot of them are just doing it to get the clicks and get the discourse online.
Well, and it's also like, it's our time. It's our time. We were defending our shit like, the past few years. Now it's our time to like talk shit. I'm like, did we not learn anything from what we were trying to accomplish in the last few years? It's like, come on,
funny
guys.
you mention that because someone sent me something of a mutual of mine that like gave an A-OK to someone on the set of this Superman movie who apparently showed up to the set of this Superman movie in a Man of Steel costume and said something to the effect of like, neener, mine looks better. And I'm just like, to your point, did we not learn a fucking thing?
I saw that too.
And I was like, the mutual then said fucking boss move or some shit like that. And I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
I saw that too, man. I saw it too.
I was so disappointed. I was just like, way to go. You are making us look fantastic by feeding into that toxic nonsense. Good job.
This is the thing. I'm like, and this is what I love having you here, Phil, because you're not a big James Gunn fan. You're always pretty good at even though you don't like the guy that much and
I don't like his movies. I don't know the guy personally. I just don't like two of his movies.
Yeah.
So,
but you've like when it comes to like panels, I mean, Brad's kind of like, he's kind of in that ballpark too a little bit. But I mean, like at the same time, it's just like you express what you don't like, but you're not obsessing over it on social media so much and then making these crazy comparisons. And I saw that little photo shoot too, where it's like somebody showed up in a Man of Steel costume and it was like, mine's better and blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, what are we doing here? This is not, I mean, one of the things like when it came to defending Zack and trying to get the Snyder Cut out was like, hey, like what you like. If you don't like this, let's not do that. But I mean, I've seen mutuals, friends, people that I've like talked to many times and maybe even like physically been around where they're posting things where I'm going, I was like, all right, you made it sound like you understood what was happening in the last few years, but now you're on this side of it and now you're acting like what we were trying to fight off before. And you are now saying shit and alluding to things that are absolutely worse than I've had to mute people, friends, because they are obsessing over the set photos and everything so much. I've had to mute them because I can't. I'm like, I can't. And like I'm about to like grill you. I'm about to like grill the shit out of you because I almost want to send you a direct message of like, what the fuck have you not learned in the past few years of defending Zack? Now you were just doing the complete opposite when it comes to this. And it's just like, this is not, you are giving our fandom, the Snyder fandom, a bad name of like, because you are saying these certain things. It's not the way to approach it. Like, you can express how much you dislike this. And I get it. I have dislikes myself. Like I said, the vibe I'm getting from all this stuff, I'm getting this kind of vibe that I like, which is Superman the Animated Series a little bit. Am I liking the costumes? No, I don't. I think the costumes have been subpar when it comes to all this and some of the things. And I'm like, but at the same time, it's like when they go so hard and go really hard, I'm like,
well,
it's one thing to make like a cheeky joke. Because that's what I do. I do make
jokes. Jokes are fine. Jokes are fine.
But when you make it a whole online personality and you make it just a campaign, or you make it, just a daily thing, when you hone in on it, you want to be mad about it. You want to fucking, cry and defoul James Gunn 10 ways to Sunday because he's doing his own thing with Superman, because he's not continuing with Henry Cavill. That's your business. But at the same time, there's probably going to be a lot of people who are looking at you going, damn, you're a miserable son of a bitch, aren't you?
It comes down to like, it's like you said, did we learn anything? Some of us did. But the ones who haven't are acting like they're entitled to something that, no, that this doesn't give you entitlement to something. You're allowed to like what you like. You're allowed to don't like what you don't like, but nothing says that you are owed anything and they owe you a thing.
Oh, dude, I've said that so many times, like in the past couple of years, where it's like, when people say like, I've said that and I've gotten dive bombed about it too. I'm like, when people are like thinking that Warner Brothers, owes you something because of what they did to Zack, and I'm like, no, they don't owe you anything. It's like I just go like, you know what? They don't owe you anything because, we still all paid for the stuff. And it's like, it's like they try to put out a product that they thought was going to be what you wanted, and it wasn't that. I mean, that's what happens when it comes to this stuff. It's like they're going to put out a product in hopes that it's like, oh yeah, this is supposed to be a thing. And it's never, it's not like it's going to be the right decision, like, especially for us fans who are, fans of Zack and what he was doing. It's like, yeah, we wanted a certain thing, but I never thought like, oh yeah, Warner Brothers owes me like Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 and like all this other stuff. There are fans out there that are just like straight up just go like, they owe us this. And I'm like, no, they don't. And, it's like, they don't do that. I mean, that's the thing. It's just, I don't know, when I see fans that feel like they're like entitled, they get very entitled and they're like, I'm owed this. And that's why, when you see certain like campaigns where it's like, oh, well, maybe it'll be achieved because of this. I'm like, you're not even thinking about the people involved. And that's what I keep like when I interact sometimes with some of these people, I'm like, what are you thinking? Like, what's going to happen if, like, say this goes over to Netflix or something like that? Do you think like Zack's going to drop everything he's going to do, everything he's doing? Do you think like Cavill's going to drop everything he's doing? Ben Affleck's going to drop everything he's doing just to make like these two gigantic like Justice League movies over here because that's what you want? It's like, you're not thinking logically right now. It's like, no, that whole thing is over.
Well, this is the upshot with well, of course, the Guy Gardner set photos, because nobody's going to be pissing in the wind like, oh, it's not my Guy Gardner. So that's, I guess, the advantage of putting him in the movie.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing. And I saw so many people go like, they're like, I'm sorry for the 10 fans of Guy Gardner.
If that,
I wanted Warrior. All right, I didn't want this Green Lantern. I wanted Warrior Guy Gardner.
I saw a fan theory kind of, because there's also like the one photo of like somebody like bringing like a squirrel or something on set that's supposed to be one of the alien Green Lanterns. And I saw this one theory circulate that Gunn is basically going to do what he did with the Suicide Squad. It was like, oh, Guy Gardner's in this for like 10 minutes, then he gets killed, and then that's going to be the main Green Lantern.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, do we know how much like Guy Gardner's actually going to be in there? I mean, he is the douchiest of the douchery ones of this. Well, but at the same time, I still kind of hope he's going to be in Lanterns, because You know, why not?
Well,
I don't think he's gonna get killed, but you know,
I made this point many times on the sci-fi server too. It's like if you either I think there's the world's population now is like 8 billion people. If you interviewed every single person on this planet, not one of them will tell you the Guy Gardner is their favorite Green Lantern. Not
Okay,
one.
I'm gonna put a pin in that because the only people who like Guy Gardner are pasty, bald, white guys whose names probably start with J. Just saying.
Okay. Okay. Everybody other than
It's
that.
a very specific group there, Phil.
I know. They may or may not be affiliated with a certain. You know what? I'm gonna shut up before I say something I'm probably gonna regret later.
Quick question.
I don't think you would
so,
regret it. I think you'd still laugh about it.
I would, because I just like stirring that pot.
Yeah, I had a quick question. So since like I could be mistaken, the Green Lantern series was announced before we got the DCU slate, right? So
Correct.
So is there reason to believe that it may, like the Batman and Penguin series, could potentially be kind of part, or not part, but like also sort of like its own segment of the multiverse, or its own sort of like siloed thing where we may not see any crossover, just like we may not see any crossover with the Batman stuff.
When it was announced, it was a Green Lantern series because it was announced initially it was going to be like the one that those back when it was under the original regime, when Jeff Johns was running the show, and we all know how well that went.
It was actually announced after his tenure time. The show had Greg Berlanti as the EP and showrunner. It was going to be a second shot at Green Lantern. Seth Grahame-Smith was attached to it. Then it got reworked one more time. Yeah, Guy Gardner does suck.
Yes, he does suck.
He's the buffoon of the Green Lantern Corps. That's why people make fun of him. And anyone who likes him, I got nothing for him. Anyway, like when it comes to the Green Lantern, it got reworked 2 different times. It was still being made by Greg Berlanti. Then James Gunn and Peter Safran get named head of DC Studios, and then they reforge it into the Jon Stewart, Hal Jordan show that they were doing. Mind you, when they reforged it into that, Mark Guggenheim and Greg Berlanti were well into filming it with Finn Wittrock as Guy Gardner and a couple other people. Like they were doing like an anthology-ish type of series with it. They were going to do like different episodes in different time periods. But once James Gunn and Peter Safran came aboard, they completely reworked it into Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart, and they effectively let Greg Berlanti and Mark Guggenheim to the door, which is also the second time Greg Berlanti got screwed out of working on Green Lantern. The first time was the movie.
God, Green Lantern's just cursed, it seems. That's what it feels like. I mean, yeah, because like when the original series was going to be coming about, I remember I was hearing, because I heard that, it was supposed to be like, it was going to be about all the other Green Lanterns except for Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. There was going to be a presence, but they were actually not going to be there. But there was going to be like this crazy in the cosmos, there was going to be like this battle that was going to be happening. Then we were going to see them too. And then Jon Stewart and another Green Lantern were going to be exiled, or like basically when all this stuff happens, they were going to be like sent to whatever happens, where they were going to land on this planet and their rings were going to be like not energized. So they were stranded. So there was going to be like an element of that when it came to the movie, and Hal Jordan was going to be looking for John, and it was going to be, and it sounded cool. Cool, but yeah, now it's going to be it's going to be different, but I still think the series is going to probably be like, because there should be a time jump of like, there's so much mythos when it comes to Green Lantern.
Is there any particular reason why all the coolest sounding DC movie and TV show ideas are the ones that don't get made?
Yeah, I know, right? It always seems like that's the case. But we got to get somebody. I mean, speaking of, Mark Guggenheim, we got somebody who actually interviewed him recently. We got Mr. Andy right here. What's happening, man?
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Oh, we're just talking about
how excited we all are for Guy Gardner.
He's spinning right now. Spinning.
It's ugly. I'm sure. No, it's not. It's not ugly. It's just not what I.
But can you be mad about it being ugly when he's supposed to look like a jackass?
Well, the hair is just. I mean, the hair is going to be ridiculous no matter what. But the thing.
But it works. Hey, it works for the character and works for Nathan Fillion's head.
It's the only thing that works.
I don't know if it works for his head because he has good hair. So I
think it works.
I resent that term, Andy.
We can all have our opinion. We can be subjective. It's all
agree to disagree.
Exactly what you just said. I was just surprised that Guy Gardner has a very simple costume in the comics. What the fuck is this then? So
it's Maxwell Lord. That's what
yeah. I mean,
Power Rangers Time Force. Sorry, what?
Yeah, there's that.
I don't know which season of that is. I just I have one good friend who's he's obsessed with Power Rangers, so he understood that reference. But I know the movie. I like the movie that came in 2017. I wanted more of that. I don't know the rest.
Yeah, I like that movie too.
Yeah,
I like the first two. I like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, and then I like Power Rangers Turbo. The new one, I can take or leave.
Whatever makes you happy.
Turbo wasn't all the original Power Rangers, the movie was good. It was like they upgraded it. I mean, they even upgraded the costumes.
Suits are really awesome in it. Yeah,
the suits were cool, man. I mean, it actually worked. But yeah, Turbo was. Yeah,
Turbo was where I kind of checked out for Power Rangers.
Turbo was very much like the TV show. It was TV show quality. So
sure,
yeah. But I mean, the original Power Rangers movie, they upgraded that. I remember watching it, going, "Oh wow, this feels very cinematic." Not very. Well, I was a kid when I saw it. I mean, obviously I'll watch it now.
Compared to the show, it's very cinematic.
Oh yeah, it's a total upgrade from the show. Yeah.
Chris, definitely. Where are you?
in a secret. No, I'm on vacation.
He's in witness protection. He witnessed a murder.
Did you get kidnapped with Paul as well?
No.
He's with Paul. Yeah.
I'm I'm thinking, where the fuck is his cool shit? I don't know. Well, what am I looking at? Is that a door behind you? What is going on?
Well, you know that us Americans were celebrating a holiday, so
Mm-hmm.
So he's on holiday, but he's taking the time to speak with us.
And to explain that holiday is that, of course, when we defeated the aliens, that's the holiday we're celebrating.
That's true. We won't go quietly into the night.
Damn right we didn't.
What was the topic we were discussing? I heard Green Lantern.
Yeah, we were talking.
Yeah, we moved on from that discussion. You missed it all.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're done.
We're talking about the set photos.
We're just talking about the set photos and the costumes, and I mean, obviously the costumes. I mean, oh yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, I'm like, this is the cutest thing ever.
Yeah. So today, set photos showed Corn Sweat the thing is, I mean, I think, and it doesn't shock me because, obviously when it comes to Gunn and Rocket Raccoon, it's and even what happened with Guardians 3, and I mean, let's face it, I got choked up when it came to some of the stuff when it came to Rocket's backstory. I mean, that's why I thought Guardians 3 worked. So obviously there's going to be animals in this one. And we already know that Crypto is going to be somewhere. Who knows what the fuck? But we saw earlier,
played by
Sean a dog. What?
Played by Sean Gunn in the blue motion.
Oh yeah. Everyone's pointing what? But he's supposed to be Crypto.
No, I'm kidding. I think that's metaphor. I think that's metaphor.
No. I made the joke because I was because everybody's making the joke that if they're doing mocap, it's going to be Sean Gunn. So I always I have that photo of Sean Gunn crouched down doing Rocket, and he's making a face. It's ridiculous. So I just
it'll be Andy Serkis.
Yeah, but obviously he's not doing that. But but then today there was a squirrel that Superman looks down to, and then everybody's thinking that I didn't even know this. This is how much I don't know. There's a squirrel Green Lantern.
Yeah.
There is, and this is what happens when you have a slow news day after the holiday. We're gonna latch onto something and create a story, and take Fandom and throw a bomb in it and just say boom. Let's see what happens.
I mean, it's guys, it might just be a squirrel that Superman just goes, "Oh, hey, little guy," and he's just it's Superman.
He's saving squirrels and trees now.
Or it's just a squirrel that just happens to be there. It means absolutely nothing.
He's not wearing a lantern costume.
No, actually, that's the one who's going to kill Guy Gardner. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, because I met Andy before you came on. I mentioned there's a fan theory I've seen floating around that Guy Gardner is in. It's like the Suicide Squad. He's in for 10 minutes. He gets killed off, and then that squirrel becomes the main Green Lantern of the movie.
Mm-hmm. Actually, a yellow lantern. It'll really tick off the fandom.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Chip, right? Chip with no eye.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like, I mean, if that does happen, I will just laugh and be like, "Oh my god, he actually did that." But at the same time, I'm just going. It seems like what Gunn is trying to portray when it comes to Superman. It's just I mean, one of the best set photos or set video actually, going back to like the whole fact that these other superheroes are corporate sponsored, is the fact that there was a video where you had Terrific, Guy Gardner, and Hawkgirl walking, and there's a group of people, and nobody cared. Nobody cared about them, but then all these kids start running up to Superman, and he's lifting them up and stuff like that. I'm like, there you go. I love that. I love the fact that nobody gives a shit about these guys because they're probably like, there's probably a narrative of like, oh, these heroes are just all full of themselves and this, that, and this. And then you got Superman, who is totally individual, and he's all like, this is me. I'm Superman. I'm not part of this. And then you have these kids running up, and it was just cool to see, like, even, the way that they shot it. It's like Corn Sweat's like lifting them up and smiling and stuff. I'm going, all right, this is something with Superman that we have not seen before, which I'm like, sweet.
And then Jimmy Olsen runs out of the shrubs and goes, "Let me get a picture, Superman." And David Corn Sweat Superman goes, "Gee, go Williker, Jimmy, here you go."
Yeah, why didn't Zack Snyder do that? Why didn't he put any?
Why didn't Zack Snyder make a movie about Superman inspiring a jaded hero to come back from out of the darkness? He never did that.
No,
but
no one's bitter here at all.
But at the same time, I mean, the shot of like when Superman rescues that child in Mexico City and that whole thing, and then when he like puts her down and then everybody starts reaching for him, that's the way Zack Snyder portrays something like that.
But that was his Dark Lord Edge.
But it's so fucking good. That's the thing.
I heard the word edgelord.
Do not raise your voice. I was being sarcastic.
I know.
Don't raise your voice at me. Don't make me go.
I wanted to fight you. I wanted to fight you.
Meanwhile,
I bet you wanted to.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the fence, Taika Waititi has Chris Hemsworth holding up a bunny and shooting electric current out of it.
Good God, yeah.
What movie is that?
Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah, it's so bad.
That was.
Oh man, I remember when you did your review of it. It was like you get like 10 seconds into it, and it's like, what did I think of it? Oh, you saw my reaction in the car. What the fuck was this? That made me laugh really hard, man.
What the fuck is this?
I've only watched it once. I forgot.
And that's all you need.
Once was enough.
Dude, yeah. I can't even try to watch that movie again.
I regret.
Unless there's a director's cut, I will not watch that movie again.
But didn't he say that he hates director's cut?
Yeah,
and that's why.
Who's being better now?
I feel so bad I brought this movie up because now we're talking about it.
I know.
Remember when he was in Green Lantern?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
He
was.
Tom Kalmaku in the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern. Yeah.
He can barely act.
He can barely direct too.
That's very true.
That's the thing. Is like I love Free Guy so much, but man, with Taka in there, I'm like he plays a big douche, which is fitting for him, I guess. But it's like that's the only thing that I remember when I rewatched it, and I was watching with somebody, and then like I was going, this is the only thing I hate about this movie is the fact that he's so over the top and ridiculous. But I'm like, that's what they were going for. But I like Free Guy. I think it's a great movie. But yeah, Taka, I'm like, anytime he's on screen and saying,
which is weird about him in Green Lantern because he's actually fairly reserved in that movie.
Oh yeah, that was before he was actually something. Now that he was like a
bitch little nerd going like, I don't believe you, Hal. He was so annoying. But I'm excited for Green Lanterns in the DC universe, though. Like, I'm way more excited about that. This Guy Gardner was just, I wasn't prepared, and I'm like, that's barely Ginger. And I'm kind of curious, like, wait, where are all these people who always get so offended when black people get cast as ginger characters? And now they're completely quiet. They're like, oh, so they prefer a fake ass wig that looks cheap because it does not look good. I thought it was blonde. I thought like Nathan Fillion is blonde. That's Guy Gardner.
I thought it actually worked. To be honest, I thought it
works to the extent that the Guy Gardner look can work.
Yeah, I mean, you can't make a. I mean, if you're gonna make we got to remember the last time a bowl cut actually worked was Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah,
did it ever work though? Even back then,
that's the point. It's supposed to look ridiculous,
so it doesn't work.
It works for the context of the character.
It works because it doesn't work.
It's in a movie called Dumb and Dumber, so it works for that purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it works.
Guys, I gotta head on out.
Okay.
All right,
Y'all
man.
have a good weekend. Appreciate it.
Tell that Hawkgirl to say hi.
Will do.
Yes.
Later, Chris.
See you.
All right, Chris,
Bye.
take it easy, and we're gonna replace Chris with William.
Oh.
Hi,
so now that he's here, let's talk about that feral kid theory that I've posited, or
I mean, could it be
that Mad Max?
Could it be any dumber than me seeing Guy Gardner on the big screen? I think it's about equal.
It's such a bad. I'm sorry, Dave. The look does not work.
How does it not work when he looks ridiculous in the first place?
I don't think I don't think he looks ridiculous.
How does he not look ridiculous? Oh my! He's got like the
it works because it's supposed to not work. So
yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke with a lantern
with a big collar. It like Guy Gardner's look has always looked ridiculous. That's
the concept of the character has been ridiculous, along with Nort. This is what you knew when it was time to put down either Green Lantern or whatever comic. When you saw Nort and Guy Gardner taking over, that was like a bookmark telling you, "All right, let's move on to something else." You know,
who's Nort?
Nort. He's the dog Green Lantern. He looks like a dog.
Yeah.
Oh. He wears the lantern. He if you've seen Guy Gardner in a Green Lantern comic book, you've seen him. He's as useless as Guy Gardner ever has been. So yeah.
Yeah.
So now my lifelong dream was seeing a Green Lantern. So before I get to the lanterns, I get not the first time I wanted to see a lantern in DCU, but like I said, as long as just get me the lanterns, just get me.
Okay, but at the same time, it's like if you're taking in the context of these corporate sponsored superheroes, I mean, isn't Guy Gardner like the perfect one to be like? Oh yeah.
He does the night of it. Like,
see, at the same time, I'm like, when it comes to Hawkgirl, I'm like, what is your deal? Why are you part of this? You know,
young and naive.
Because she doesn't have a reputation for being, an a-hole. So.
Yeah. So that's what I'm like. That's when I was seeing all this, I'm like, yeah, Guy Gardner, I could see why like he would totally be about this, but her, Kendra, huh? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what I mean, what is your deal?
She's young and naive.
It's a government contract, so it pretty much they're not going to have much of a choice if they want to operate. That's how the story read out back in when Maxwell Lord was doing all this way back when. It's pretty much it's pretty much like this is how these are the rules of the game. If you want to play, put this on type of situation.
See, that's what intrigues me is like, all right, so
it feels like The Boys almost like
that's what I was getting at.
This is like like Maxwell Lord is Darren Barrish and Madeline Stillwell, and this is Vault basically.
Exactly.
Well, y'all are kind of jogging my memory a little bit, like with the kind of like the buzz around the Suicide Squad coming out, like. We were introduced to all these actors and like this huge cast of folks that would be presented in the movie, and then just they were wiped off the face of the screen in one foul swoop. So I'm just like I'm a little hesitant to get attached to some of these characters as much as the prospect of a Hawkgirl on screen is like me personally I'm really jazzed about, but I don't know if like that same sort of effect with the Suicide Squad would happen, where these characters, as cool as like they may be on screen, or lack or not as cool. I don't know like how much time they may realistically have based off of what we have seen his,
Well,
pattern of
those are
behavior.
throwaway characters. So like what he kills in, those are pretty much throwaway characters. I don't know, even though Guy Gardner's to me is trash, I don't think DC will throw him away in the same way they would, Captain Boomerang the second time around, or Weasel, or any of those kind of games, because they killed those guys before the credits were even up.
Weasel's technically alive.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
He's going to be in the animated series too, right?
Yeah, he's going to be in Creature
Creature
Commandos. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, I mean, that's the thing, though. It's like, I mean, when it comes to Gunn, I mean, Gunn is like, I mean, with the extensive knowledge that he has, and I think the certain type of books that he grew up with, I mean, he's very much trying to tap into that. I mean, that's why, like, I mean, I talked about the whole, like, the thing when it comes to the Terrifics and the conglomerate, when it comes to DC comic books, is the fact that it's like, oh yeah, like the conglomerate, they all wore leather jackets, and the Terrifics all had similar costumes. Huh?
It's a conglomerate. That's a hard. The second word you just said there. Is that
conglomerate? Yeah, the conglomerate. It was like another group that was formed, and they all wear leather jackets and stuff like that. They're all corporate sponsored. So it's like, oh, okay. And they were like rivals to like the Justice. I think it was in the Justice League International books.
Oh.
Yeah,
So,
and once you mentioned that, I was like, William was just
threw up in my mouth.
Oh, I'm sure. And I'm like, yeah, there's no doubt about it. But I'm saying, like, this is the approach that he's like going, all right, if you're gonna do something new when it comes to a Superman, and this is what I do like, and what intrigues me about it is the fact that it's like you have a Superman who's like 2-3 years in, he's still trying to find his place in the world, and the world sadly is just all about like these superheroes, but then sadly you got the capitalism aspect of it, where it's like, oh, okay, well, now we got to like sponsor these heroes, which we've seen before. I mean, this goes all the way back to
Mystery Man.
Yes, thank you.
With having all
the
corporate sponsors on, and he
it's
like, I want my teeth to look amazing.
Yes, exactly. If you haven't watched Mystery Men, they approach this idea big time.
A lot of people did not watch Mystery Men.
They didn't, but it became a cult classic. It became a cult classic. And
Mystery Men it's based on the Flaming Carrot comics, and basically it's kind of the idea of like basically like fanboys like kind of creating like these made up powers, and like Ben Stiller's he gets angry and that's his power, and really it's his power, and or like the Blue Raja I think is my favorite, because he wears
Pee Wee Herman.
He was the spleen, which I mean, that's the toilet humor with him, but the Blue Raja was my favorite.
Blue Raja was Hank Azaria.
Yeah, he's the guy who throws the forks at people.
Yeah,
and or William H. Macy is God gave me a gift. I shovel well. I shovel very well.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous, and the actual superhero. I mean, it's
he's
more
of a celebrity than he is. Yeah.
Lip. So basically, Frank had powers in another universe.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there was like, I mean, when it came to Mystery Men, I mean, like the main superhero, I forgot what his superhero name was.
Captain Amazing, and the
Captain Amazing. I mean, literally, his name is Captain Amazing, and he wears like a suit that James Gunn would totally be about, because it has leather and it's loose, but it's got a bunch of like, it's like he looks like a NASCAR. He looks like a NASCAR driver, because he's got all these like logos on him, because he's corporate sponsored.
When then he leaves, when he saves like the nursing home, he leaves in a limo with his like his press agent, and he's saying, it's like, oh, but is this your best? Like my public stock is dropping, and the idea with him is that he's more of a celebrity than he is a superhero. And you contrast that with the Mystery Men, who are these basically these fanboys, like they have these homemade powers and backstories, and they're going up against this villain who wants to wipe out the city, and it definitely plays on the kind of the corporate aspect of that with Captain Amazing, and he's when they pull back the curtain on him, yeah, it is sort of like a pre-boys thing where he's very self-absorbed and he's more about his public image. He breaks the villain of the movie. He breaks him out of prison because he's being told
he
like
wants to have like a good fight with him again.
Yeah. He's being told like you take out the bad guys too easy. I can't market you anymore. So he breaks out his old villain so that he can have like a big showdown, like just reinvigorate public interest in him, and then it backfires on him because he gets kidnapped.
Yeah. So then all these like crazy superheroes try to rescue him, and it's a ridiculous movie. And yeah, people didn't watch it when it first came out, but it was like it became a cult classic because I remember like in the early 2000s, me and my friends would watch it. We were just like, hey, let's get drunk and watch Mystery Man. It was just because it's a funny movie. Watch it.
Well, it came out before superhero movies were really a thing. That was why it bombed.
Yeah. It was like in the because it was like 1999.
It was 99.
It was like right before X-Men came out.
Yeah.
It was like right before that, before the fucking before the superhero boom started with X-Men and Spider-Man. Yeah. That's when it came out, and
it was like, what are you spoofing during that period?
Yeah. So it's a great movie. Everybody should go back.
It was not the best comic movie since The Dark Knight.
No, it definitely was. Yeah.
It was the best one before The Dark Knight. We can all agree on that.
No.
Exactly.
So Green Lantern Squirrel is what we can clearly look forward to.
No, we're not going to get that.
I don't. It looked at you like talking to it. And I'm kind of like,
it's just Superman being okay. So Superman's just like this is again. What Gunn is emphasizing is just a Superman that just like loves kind of everybody. I think that's what's going to be the emphasis is like the fact that it's like a Superman and it's just very welcoming. He loves animals. I think it's just going to be that. If they go fucking, I didn't even know about this character to be honest. And then when I was going, oh man, if they do this, that's just going to get really too ridiculous. But at the same time, I'm like, I wouldn't put it past Gunn. I would not put it past Gunn.
Now we just need a cat in a tree, and then
that's happening.
Oh, if they do that, I am gonna. Oh man, I'm so.
Why? What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
I'm so over that. I'm so over the whole like he has to say.
How many times have you seen that on live?
I'm tired of hearing about. It's like we can't have a Superman movie unless he saves a cat out of a damn tree.
But when was the last time we actually saw that?
Yeah, we saw it one time, and that's all we hear about every time a new Superman movie comes out. It's like, how many cats is he going to pull out of trees?
But it's synonymous with Superman. Even Zack put it in BVS when he had Bruce go like, anytime your hero saves a cat out of a tree, you write a puff piece about it. It's synonymous with Superman.
Yeah, but I don't need to see it. It's
all about how you present it.
Okay.
Have you watched? Okay, Brad, have you seen My Adventures with Superman?
I've seen a bit of it.
Okay, there's an episode where Superman saves a cat out of a tree, and he's not even Superman when he does it. He's Clark Kent as a
you have
as a
to
child.
Be creative when it comes to that.
Right.
That's the thing. That's the way I look at it.
I was just going to quickly say, so I'm thinking of the original, I guess, teaser poster or whatever, where we see the suit, it looks like battle worn and
the promo,
the promo.
Are you talking about the S shield?
The promo.
No, he's talking about where she was sitting.
Okay.
When he's
putting on his boots and stuff. So I'm thinking like based off of what y'all are saying, where like he might be a goody two shoes. I'm thinking like maybe he hasn't yet had that reality check that he'll be confronted with. And I'm trying not to have too many expectations or speculate too much, but
you know what?
Y'all are kind of like, getting my gears spinning by thinking like he will.
It's because we're crazy, Rhea. Have you not learned that yet? Like, we analyze everything.
It's hard not to like,
we're talking about
have some sort of,
squirrel.
like speculative
squirrel.
Yeah. But yeah, like that's basically my point is that like, yeah, he'll do like, some cheesy, like I said, just like very syrupy sort of like, just he's like too nice, too perfect. But then having been confronted by the harsh capitalistic reality of what super folk have been made to being sort of like lose track of like their not their purpose, but more of just like some sort of like sense of urgency and duty to protect others, like that's kind of been lost. And so maybe he'll like have that impact on on these like, you know, corporate super folk. But I don't know. I'm just like, you know, kind of like throwing spaghetti at the wall because based off of that poster, I'm thinking like he does kind of, you know, he does sort of like transcend his mindset a little bit.
You bring up a good point where it's like maybe we're going to see that aspect of like you have the Superman. It's just very just optimistic, very happy. And I mean, like, you know, and when he sees like a squirrel, he's just like, hey, there, little guy, and blah, 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 this. But he's going to have like that. He's going to have that day where it's like things are just shit. And then he's talking to Guy Gardner and is like, fuck this guy. Be more shit.
Yeah. All it takes is one bad day.
That's the thing. And it's just going to be like one of those. So maybe that's what Gunn was trying to emphasize in that promo, that we're all just kind of going, what is this? Where he's just kind of going like, why am I even doing this? Because I don't know. Maybe we're going to get that. I mean, we got that even with what Snyder was doing in Superman, you know, and I love that scene with him and his mom, where it's just like, she just basically goes like, hey, you know, do what you got to do. You'll either save everybody or don't. You know, you do you. It's a kind of like a you do you kind of thing. And maybe that's what he was trying to emphasize. I don't know. We're just like now, but this time, you know, because Snyder was very much trying to base it in as much of like grounded as he possibly could. And I thought he did a fantastic job with that. But now it's like Gunn's going to be like, all right, we got to make it more fantastical. And I'm going to make it more like how the happy-go-lucky, hopeful, like big-time hopeful Superman. Yeah. So he's going to talk to animals. He's going to save animals. He's going to do all this stuff. But then at the same time, he's going to also get tested by these other heroes. And at the same time, he's going to be like, you know, really just go, fuck. You know, it's like, I'm doing all this stuff. And it's like, it doesn't seem like it's making like a difference, similar to what Zack was emphasizing, but in a more reality sense. Gunn's not going to do it in a more reality sense. He's going to do it more of a, hey, this is a comic book thing. Let's like emphasize that a little bit.
Well, but like I going back to the cat in the tree thing. It's kind of like when I say that, it's kind of like when Phil makes the point. Like I don't want to hear Lex Luthor exclaim like Miss Tessmacher.
Yeah. Like, we're not gonna get that. Well, maybe
basically you don't want Superman 78 a remake, basically, which is I think that's I don't want it either. Like, I don't want this to like be Superman 1978, but for 20.
I don't think Gunn's going to do that. I think there's going to be some hint. There's going to be some feel of it, but he's not going to like try to do that, even though like that's what he loves. When I hear Gunn talk about and even see like what he's made, you know, I think he goes similar in the sense of like any filmmaker. They just kind of go like, hey, this is what I grew up with, but now I want to put my own spin on it, to be honest. So, and yeah, I mean, Jose even said in the chat, he goes, Gunn even didn't like Hackman's.
Neither did I.
Yeah. He's like, I didn't really, even though that Superman is like one of his all-time favorite movies, he didn't really like what, Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor. So he's going to have his own style with this whole thing. Are we all going to like it? No, we're not going to like every little thing. I mean, that's the thing. But some people make it sound like he's like going to fucking cause cancer to people who watches it.
You know who I really would like to see get like the modern spin as like a Superman villain, or I would, and this is definitely going to be a hot take, and I have written an article about this, so hear me out on this. I know. Yeah, William's probably going to be interrogating me later about this, but you know who I would really love to see like get like some modern redemption. And Superman and Lois could do this, I think, very well. But I've always wanted to see like a modern take on Nuclear Man.
Oh, okay.
All right,
yeah.
Hold up. Time out.
I do it.
That was very controversial.
Are not reflected of the entire body. I mean, right now he's just Brad Curran. He's not. We're not a unit right now. That's just him.
Yeah.
What's so controversial about that? Like that, I thought he was.
Listen, I understand. I fully understand. Quest for Peace is horrible. All right. But like
better than 3. I say it's better.
Yeah.
Than
no,
3.
I agree.
That's not saying a lot.
It is saying a lot. No. Actually, no. Fuck that. It is saying a lot. Okay, because 3, it's like no 3. Anybody tells
3 was a Richard Pryor movie.
Yeah.
With Superman. Yeah.
And Bizarro.
With discount Bizarro and discount Lex Luthor and discount Brainiac. But Nuclear Man.
Who was Brainiac in that story?
The supercomputer who like turns into the Robo Woman at the end.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be Brainiac? Ew.
That's always in my inference. And they originally wanted to have like a version of Brainiac in it, and they couldn't. So they said, okay, we'll just like do this like half-ass supercomputer thing, and that's like the equivalent to Brainiac for the 80s. But Nuclear Man conceptually, I don't think is a bad villain, because the idea of like a Superman clone born out of the sun. Okay, it's like they've worked him into the comics. Okay. That is fact. They have worked him into the comics. Okay,
It doesn't make it good.
I'm about to say that is not a qualifier. I can give you tons of shit that have been worked in the comics that really need to be burned.
He has the fact that he has like Superman's powers plus like a nuclear spin on it. It's like he's a character who is like, he could be salvageable if you like put him in better writing or in a better environment.
I agree with Brad. I think Simulator was not that good of a movie either. But like, I think that today, especially with the way nuclear plays into politics, I think that could, if it's handled well, he could be, obviously not what we had all those years ago, but like a reimagination. Like, it's like, y'all, it's not that y'all don't get so triggered about this. I thought he was gonna say something way worse, but like, this is fine. This is fine.
No, well, and because that's why I say it's conceptually not a bad idea, because that's Christopher Reeve. The only reason he came back for 4 is because they said, okay, you can write the story for it, and his idea was Superman tackling nuclear disarmament. So that's where they came up with the idea of like taking Bizarro and kind of like doing like a nuclear themed spin on him. And that's why I've always felt like, he's a good idea put into a bad movie with a bad like everything around him. But it's like, if you put him into something with better writing, like Superman and Lois, and with more consistency and with better effects and with better everything, then he could have some potential.
Yeah.
And weird thing too, I don't know if I mentioned this on the show with William, but mentioning Superman 4, I remember the first time I saw BVS. In my mind, this is the weirdest angle you could possibly take to praise BVS on, but I realized, like, watching it, it's like it's tackling like similar themes of like Superman, like, at what point, where does he draw the line for like getting involved with like international conflicts and things of that nature, and at what point does he become a dictator, or what point does the world stop trusting him? And in the theater, I'm going, this is like Superman 4, but in a good way.
No, yeah, you do bring up a good point when it comes to that, because it's like, yeah, there is elements in there, but of course they weren't executed.
They Madam Web that.
No, it was a Cold War themed movie that didn't even work in the Cold War when it was released.
I didn't say it did. I said there's components of it you could like take. And...
Nothing.
What Brad is saying, and I'm defending him, is the fact that it's like the concepts of what they were trying to articulate, were there, but they didn't execute them well at all. That's the thing.
Ugh.
Yeah, Brad, don't mind William. You did not say something controversial. That was not. I thought you were gonna say something like,
no, because it was all about Superman like taking on like the whole. I mean, that's the thing. It was like it was showing Superman being like, hey, when it comes to all the world's shit, it's like, hey, what are we doing here, kind of thing. No, I get what Brad was saying.
Well, and listen, I'm well aware. Like it's not structured well. It's full of plot holes. I mean, like the whole way Nuclear Man is created, when Lex like gets the hold of the hair. And it's like, the hair.
I should have walked out then. That was my walkout, get my money back moment.
Well, it's like the hair is strong enough to hold up that giant ball, then how was he able to cut it? As everybody's pointed out.
But I remember watching Superman 4 way more than Superman 3, because it was like Superman 3. I don't even know.
Horrible. It's
I was like, I consider that the least favorite.
Oh, hell yeah.
Of the original 4.
It's a tie for me. 3 and 4 are neck and neck.
It's not a tie.
Coming down the stretch, man.
I get what they were doing, but it was like that was like a huge slap in the face to the Superman franchise of like, oh yeah, Richard Pryor, he's like
Richard Pryor,
the biggest
drunk
comedian,
with a giant cowboy hat, and
but it was like you guys are just making a Richard Pryor movie and Superman's the co-star. It's like,
well, look,
really?
Cat. Well, the Cat be a Green Lantern lover.
Panel's opinion on Superman Returns.
I think it's okay.
Trashiest super movie all time. Bryan Singer and Kevin Spacey belong in jail together, and the only good scene.
Okay. Regardless of what the reality stuff is.
Yeah, it's a horrible plot. Horribly miscast. Kate Boswell should never
horribly miscast. You don't like Brandon Roth?
He's the only thing that barely works with that movie, and
barely works.
I like the I like the airplane scene. I like the airplane scene.
That's a good
everybody
scene.
likes
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That
By
was
the
a
way,
great way to bring it back.
the whole other film is just trash. Burn it. It is just as bad as Joss Whedon's Justice League. Get on with
Really,
it.
really, man.
Hate it.
Okay,
Two things.
we have Andy's.
Two things. The airplane sequence is fine. Brandon Routh is fine. I guess like more than two things. Kevin Spacey has one single good moment as Lex Luthor when he shouts no to Lois Lane. Other than that, that movie makes zero sense. They cut out the opening scene where he's flying to Krypton and sees nothing. Superman is a deadbeat dad in that movie. And then to top it all off, a giant island of fucking kryptonite.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. The fact that the biggest mistake was like, okay, so when he's doing his thing, it's good. But when he's lifting up a giant island that has got a bunch of kryptonite in it, it was like, I remember even like in the theater, I was like going, he would like be dying right now. Like what? Like this is a little weird. Like the fact that I mean, I guess they were trying to emphasize the fact that he was just summoning so much of his inner self to push this island out to space that he was fighting the kryptonite. And I'm like, man, it's not how it works, man. I mean, like, it's just, I don't know. It's just, yeah, I didn't like the whole island of kryptonite thing. It was dumb.
And now it's just floating somewhere out in space. And...
There are only two good Superman movies, IMO, and they are called Man of Steel and Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice.
Not even the first Superman?
I would put that in the conversation, but I wouldn't put it above the other two I just listed. I like Richard Donner.
Superman 2? Come on.
Superman 2 for me is an all-time great, but I saw it so in the movie. Yeah. The problem with Superman Returns is an awful movie. It has some good moments, but not enough to make it not an awful movie. The problem is this is where you learn a lesson that nostalgia doesn't always work. They're trying to relive my childhood 26 years later for a generation that did not give a shit about those versions of Superman and weren't even alive. And you were trying to sell my Superman to a different generation. And that's it. Like I said, nostalgia, sometimes it works. When you use it right, it can work. But Superman Returns is a classic. Yeah, it's a classic example of let the past die, you know.
You got to pick your moments when it comes to nostalgia. You can't have an entire movie about, and that's what didn't work. I mean, Brandon Routh did a phenomenal job of just emulating what Christopher Reeve did. Anytime I've watched that, I'm like, yeah, he nailed it. He totally nailed it. And the job that he was tasked to do, he did it. But it's at the same time, it's like, the costume. I mean, at the time, I thought it was pretty awesome. I thought it was cool at the time. When I look at it now, I'm like, all right, it's fine. But I'm like, because I had like a big, tall, like figure of him that I got for Christmas. Yeah, and I thought it was like kind of cool because they didn't do like the full on red. They did like more of a maroon.
The red that was so ugly.
With the blue, and I thought like, oh yeah, that's a different kind of concept. But when I look at it now, I go, yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, but I liked it more when it came out than I do now for sure. But yeah, at the same time, it's like I thought Kate Bosworth, right? She was Lois.
Yeah.
She was not a good Lois. She was
no chemistry, and like she was also like really like just unnecessarily bitchy towards him because like when Clark comes back to the planet and she's like the first thing she says like can I borrow your stapler? I'm like, you haven't missed him, like nothing. It's like
that was another aspect of the story that was also kind of like weird. It's like, hey, is anybody not putting these two together?
He comes back 5 years later, and he comes back 5 years later.
And then Clark Kent comes back. It's like, hey, Lois Lane, do you not realize this? I mean, they do make a joke where I think like James Marsden, her husband goes, have you ever looked at Clark and thought? And then they go, no. And it's like, all right, so you made the joke, but I'm like, hello, like Clark was gone that long and Superman was gone and they both show up at the same time. Maybe start putting some shit together. It was like,
although wasn't this film supposed to take place like after Superman 2? Is it they were like retroactively being like, oh, Superman 3 and 4 never happened.
Yeah, that was a smart move.
Okay, so here's another one from Rational Skeptic right here. would Superman Lives and Flyby worked?
Well, Superman
No,
Lives. That was supposed to
Superman
be what Nick
Lives.
Cage was supposed to be. And we got
Oh,
we
my
got a little
goodness.
bit of it in the Flash. You know,
More than I
Snyder.
ever needed to see. And I have all the respect in the world for Nick Cage, Academy Award winner. Somebody saved his career by that movie never seeing the light of day.
That would have been a
Somebody saved it.
That would
pleasurable
have been a Tim Burton
disaster.
movie, too.
It was
Pleasurable
weird.
disaster. Yeah.
Yeah, it should have never gotten to the point where he got in a costume
Nah.
because
Flyby,
everything
I never
about
understood
that
what I never understood what Flyby was supposed to be.
I don't really get that either. Yeah,
Flyby was going to have the concept that Krypton never blew up.
Yeah.
Oh, we know why that is because the WB was asking, well, how is he going to get home if we destroy a ship? So there you go. That's why they had that there.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh yeah, they were going to
Yeah,
have that in.
Is that is? Oh, I'm gonna. I just have to jump off a building hearing that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing
Don't
is
do
like
that.
people try to change some of the mythos, and there's certain aspects of the mythos that you can't change. You cannot have Batman without having his parents get gunned down.
That's literally
in
the
an
driving
alley.
force.
Yeah, you have to have certain concepts, and yeah, one of the concepts when it came to Superman Flyby was that I forgot what was more details when it came to it, but yeah, Krypton did not explode.
That's horrible. Yeah, so
Yeah,
those
that's
two films
horrible.
would not.
Yeah.
Those two films would not have worked, and that's why
I-
we're now getting Gun Superman.
I remember reading about one too that was going to be like this again during one of the pitch ideas, the idea that that it was going to be they were going to kind of retcon Jor-El. He was going to be like King Jor-El, and Superman was like the Kryptonian prince.
Yeah,
And they were going to like harken back to the idea. Yeah, they're going to harken back to the idea of like really like emphasize like the lineage of like him being like Kryptonian loyalty or royalty. So, but they didn't go with that. But,
This sounds as stupid as Mark Millar's Superman trilogy idea that he was like, well, the first Superman movie ends with when the sun goes supernova or whatever. And so
no, that wasn't a trilogy. It was like an 8-part series where they wanted to cover his whole life.
Oh, fuck me over. I don't want that. Would have been too exhausting.
Well, Mark Millar isn't a great writer, so
We know that, but I'm just like 8 movies. 8.
it was yeah. But I mean, there are people that just like go, hey, what if we do this? And sometimes it doesn't work. I mean, that's the thing. It's like there are things that you can't touch when it comes to the mythos of these characters. But there are things you go, hey, well, we could take liberties with this. I mean, look what Zack did with Man of Steel. I mean, that whole opening like Man of Steel concept of like, okay, we're going to show, and just showing like how things in the Codex and stuff like that. It's like, but that actually was shown in the books too. It wasn't. So somebody else had the concept. Zack was just like, "Hey, guess what?
That's literally in Krypton. That's literally in the comic Krypton.
Let's take that concept to there because that actually works."
Then
Something like Krypton not exploding, that does not work.
I still want to know what the payoff for the Codex is going to be,
We've
yeah,
talked about
talked
this before.
about what we think the payoff, the idea behind that was that in the nightmare, the dark side part of his plot is that he gets Superman and he puts him under the anti-life equation, and the idea, his plot there is like, okay, now I not only do I have this Kryptonian soldier under my control, but I can harvest like an entire army of Kryptonians out of him, and then put them all under the anti-life equation, and then it's like then he could like
know about the Codex.
Oh, he knew about it. Okay, so when Lex is in that ship, once Lex exits that ship, Darkseid knows. And Woody was basically the whole point of that Doomsday Madness was just an experiment that went off, whatever. But his main goal, because if you read the Great Darkness saga from way back about 1982, 1983, he would have basically been doing the same thing that he did with the Daxamites, but in a different way. What he did with Daxam is he transported Daxam to Earth's sun, so that Abel became so and Largan, all those guys. So that's basically what he would have done if he would have been able to get that and basically create his own army of Kryptonians under his own tower. Then he wouldn't have been able to been stopped. And he's also using
and then the theory I had from there is that then they have the nightmare happen, and then Flash goes back in time and then prevents it, and then then you have the final battle and all that, and then you have that like 20 years later kind of time jump. And I always thought the thing that immediately jumped into my mind with the Codex is that he was setting up something along the lines of, anybody familiar here with I know William would be, of a World of New Krypton, which is when they get the like orb of Krypton from Brainiac, and they're able to and it recreates Krypton in Earth's orbit, so you have like a thriving Kryptonian population, living right next to Earth. So my idea, my thought process from there is that once you have that 20 years later time jump, that's when that's when we've harvested the Codex from Superman and the idea of like, oh, you'll be the bridge between two people, and then 20 years later we have humans and Kryptonians coexisting. That's where I think like the ultimate payoff would be. But before that, you would have Darkseid trying to get a hold of it. So I want to ask Zach this sometime, and I know what he's going to do. If somebody asks him that, he's going to do the whole, I don't want to give anything away, so I'm just going to do
maybe.
And also,
but I mean, like they're like in Justice League. I mean, there was not a moment where anybody recognized the Codex, right?
Yeah, the Codex isn't mentioned in.
Mentioned.
It's not mentioned at all in Batman.
What can I say? Well, I guess I'll just say, like, from what I heard, there was supposed to be a mention about the Codex. Can you? Who can guess which one of the Justice League members would actually mention it?
Cyborg.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
Because he would. Because there was actually, and maybe it was actually filmed, and it just didn't make Zack Snyder's Justice League, but from what I was told from a very reliable source is the fact that Cyborg scanned Superman's dead body and sensed life. And what was that life? The Codex. Yeah.
Also the cosmic treadmill and everything else. I think once he failed there, I think he would have used some type of technology to restage that battle. The battle of man, the history lesson, except this time he has an army of Kryptonians now.
You're talking about Darkseid, right?
Yeah, because he could do one of two things. He could have recreated him with the Codex. If he failed there, he could use the Flash's powers somehow to go back to before Krypton and do the exact same thing he did in the Great Darkness saga, which was undone, by the way. But
here's the thing. This is so great. It's like we're going to be able to get all that now because now that the Snyder Cut is getting a theatrical release, that means that the Snyder is being sold to Netflix, and that means that we're actually going to see the continuation.
We had fun talking about that there tonight, William and I.
I wanted, listen, paper and staples. Let's start there. Get everything out there because everything else, every other version of this is going to get cut, truncated, and you're going to get somebody else's version. If you put this down in that kind of format where you have all the time and space you need to say everything you want to say, let somebody else adapt it somewhere down the line. But get the story out there so you at least have that, and then let it go from there. But
like one point William was making, we were talking about the theater tease that made the other night, is that again, and this is all speculation until we get like any actual like hard information either from Zach or Warner Brothers, is the idea behind the studio giving it any kind of limited run, whether it's a Fathom event or anything of that nature, is what that does. That's beneficial to the fandom is that it gives the studio, it gives them data in terms of this is like the only revenue stream that they have not gotten for this movie yet. Is a wide theater run of some kind. So once you do that, then then the fandom, if you want to see this continued or finished in some form or fashion, then you have actual numbers to show them. Even if it would be a limited release, they could still extrapolate that, say, okay, well, this is what it did in the limited run. What do these numbers tell us? That's kind of what we were sort of ruminating over the other night when we were
or leverage, because what Warner Brothers is going to do, and I know you have the whole Netflix for and against fuckheads that are out there. When you just talk about straight up transaction, it's about leverage. I mean, I think Warner Brothers Discovery is going to eventually go to a point where you just make them an offer, and it doesn't matter who it is. If the offer is big enough, then there's going to be a transaction made. And your leverage is, we just put this movie that came out 3 years ago. Here's what we want for it. Here's what it made. Here's how we justify our asking price. What do you want to, sell? And it doesn't matter who it is. It's just, I think that's going to be eventually about 30% of where they make their revenue from when it comes to DC films. I don't think very much is going to be made off of DC Studios at the beginning, but I do think they will do the, like with the Amazon thing. Why can't I think of it? We'll be talking about it all week. Cape Crusader, things like that, because these are business transactions and they are better off if they're guaranteeing themselves a profit. let somebody else take the risk. You know, but
William, you like really love numbers, don't you?
well, we don't have what we want without them. That's what I see. I tell Brad this all the time.
Well, he literally runs a business. So.
No, I know. I'm just Dave. I'm just playing with him. Like, good lord, I was like, you really love numbers.
Here's what I say, and I tell Brad this all the time: talk in the language of the person you want something from. The fanboy and the hashtags and all this, you know, for or against, nobody cares about that in the boardroom. They care about data. They care about numbers because they take those numbers to somebody else. Everything you do with numbers goes into another conversation, and it provides you, you know, ammo for something, whatever it is, no matter what it is in retail. You have to have the numbers and that plan work. Ideas and wishes aren't shit. It's all backed up by numbers. And if you were going to sell, listen, regardless to what, you know, the Move On or whatever that clown show thinks about anything, this is a commodity that could be profited from by a company that desperately needs profit. So you never know.
And William, because I mentioned this when I came in earlier, and I ran the question by you, and Dave was even thinking along these lines too. Because again, we're still kind of in the dark about to what extent this theoretical theater run has been greenlit, or if it's been greenlit at all, or what form it'll take. And you know, he was thinking, and I've also posited the theory that it might not be greenlit right now beyond the Egyptian theater run, but you know, the way Zack made the post of, you know, you want to see it in theaters, stay tuned for a date, and the way that just blew up in the media, on social media, everywhere, that might have been a leveraging tactic on his part to say, because he's done things like that before, where he'll like put out something that just sets a big firestorm, and that might have been his intention to say, just stir the pot with that and say, point to Warner Brothers and go, yeah, let's put this out even for like a, you know, one night or one weekend Fathom event. That's my tinfoil theory, but Dave was thinking along those lines himself. So yeah, what were your thoughts on that?
Well, that's immeasurable. That's data. That's numbers. Even if I don't do anything, if I look across several platforms and I see who's talking about it, if it's important to people, then that's a starting point to whereas, okay, maybe this has some tractions, because I can listen to a bunch of YouTubers like ourselves bounce stupid shit off of each other for years and years and years. It doesn't mean anything. It's transactions. That's what's going to move these guys. All right, they're not going to tune into some of these shows and hear somebody make fun of a pro Snyder person and use that as anything. They're going to see, when we put this out there, what was the reaction? What kind of reaction? Where did the reaction come from? And then if it's nothing, then it gets shelved. If it's something, then we move on to other measurables. But everything's about measurables and responses when it comes to these things.
The reaction certainly wasn't nothing. So
it wasn't nothing, but we also got to be careful. Nothing on the.
I get that.
Yeah, on the internet and everything else. You know, we you know, if you're in Warner Brothers corner office somewhere, you got to be using a whole bunch of different platforms other than the internet to be able to gauge what's going on. So, like I said, it's all data. As much as I would love to think that what I say on YouTube or what anybody says on YouTube matters, it doesn't mean shit. All right, it's transactions. You know, you can talk about shit forever. You got it. If you're a retailer, selling shit and talking about shit are two different things. It's that sell. That's what defines the customer. That's what tells them, okay, I got something here. Because there's a ton of people who talk about things forever and never make a move on buying something. You know what? I should have done that. I should have bought that when I had a chance. I should have gone and see that movie, and then they never do it. The customer that buys something, that's your data. That's your number. That's the guy you hook your cell onto and see where he goes. So everything that's going on could be immeasurable, but it all depends on who's doing the measuring too. Because I don't even know why Fandango even posted what they did. That confused me because I don't. Fandango had no reason to post that. You know,
that was real. And
they have every reason to post that. Because
no.
It trends. That's the thing. It's all about trends.
They generally, when it comes to Fandango, they usually post once they have like they're part of something. They're part of the arrangement.
He's talking about you don't need Fandango to do like a one night, Egyptian theater kind of showing.
You know, if you're talking about trending forward as far as like, do they need to get involved or are they one of the data collectors? Then yeah, I could see that. So yeah, then everything's immeasurable. Everything is a number, a metric that you would need to take into account. But the Fandango thing did confuse me because, like I said, when they do that, they are generally part of something that's about to happen. And if there's nothing happening, then
I think at the very least, Snyder Cut gets a wide theatrical release, and that's it. Like I was just kidding before where I really, I don't really think this will lead to any continuation whatsoever. Like if anything, at the very least, if we ever see the completion of that universe, I'm expecting to be in comics or what I prefer, like a really epic animated project.
I think
I'd even go for comics before the epic, because even the epic animated thing is limited. You're gonna have to leave some stuff out. You know what I mean?
What did you have, Rhea?
Yeah, I kind of have a different perspective of the intention for the Egyptian event and the Fandango sort of like promotion as well. I think these are all marketing tactics from just my personal sort of like insight into like how events work in terms of like using one product to promote another. Like you target your your core fan base in order to entice them or get them excited or interested into your future product. So I think this is all just sort of like railway into like getting his name as a director back into the conversation, building back up interest, and like, oh yeah, you remember this, remember that, and then leading into the current conversation that they would like people to actually have is building up excitement for Rebel Moon. And yeah, that's what I feel like is kind of like it's kind of falling back in terms of like the intention of Netflix to continue to promote their their product that they are working on actively with Zack. So in order to do that, I feel like they're trying different tactics and different ways of trying to get Rebel Moon back like into that discussion of relevancy, because in my opinion, at least from what I'm able to tell, like it's kind of taken a back seat, if not just been left on the bus stop as far as like what at least like folks in my immediate community and maybe like in the grander sort of like media coverage community as well, it's it's just not super present, and it's not super like trending, and it's unfortunate because I'm excited for the extended cuts to come out, and all the media that has been promised for us. Some of it I wish was being promoted more actively, but I think in order to get to that point, they Netflix is kind of taking alternative routes in order to get folks to get, the breadcrumbs is what I'm trying to say. Like, so I think that they're being strategic in that way.
Well, I think Zack, if he's in the conversation, he trends. That's the thing.
Big time.
We got to realize that when Zack stirs the pot, anything, whatever the hell he does, it stirs it. And I think he knows this, and it's not like he's trying to like, oh, I'm just gonna use my fan base. No, he just knows that anytime that, especially when it comes to DC stuff, it's just going to cause a trend. And I think like when it comes to, I think Netflix saw like the reaction to the PG-13 cuts were not the greatest, not the greatest. A lot of negativity when it came to that, even from fans of Zack. I mean, it's kind of crazy when I've seen like people who are fans of Zack who just shit on it to this day. And I'm like, guys, like, I'm like, hey, you're a Zack Snyder fan? You realize there is another version of this coming out. Why are you still talking about this version? It's out. You don't like it? Fine. Make your peace. Make your peace. And now we have something else that's going to come out that might fit you. But at the same time, the fact that you're shitting on it so much, you're probably not going to even like the R-rated version. So just don't even talk about it. But again, we're living in the age of social media where people just like to talk about the things they hate more than the things that they love.
Oh,
a mindset that I cannot grasp. I don't know why.
I guess
I don't
like
know.
You mean like the Acolyte?
Yep. I guess like the point I was trying to kind of communicate, maybe not the best way, was there is that active core following that Zack has, and I think Netflix is trying to activate it. I'm not going to make that pun, but like, but yes,
activate. He's going to activate.
Oh god, I opened a can of worms. Anyway, yes. So like
there's nothing wrong with that.
So the folks that like are Zack fans, but not necessarily are on the boat for Rebel Moon, I think like that they're seeing that as like their strongest chance of like getting not just Zack Snyder in like this trending conversation, but specifically Rebel Moon, because that is his that's a complete vision of what and thing that he is propelling and that Netflix is like, fully on board with, I'm not sure where they're at right now, but like at the beginning we were made to believe that, they're fully on board and all this other stuff. So
Well,
that's what I'm thinking is like, that's what I'm think that they're seeing is, like, let's get, as many converts as possible from his super dedicated fan base. And then, kind of, continue to kind of take those learnings and try to expand it into, more of the general audience. Cause I think that that's where they kind of put the cart before the horse. At least like that's what my opinion was originally when, there was all this, all these like marketing, there was a lot of marketing money being put into this universe that we hadn't yet, seen qualified on the screen yet. So I was a little concerned about that. So I would like for them to, be more data based, like, William was saying, and be able to make decisions going forward based off of that.
Well, they were even kind of doing that in the initial marketing when they were playing on the concept of the Snyder, when they had like that steak video that he did, and with the idea of like having extended cuts of this that were going to be like a secondary release. So they knew what they knew the wave they were riding when they had him with Rebel Moon. So they were definitely kind of trying to tap in a little bit to that with the initial marketing, and that could play into what they're leading up to here with the Egyptian theater showing of the two extended cuts, which, as we mentioned earlier, it's like that's just so like, man, it's like 6-7 hours between those two that one night. That's going to be, I don't know if I've ever done a double feature like that in my life. It's like where it's like 6 hours between.
First time for everything.
Yeah. I can't wait. It's gonna be great. But it's all interesting. But I do want to get to Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blanc campaign, because he gave a super chat. He said, question for the panel: why is it that people complain that Superman Returns was too much like Donner, but then Snyder does something new and different in Man of Steel and people still hate it? Well, because people just it's to me, like what I've realized when it comes to social media now and fandom, it's almost like okay, so I compare it to anytime that you have a book adaptation, and always people, what do people always say? The book is better. The book is better. You know why the book is better? Because I created you gave me the words and I created the movie in my head. So when I watch somebody else's creation, I go, no, that did not work because it wasn't my creation. But there's a lot of people that go, hey, I welcome in somebody else's vision. But nowadays, that is not a thing. A lot of people are going, because when I see people go, this is my Superman, this is my Batman, I cringe every time I hear the my, not my, because I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you don't own the character.
Well, you'll never have to hear that with Guy Gardner.
That's my Star Wars.
Yeah,
that's not my Guy Gardner.
But I cringe. I mean, like I literally, like my butthole just like because like I had to get that graphic, because anytime that I see like when people say like it's not my, or this is my, or nothing will ever defeat my, I just go, okay, so you're just a lost cause. You're never gonna welcome anything besides what you like. And I'm like, this is not what this is supposed to be about. You're supposed to welcome other interpretations. Yeah, you can have your favorite, and I have my favorites, but I'm always going, hey, I hope the next one is better to me, like, than the last one. Like, I always wish for the next version to be better. And I'm like, yeah, I want you, like, hey, Matt Reeves, make a better Batman than Ben Affleck's Batman. That's my favorite Batman. Make a better one. Oh, almost.
So basically, your takeaway from all this was that your busy cringes when you hear
pretty much. I when people get so locked into like, but what the funny thing is like Zack said this on Rogan's podcast. It's like, it is a religion to people. And when he was approaching this stuff, there was a people that took this stuff as a religion. Like, you can't do this. And then what was his initial reaction? Well, now I want to do it. He did it. He's like, oh yeah, Batman shouldn't kill. Well, now what do I want to do?
What happens if he kills?
I want to see what happens when he kills. and see the reaction. And now we have a new group of people go, yes. And then now when we get another Batman, like Matt Reeves' Batman, people look at that and go, nope, that's not what, because Matt Reeves then went, well, what if Batman was like this? And then we have this previous group of people going, no, I don't like that. And then they stick with this. And I'm like, I as a fan of these characters and of all this comic book stuff, I can't just sit there and go, nope, you're not going to do that. Fuck that. I'm going to shit on it constantly and blah, blah, blah. I just kind of go like, show me what you got and let me see if I like it. Oh, well, you didn't quite get it to the point where I wanted it to be. I still like it, but I still like this better. That's the way I approach it. But there are some people that just go, nope, you fucked up. You don't understand the character. They even said this with Zack. You don't understand the characters. You don't do this. You don't do that. And pretty much everyone here was going like, oh no, Zack understood the characters. He just took a different approach. But then there's just like now when we're getting, with what James Gunn's doing, with even what Matt Reeves has done with these characters, there are some people that just cannot let go of what Zack did, and they're like, nope, Matt Reeves and James Gunn, they don't understand now. It's like it's just we're on a constant vicious cycle of all this stuff, and I'm just like, guys, come on, you don't like it, that's fine, but when you're constantly obsessing over the fact that these new filmmakers aren't doing what you like, and you're talking about it so much more than the people who like it. I don't get that. I mean, I've literally like people who I'm friends with, acquaintance with on Twitter, I've had to mute them because they are so obsessed of shitting on new things. And I'm like, I have to mute you because when I see your stuff, I go, oh my God.
They just want Christopher Reeve, Michael Keaton, Linda Carter. That's all they want. They just want to see that era.
I'm talking about Snyder fans that just want to see Snyder stuff. I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's a constant vicious cycle. It's like when Snyder was coming up, everybody was like, no, I want Keaton, I want Reeve, I want that kind of stuff. Now we're in a new era where it's like you have the people that still want the Reeve and Keaton stuff that love that, but then you also have the people who are like, nope, I won't accept anything that's not Snyder. And I'm like, this is not what we were fighting it for. I don't know. I'm just going off on a whole rant kind of thing here.
I think William has some thoughts.
His question, though, and I think we have to be real careful here, is when you say all the hate, where we're getting this information from is really, really very limited. And I think it has taken the form of over-representation because Man of Steel made $678 million. That's a lot of money for that film.
More than Superman Returns. When
Superman Returns barely broke, I don't even think it broke 400 million.
No.
All right. And when you look at
375,
when you look at Batman versus Superman, it made 870 million. You still get the gentlemen
I hate that shit.
that say, well, it's 69%.
They wish they were making BVS money now on their DC movies.
Okay, nobody listen. Fanboys do stupid shit like that. The people counting the money don't stop counting the money until the money stops coming in. Period. So when we say hate, you just talk two of those movies. Amongst the general audience, they escalated. They didn't start. They didn't go backwards until you released a movie that got screwed with. But I think we take the online community and critics and aggregates, which is basically manure on top of manure on top of manure, and we use that as a lens that these movies. I talk to people all the time. We send hundreds of people to the movie all the time that are not necessarily online or terminally online that enjoyed these movies. But you look through the lens that we work through, and you look through critics, and you look through the people who have the loudest voice, you would think Man of Steel was the Antichrist, and that Batman versus Superman, but that's not true. Math is undefeated, and we don't listen to the math. That's why that regime is gone. That's why that regime is pretty much in the witness protection program as far as these movies go, because they did not have the ability to count money. They listened to sources that ultimately didn't mean shit.
And you know what's interesting too, though, about look at what's happening with Watchmen. the Watchmen movie that Zack made. How many people have like gone back to that and been like, holy shit, Zack was on something here. He was ahead of his time. How many times have we heard Zack was ahead of his time? I mean, that's the thing is like we when it comes to movies nowadays, and I'm bringing this up because Kevin Costner brought this up recently with his new movie Horizon. But he basically was like, you know what? I knew it was going to be like a huge box office success in the beginning, but he's like, but I hope I came up in the movies when movies breathed a little bit and they got legs and they got like a second wind, you know, kind of thing. And he's all, I'm hoping that's what happens with my movie. And I'm like, yeah. Whatever happened to that? Where it's like, I mean, a movie comes out and then all of a sudden it's like
all about the opening weekend.
Heading to streaming on this date.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's like going to be on streaming within like a less than a month.
A Quiet Place, day one.
Yeah. Well, that got deleted apparently. I don't know if that's actually happening now because I remember when like people were saying like, oh yeah, Quiet Place is going to be digital download at the end of the month, and all of a sudden like anybody who reported that got deleted, and I was like, okay, maybe they pulled it back because it actually did well at the box office. But the thing is like it sucks now because we have movie after movie after movie usually, or at least like there's like I don't get like they release like a group of movies like within like this time period, and then there's like sometimes where it's like there's nothing that's big coming out. I'm like, why can't
because movie studios have forgotten that there's 12 months every year?
Pretty much.
Yeah, they're dum-dums.
Well, no, it just doesn't benefit them anymore.
It's such a weird thing, but that's the thing is like everything, it's all about instant gratification now. And it's like, can we get to the point where, can we get back to the point? Can we ever get back to the point where we could just go, hey, I'm not going to see this movie now because I don't want the big crowds or whatever the fuck. And can I just wait for a little bit? But then all of a sudden they start announcing like, oh yeah, well you can watch it at home in 3 weeks. So then they go, all right, well I'll just do that instead. I don't know. It's just such a
they make more money from you there though. See, that's not going to go away because that might benefit the cinephile, but it doesn't benefit the studio. You know, there's a whole bunch of reasons why they would race to get that movie to their own platforms or their PVOD. If you read the fine print of a lot of these people who are in league with these Voodoos and all these other ones, you're going to see a lot of familiar names and familiar logos in there. So they want to get it to where they can make the most money off it. They're giving 35% to the box office. And you got certain actors, like if you got an Academy Award winner, as part of your cash, you can best believe that even if that's not a headline, that person's going to get a little bit more off the top of box office. So they get diminishing returns. And like I always say on our show, it's like that table in Batman 89 where Vicky Vale's sitting at the other end.
Salt.
Yeah. And but there's a bunch of people in between her and him that are taking off of that plate before you get it. So
but the sad fact,
good.
I'm just saying, like the sad fact of the matter is like before when something became a cult classic or like a phenomenon on video is because DVD sales were like totally up. Yeah. Now we don't really have that. It's like now we're just going by like, oh, well, this movie on, it showed up on Netflix and look at this. It was top in this week and stuff like that. It's like, it just kind of sucks that we now don't get that thing where like, we have to have movies breathe. But like when it comes to the superhero genre, there's just so many things where there's so many movies where we go, this is like, this movie might not have been like a huge box office hit, but I can see this being like a cult classic because
that's happened with so much of Zack's work. I mean, that's
the thing is like it's like he just always like. What I always keep on seeing on my timeline, even to this day, is the fact that it's like Zack was ahead of his time. Zack was ahead of his time. I mean, when like people see The Boys, they go like, "Oh yeah, this is what Zack was kind of like almost even showing in Watchmen back in 2008." And it's like, yeah. And when it came to what he was trying to do over at DC, he wasn't trying to be, the head of the studio or Kevin Feige or anything like that. He was just like, hey, I'm going to do this. And you guys, let's just branch off with other directors for the other characters. I'm going to set up the baseline. And then you guys do this. And that's going to be something different than what they're doing over there. But sadly, the fucking studio heads were like, no, we want to do what they're doing over there because they're making all the money, because it's all about money. But then nowadays, like, well, I see people going like, you know, especially with now Marvel Studios struggling, they go like, this Zack Snyder guy, he was on to something right here when it came to his stuff, you know? And I really hope that James Gunn is kind of taking the approach of both. This is what I hope for James Gunn, is the fact that he saw how the Marvel machine was made because he was a part of it. He was part of the Marvel machine.
He knows what works and what doesn't work.
But yeah, exactly. And at the same time, but at the same time, you have to like do something different with these characters, and you have to stand out. He's seen what Zack has done, you know. He's worked with Zack, he's talked with Zack, and he knows. He goes, and look what Zack. I mean, look at his name when it trends. Zack Snyder's just like BVS. He's like, he did something there that broke the mold, and that's why I'm like, please, James, just like fit somewhere in the middle there. If you figured something out with your universe where you can go, maybe we can have both. Let's join both. I'm not saying he's going to accomplish it, but I'm just hoping that he's like, hey, I'm going to have a Superman movie, but I'm not going to do this over here, and I'm not going to do exactly this over here either. I'm going to like find a little niche.
Bring the best of both worlds.
Yeah. William, one thing I also want to, because this is very relevant to William, but everything what Dave was mentioning there about, you know, in the past, you know, movies, they used to build up, like they used to like accrue their fan base over an extended period of time, that they would spread like folklore almost. You know, when people would point out, oh, this is like something that people should check out, and it would become a real cult classic over time. You know what did that? You know something that did that? You know what it is? You know what did that?
Huh.
William, take a guess. You know what did that?
Yeah, William, what do you?
The Raid.
Yes, exactly. The Raid.
Anyway, but Dave, to your point, a lot of this is audience driven.
Yeah, we brushed over that.
Yeah, a lot of this is audience
the running
driven.
joke.
I didn't hear what he said.
It's the running joke.
It doesn't
I
mean
can make anything
anything.
connected to the
It
Raid.
doesn't mean anything. Just
I did that last night with Independence Day, where it's like, you know, the Raid and Independence Day, they both take place on Earth.
I can't make him disappear because it's not my
and they
show.
both and not only that, Independence Day, it has that scene where Will Smith punches the alien in the face, and the Raid involves a lot of people getting punched in the face. So the Raid and Independence Day, they are exactly the same.
Everything is consumer driven. So it's not whether James Gunn can achieve this, it's whether the audience will take it. Because it was the same question for Zack Snyder. The audience wasn't ready for that because they were once you had Iron Man and everything come out, nobody really appreciated that you had this other company that had been around decades longer that could tell stories in a different way. That was just impossible for people's brains to comprehend. That you could do that. Anything you did with DC had to be done with using that framework, which was every time I would hear that, I would just want to like give people cauliflower ear. But that's the problem with comic book movies that I've, as somebody who's grown up and done with comic books, the biggest advantage that comic books in general will always have is I have the variety there for me at any time I want it. I'm not going to have that with comic book movies. In order for me to get this Superman and whatever all this goes in, it's at the expense of something else, and so on and so on. So I never get to choose. I roll the dice and hope that whoever's working on this current iteration of the movie applies the values that I like to see in those storytellings. And if they don't, I'm just screwed for another 6 or 7 years to another generation of character. If I don't like Detective Comics, what they're doing in Detective Comics, I can read Batman. If I don't like either of those, I got 4 or 5 different versions of Batman that are currently out there that I can watch. I don't have that with a comic book movie, and that's probably the hardest thing, is because it is a limited format of exploration. You just can't do all the things that you probably should be able to do with these characters.
I mean, when it was just kind of funny, like when I see people going like, hey, I wanted just a Superman movie, I'm going, we have so many Superman movies. So when it came to like the fact that Gunn was like, all right, I'm going to do this where Superman's existing like this, and then there's other heroes, and then there's this like whole other element to it, like a corporate sponsored kind of stuff. I'm just like, when it came to obviously we saw Mr. Terrific and everybody's like, all right, that's ripped right off the page. He nailed it right there. But I was like, and then all of a sudden we saw like, oh yeah, Max Lord, because he's got the logo right there. I was like, cool. And then when we saw Hawkgirl and Green Lantern, and everybody's like, what the fuck? Even I, costumes are ugly. But then I was going, hey, the context is this right here. And now it's like, all right. Again, this feeds into the fact that if you wanted a different Superman that we've seen live action, we are 100% getting it.
Yeah.
And whether or not that you like it or not, it's like, yeah, you don't have to like it. That's perfectly fine. And even if you see the final product and don't like it, all right, cool. But at the same time, if you wanted something different from what has happened previous, this is exactly that. Because like I said, when people are going, I just wanted a basic Superman movie. It's like, we have that. This is now a Superman that is like already, within doing his stuff, and there's other superheroes, and there's this whole other thing that we have not seen before. And I'm like, all right, if James Gunn wants to do that, I am all for it, because that is something different. Am I going to like it? I don't know. Maybe I won't. Maybe it'll look like shit. Maybe I won't like it. I'll walk out going, God, that was disappointing. I was hoping it was going to be something different. Okay, cool. But like when everybody's just going like, what the fuck is this movie? This is this, that, and this. Like, this is exactly what people are wanting, a different kind of Superman movie. You can't deny that this is something we have not seen before. This is definitely that he's trying to accomplish. Is it going to work? Is the execution going to be there? Who knows?
I will say that even if I don't like the Guy Gardner costume, I like this whole concept of like, okay, these three are there's different philosophy of superheroes in this universe. There is the corporate aspect. There is the I guess indie superheroes that Superman would call them. I don't know what else to call it. Like
no.
I like that as a story. That's why I'm like, okay. This is not like, because my only biggest fear with this film is that it is just a redux or remake of Superman 1978. That's not what I want. And it does. Yeah, it feels like it's going to be something modern, something fresh, something different.
I think there's going to be elements of like, there's going to be a little bit of a feel of like a more, that kind of Superman. Sure, but at the same,
Superman.
Yeah, there's going to be some elements of that, but at the same time, this is going to be a Superman that's just going to be like, and the whole concept of the reverse Kingdom Come, I'm like, oh yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to be happening, where it's like, that's why he used that symbol. And I'm like, and that just intrigues me. I'm like, okay, all right, Gunn, let's see the execution. I'm like, there's a lot riding on this, and I'm not 100% on board that Gunn can pull it off, but I'm going, hey, okay, I might not like everything that, when it comes to the costume stuff like that, but I'm just kind of going, you're showing me a Superman film that I was not expecting to ever see. So
when it comes to Kingdom Come, don't give me reverse Kingdom. Give me Kingdom Come.
I knew you were going to say that, man.
Give me Kingdom Come. If you're going to do Kingdom Come,
geez, of course.
Don't give me your microwave hamburger. Give me the fucking fat burger. Dude. Come on, man.
Okay.
Let's do Kingdom Come.
William. But the thing is, though, you have a 2 hour and 20-minute runtime that you're going to try to fit so much into it. Zach did this too. He tried to fit different elements of books into his movies. That's the sad part about movies, is like, we love movies, but at the same time, it's like, it's not like you can't just like totally flesh out.
That's why I say leave out the Kingdom Come element. I mean, I agree. I 100%.
Yeah, but if you could take like an interesting point of view to it, I say go for it. Just like how Zach did. Like, he's like, all right, I'm gonna take my favorite book, which is Dark Knight Returns, where an older Batman takes on a Superman. I'm going to take that element and put it into a movie. And he did that, but it wasn't comic accurate, but he had obviously imagery that was comic accurate.
It was Dark Knight Returns.
The setting of Kingdom Come is the premise, and the setting of Kingdom Come is Kingdom Come.
Okay, but eventually we'll get to a point where there's going to be probably a live action series where they totally adapt it. But, I don't blame filmmakers from taking elements from these iconic stories and incorporate them into a different story. I like that because they're being creative from what is existing, and I think that's what Zach did, and that's what James Gunn is doing as well. Is like they're taking
Nolan did
elements.
too. Christopher Nolan did the same thing as well.
Christopher Nolan did it too.
I think what for me personally, when it comes, those comparisons just don't fly when it comes to Kingdom Come. That's a personal preference, but I think
I get
DC has a bigger problem than anything that we brought up, and I think I brought it up when I responded to you. All these things in a vacuum would be cool, food for thought. I just don't believe in the brand. The credibility is where, like you just said, a whole lot is riding on this.
Faith, William. Faith.
Well, faith. Yeah. Like I said,
the irony of using that quote.
Hold on, I stopped believing in Santa Claus when I became a grown man.
Now,
so
hey now,
if
hey
not
now,
two,
when you were like 20,
yeah, you know.
Wait, there's no Santa.
I think that the a lot of this stuff would go down easier if there were, you know, just a reputation of just not, you know, fulfilling. It's just, you know, I mean, it's like a wait and see attitude. And be honest with you, if I was putting $185 million in it, I would want more than a wait and see vibe to it. But you know what? That's all you can do now is wait, because this is what they would.
Wait, where are you getting that number for? Is that you think that's the budget for?
Oh, dude, I've seen people like on Twitter so it's a $300 million.
No,
no,
it should be at least. It's got to be. I will.
200
like I said,
tops.
I'm guessing at 185. I'm guessing 185.
Oh yeah, 200 tops.
If it's less than 150, then he's not getting enough money.
Yeah, you get what you pay for.
Why?
That's the thing. That's another thing,
he
too.
produced a horrific Superman film for $6 million.
Yeah.
He produced Brightburn for on a fraction of that cost.
James Gunn, just like Zack Snyder, knows how to work a budget, which is what a director, like what you want in a director, is to work the budget to its max. And that's the thing. It's like, you know, and James Gunn's even like expressed that. It's like, yeah, he knows how to work a budget, just like, you know, you have to have directors that know how to, like, all right, this is the budget. All right, I'm going to go ahead and utilize every ounce of it as much as possible. And so when I see the costumes, I'm like, yeah, I mean, we're not going to get,
but he's a good
nuts, but at the same time, it's almost by design in the context of the story. You know, and I'm like, yeah, they're ugly. I don't like
a lot of money into these costumes. I mean, look at Marvel; they put a lot of money into some of their costumes, and they look correct. I mean, like,
true.
Chris Hemsworth
once again, credibility and track record.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Let's go back to that.
Yeah, like that costume. Everything he wears in that film is horrible.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Are you gonna benefit of the doubt of a failed brand or something that's been rolling like a locomotive for the better part of 20 years?
Honestly, like Wonder Woman and Aquaman, their first movies were made on less than $150 million.
Yeah.
So doing a Superman movie for less than $185 million isn't out of the realm of possibility.
Totally not. And I see James Gunn actually pulling that off, to be honest.
Yeah. My guess would be 185. No, not over that, but I'm 185. If you start dropping low, like I said.
Wait. Let me propose that. 150 for the budget, and then additional 35 million for the marketing. That's why I can see 185 happen.
Oof. Hey.
Well, typical practice is half the budget equals the marketing budget, so that would actually be closer to $75 million.
Yeah. It's all.
That's typical practice.
Yeah, because
you got to read the room too. You got to read the room. Not every situation that people are comparing it to is the situation that WVD and DC is in right now. Your patient is bleeding out of a bunch of different holes. He doesn't have a paper cut. You need to do other shit to get your shit off the operating table. So
I'm talking about holes. Don't get me started.
Oh, jeez. But yeah, I would think
is that what you're saying?
That what is riding on that. If there's so much riding on that, I don't know if they have the option to go cheap. Normal circumstances don't apply here. These aren't normal circumstances. The stock. What's that stock at, Brad?
Oh God, what's it at now? I think it's gone up. It's gone up a little bit, right?
It went up by like 10 cents.
What did they check that?
You just Google it.
Yeah, you just Google the stock.
They're starting to produce articles of how bad things are.
Yeah, the stock right now is at $7.21.
So it's up. It's up.
It's up. I mean, again, it went up by about a quarter, but
Hey, it's something. Hey, it's something. Yeah. If you invested like some coin in there, you can make a profit.
If that article, we're going to talk about that later on with our show. If you invested a certain amount of coin, you're shitting rockets right now. All right, you are not okay right now. If you invested like my kind of coin, you're like, okay, that's kind of suck. If you invested the 77% of the value has been lost over how much time did they said? If you were one of those people,
I was just
you're
saying, if you
not happy.
invested recently,
yeah,
and you got the increase again, you got the
buy the lower guy, bottom feeder, buy right now because it can't stay like this forever.
That's what I was saying like a few weeks ago when we were talking about it. I was like, hey, if you buy low, buy the low stock now. I mean, if it goes up, you might make. I mean, no matter how much you put into it, you can make some profit from it, even if it's just like $50.
The bottom feeders don't get names changed on the office doors like me. My amount of stock doesn't make.
Oh no, I know, I get it.
It's those other
lots of talk to holes and bottoms and tops, y'all. Like Pride Month is over. We don't get to do that now anymore.
I know, right? We're very much appeasing to the gay community right now.
Yeah. Hey, in a couple of weeks we have Comic-Con coming up.
Yay!
Oh yeah, we talked about it. I mean, we have 3 people who are going to be at Comic-Con on this panel.
Yeah. Ray, are you ready for Ant-Man 4?
Could you imagine if they didn't tell you what was happening and then that's like you said, that's what they reveal? There might be a riot.
That'd be special. That's like a balloon being deflated, like of a Hall H&L.
Yeah.
No, the real poo-poo moment is bringing Taika Waititi out for Thor 5.
Nope.
He's available.
That's not going to happen.
But maybe
I hope not. I certainly hope not.
Yeah, we were talking about it. We were talking about Comic-Con at the beginning of the stream. I think next year I'm definitely going to go. I'm going to try it. I mean, like, it's just me. I'm just like, I always go, I'm not going to do it this year. I always do that every year. I go, But I think next year I'm going to definitely go, all right, I'll submit for press badge and do all that shit. But yeah, you guys that are going
When's the
this
last
year,
time you went? When's the last time you went?
I've never went.
Okay, you get it out of your system the one time, even if you don't make it an annual thing.
I will do that next year.
It's like I said, not just that, any convention. I always tell people this: surround yourself with your people. Put yourself in an environment.
I have done that. I did that when I was working in the whole tech field, and I went to CES 2 times a year, and it was fun. But at the same time, it is a whole fucking thing. It really is a whole thing. And I'm like, I just kind of go, I just always go, I just don't want to deal with it, And then I'm always like switching jobs, and I'm like, so I always go, I don't have enough time.
Next year you might be a gigolo or something.
Exactly. Next year I'll walk in with an open shirt, collar up, sunglasses on, and I'll be
I'm booking my tickets right now. I will bring the $1 bills. I'll be like,
exactly. There you go. I walk in, yeah, exactly. Just like
to the Holy Trinity. Are you guys ready for Hall H?
We're like I said, I don't know what the final plan is. I will coordinate with you if the people I'm with and around want to make it happen. I will be a part of helping make that happen as far as placeholders and all that goes. I don't know. Phil's probably got like walk-in access. He probably just be able to walk in, show his badge, and he's in.
No, we don't. It's not. We're not
well, he's got a press badge. He's got a.
I know, but
the press is priority.
You know how many times I've gone to Comic-Con with a press badge and like they don't like. We don't.
So there's no hierarchy there. Oh, sorry, Phil.
No.
Can you hear me?
I'm excited. I'm excited for the convention. I think
is lip closing?
No.
Oh,
he was just kind of going like, "You guys talk."
He did that on purpose. He just sit there. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit in place.
Well, is there any kind of so press doesn't get any?
If you,
you were asking someone who's never been to Comic-Con how this shit goes.
I keep forgetting that.
I can answer that. So normally, studios, if you have a good relationship with a studio,
sorry, that was funny.
Wait, what did I say?
No, it was funny what Phil said. He goes, "You're going."
Okay. So, if you have a relationship with the studio publicity team and so on, like they do have reserved seating for some press members. Not all of them, but some of them. But it's like it depends on who you know. And
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never gone to Hall H like reservation seat.
I went to, like I said, I got
never
a
went to
Hall
Hall
H.
H?
No, I've been to Hall H, but I've never
Well,
gone
I
to.
was, I was like,
Not in the
you're the one
press
that
bucket.
recorded the Batman vs Superman video, right?
Yeah, that was me.
Infamous.
I went to the Man of Steel panel. And like when I had to see like a grown man literally sobbing when he was asking his question to Zack because he was so moved by the trailer. I've gone to 3
That was a
Hall
great
H shows.
Comic-Con trailer for Man of
Yeah.
Steel.
Like just for preface purposes, I bought a Fantastic Four shirt today because that is my goal. I want to be a part of that, so I can potentially see Pedro fucking Pascal as Free Richards.
That would be cool.
That's what I want to see. I want to see him. I want to see Joseph Quinn.
If they walk on stage in their costumes,
They're
minus
not
the
gonna
thing.
That's a little too much.
That would be too much.
Oh.
But boy, if they did,
But Tom Hiddleston did it as Loki.
I know.
And
that's. I mean, I
Dave,
I like
I
where your
was
head's
in
at.
the room. I
like where your head's at, and they should do more stuff like
I
that.
can put my head somewhere else if you need me to.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what's his face from Guardians 3 did the same thing. He came out in full garb.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
The high
Always
evolutionary.
villains.
Yes, High Evolutionary. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
always
What-
villains though.
Yeah,
The
I want
Revenge-
Joseph Quinn
Rabbit.
on fire on the stage. No, I'm just kidding. But
Light them up on fire.
I bet every Stranger Things fangirl would love to see that happen.
nah,
Well,
hey,
I mean,
that
like,
guy-
hey, Dwayne Johnson showed up on the stage.
that was epic. That was epic seeing that video because like I
That's
had
the thing. It's like you're at Comic-Con, fucking do it. Fucking do it. I mean, if they have the Fantastic Four costumes, yeah,
that'd be awesome.
dude.
And
He will
then
just-
Zachary
he will
Levi
have
showed up in a
to-
Hawaiian
Ebon
t-shirt.
will just have to come out and be like, I'm like, here's my motion capture costume as the thing.
I'm
Dude,
looking forward to
telling
it.
you,
though.
I'm
Come on, it'll be a lot of fun.
if you're at Comic-Con, it's a big stage and everybody's going to talk about it. Fucking do it. Just like show up. If they already have the Fantastic Four costumes and they're not too hard to get into or anything like that, but at the same time, you can't do the thing. You can't do the thing.
The costumes will be ready because literally the day after Comic-Con is when they start
Yeah,
filming.
they start filming. So it's like, all right, so have what's his name as the thing just even show up in a makeshift costume where he's just like, yeah, this is not what I'm going to look, make a joke out of it. This is not what I'm going to look like, but hey, you know, it would be even funny if he showed up shirtless.
Even if it's not all of them. If I get 3 of the 4 or 2 of the 4,
Dude,
I'm
at least
still
the 2
fine.
games. At least
like that.
yes.
It's they call Fantastic Four for a reason. Not
I
like
will
the-
get the idea. I will get. Listen, all the Avengers didn't come out when Tom Hiddleston came out, but I got what they were going. I'll take it. I understand the logistics of the thing being CGI. So
I don't know.
But as long as we all pray together that MM4 is not like, because when I saw Rhea's tweet today, I'm like, fuck,
that's
why
hilarious.
why is it something they would actually do? So
I
yeah,
actually
like-
think they're probably going to announce Doctor Strange 3. I think that is
that makes sense.
be
That
sweet.
makes more
I think-
sense
I
to
think
me. I
Thunderbolt,
just think
stuff like that. You know,
what?
If it's one of
Oh.
the announcements, I'm
Fun-
fine.
is
Yeah.
Thunderbolt's going to
Fun-
be one of the Thunderbolts?
They have-
Okay,
They
so
have-
or one of the
Thunderbolt,
our trailer or something for it.
as far
Yeah,
as
there's going to be a trailer for Thunderbolts.
I think
far as
it will be a
footage-
Captain America and a Thunderbolts trailer. I think that's right.
I think okay, so as far as footage goes, they're probably going to show off something for Agatha. They're probably going to
Ugh.
show off like a first
cares
look
about
for Captain
There you
America,
go.
and then probably maybe Thunderbolts because that just wrapped
I know,
filming.
I'd
It's going to
love
be
her.
very early, and then
Daredevil?
obviously, like that's possible. I don't know how but
No, wait,
Yeah.
because no, I think that'll be D23 because there's all these other animated shows coming out in between Agatha and Daredevil. So I think that will be probably Marvel. There's a zombie
schedule
show.
out yet? There's those new
Not yet.
No.
it's,
Well,
it's
they're
probably
also
going to
the-
release sometime next week.
There's a zombie show
And they're-
coming from Marvels or something.
Marvel Zombies.
And they're also definitely going to announce.
Is that what it's called?
They're
That's
definitely,
exactly what it's called. Marvel Zombies.
and they're definitely going to announce Mahershala Ali is switching from Blade to
Why?
Kang.
Why do you
Wait a
fucking
minute.
poke
But wait
that
a minute.
there?
But wait a minute. But
Why?
wait a minute.
That's what he does.
That's not a bad
welcome to my
casting
world.
idea. Wait. That's not a bad casting idea. And wait a minute. Wait, stop. Everybody hold. I figured it out. Okay, so when we saw Luke Cage, Cottonmouth was actually a Kang variant with no powers. And oh my god. Brad, you fixed that. You fixed that. Fuck Blade. Mahershala Ali will be the new Kang the Conqueror.
I would
wasn't
much
thinking about it
rather
that way,
see
but-
him in that than because that's the level of actor, but
Yeah,
I don't think that's going to happen. Hey, Dave, I got to go because I got to.
Yeah, we got to bounce. We got to do our show.
Yeah,
in a
you
minute.
Thanks for having me on.
I know it was like, yeah, I was gonna have one more topic, but I wanted to get your but you guys talk. Yeah,
well,
you
what's
guys.
the topic?
Go.
What's the topic?
It's the Hellboy trailer.
Oh,
but...
all right. I'll see you next week. All right, Bill.
All right,
Andy,
take it easy, guys. Thank you for joining.
Thanks for having us.
All right.
Who cares about Hellboy?
Well, that was gonna be like, I mean, the trailer came out. I wanted to
I'm
get your guys' opinion on it.
not going to more interesting to talk about.
I did want to. Okay, this is the last topic for the stream tonight. I wanted to get your guys' opinion on because we talk about superhero content, and all of a sudden we get this Hellboy trailer, The Crooked Man, and
did we know that the Hellboy movie was coming? Because I'm like, when did this?
Yeah, it was announced and everything. Yes, we knew.
Okay, I'm happy for you.
On the trailer came out, and I wanted to get your guys' opinion. Phil.
I mean, I'm not a big Hellboy fan, like, at all. I like the Ron Perlman Del Toro films just fine. I think
everybody does.
Yeah, I don't think they're God's greatest gift to Earth or anything, but they're good movies.
But the thing is, like, when those movies came out, that was before the big superhero. That was before the boom. And Del Toro really made. I mean, that's the thing is, like, Del Toro, the first time he dipped his toe in the superhero genre was Blade 2.
Blade 2, right?
And he did a great job. Great follow-up.
That was,
yeah. He did Blade 2, and then all of a sudden he goes to Hellboy.
Well, how do you think Ron Perlman landed Hellboy? Because he's in Blade 2.
Yeah. But he was perfect. It was like I mean, like the way that he was and the prosthetics and makeup and the visual effects, it all really worked. And we got two Hellboy movies, which are great. Right. We never got the third one, and then they decided to reboot, and they did it with David Harbour, which came out
2019?
Yeah, 4 years ago. And it was promising. It was promising because they were really going, hey, we're trying to make them really look like the comic book and everything. And then you watch it and you go, huh, well, you guys missed that. You guys totally fucked that one up. I mean, I thought the last scene of the movie was the best part of the movie, because I'm like, hey, whatever happened in this last scene where it was like crazy and everybody was shooting like crazy demons and stuff like that, why did you wait to bring that kind of style to the last scene of the movie? Wow, you guys fucked up. And poor David Harbour, who had to like go through like body transformation and then putting on all that shit, and to only have a Hellboy movie that just did not go anywhere. So now we got this new one, and when I saw the trailer, it felt like a fan film.
I mean, it's kind of that.
Yeah,
it's like what if we took Hellboy and put it in like a A24 almost budget sense and gave it that kind of horror vibe, right? And that's exactly what it is. I think Jack Kessie looks fine as the titular character. It's not the worst thing I've seen. It looks cheap, sure,
yeah,
but I don't think I don't really have any strong feelings on it one way or the other. I'm not, I don't think it looks terrible. I just don't think it looks all that great either. I was like, oh, that's neat, and then I went about my day. That's kind of where I'm at with it. I was just like, oh, that's neat, cool, and then I moved on with my day.
That makes sense. Yeah. But Rhea, you were kind of like, how were you feeling about that?
Yeah, I agree with Phil. I didn't really get the horror sort of like cut style of the trailer. I'm not sure if that's going to be in the final product, but that's definitely the vibe that I got. I guess my fascination with Hellboy is definitely from like the first two films, and Ron Perlman, to your point, was just he made that character so iconic. So it's a little hard to hit that same level of excitement for some people. I do think that the trailer and the prosthetics and makeup in the trailer that we just got for the new Hellboy movie is a little bit more, I guess, like in alignment to what we saw with Ron Perlman. At least like for me, it was prosthetics. That was nice to see, like kind of like some harkening back a little bit. And yeah, I definitely will go see it. And I am, I don't know if I'm excited, but I am interested.
Yeah. And I love that, like, Mr. Andrew Dice right here, just popping in.
Andrew.
He's all way more true to the concept. That's what I love about Dice. He'll come in like randomly in one of these vodka streams and just say some shit. He'll drop a mic and then leave. And I'm like, all right.
What did it say at the end of the Dark Knight? Like, he will return. He will come back. Well, wait, what is that?
Yeah. Well, they say that at the end of like MCU. Yeah, Andrew Dice will return. One of these. No, but it's just like, no, that I love that. And he said that. And I'm just kind of going like, you know what? I mean, when I watched the trailer, I went, all right, this looks like a fan film. But at the same time, what I liked about it was the horror element. And I'm like going, all right, I need to see more, but I almost don't want to. I almost want to go into this movie going with low expectations and then walk out going, all right, that was fucking good, and that's what I'm hoping. But I'm with Phil. I'm like, I'm not too keen on the character, but ever since I was like a teenager, I got when the first movies came out, and I actually had a friend of mine. It was kind of funny. Like one of my good friends, when we started like making like short films and stuff like that, he had an older brother who was trying to be an aspiring like screenwriter and stuff like that. And it was kind of funny because he came up with a concept of a character that was born in hell kind of thing. And it was like he literally came up with almost a similar character as Hellboy, not realizing that the character already existed until the movie like came about and he saw the trailer. And I remember it was kind of funny because my friend, he's like, did you see the Hellboy trailer? We were talking. I was like, yeah, it looks kind of interesting. I never even knew about this character because I didn't know about the character. I think I knew a little bit because I collected Dark Horse comics and he was a Dark Horse. It was Dark Horse, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I knew about the character, but I never read the character. And then it was funny because when the first trailer came out, which was what, early 2000s or whatever, it was like around that. It was like 2002. 2004. There it was.
2004 the movie came out. So so
it was like 2003. It was like 2003, and when that trailer came out, I remember going, "Oh my god, this is a." I was like, I remember seeing this character in the books, but I don't know anything about it. And then like my friend like goes like, "Oh yeah, my brother like wrote a screenplay about a similar type of character," and he was so pissed when he was like, because he had no idea there was already a character like that, which kind of shows you it wasn't like he was plagiarizing. He just had like an idea of a similar that was born in like hell kind of thing. And it was like, and then Nazis were trying to, summon that. It was like, he just had a parallel thought. So that's why Hellboy has always like stood out for me. Like I've read some things and, read some books and stuff like that. But at the same time, I always go back to that where like, one of my really good friends when I was younger, like 20 years ago, had a brother who had like a similar concept for a character, not realizing, not realizing that there was a character already like that. It just kind of shows you that there is plagiarism out there, but there also is just like that parallel thinking of like, hey, what if this is a concept and he had like a similar concept to Cowboy? And when you actually, I can't even imagine, like, can you imagine like going, oh, I have a great idea for a screenplay, crazy character, and you write it out and you spend, a month on it. And then all of a sudden you see a version of that in a trailer. Can you imagine that? And you go, oh shit, this has already been done. And this is back in 2000s. I mean, we're 20 years later where, original concepts are not as easy. I mean, I can't even imagine like coming up with a concept and thinking you have an original idea and it's been done, and then you see it. God damn. It's crazy.
I mean, I watched it and it looked, I think it looks fine. Again, I was just kind of like, when they announced it, you just feel that it just came out of the blue. But I'm sorry we didn't have much to say about it, Dave.
No, it's fine.
You can talk about Mark Guggenheim if you want.
I just wanted to bring it up because to me, I was a little underwhelmed. I was underwhelmed by it. I was like, wow, this is.
And it's just
We
a
went
teaser.
from. Yeah, it's just a teaser, but at the same time, I like the horror elements of it. But the way he looks, I was like, I don't know if I like. I don't like. I mean, it seems like they didn't go as hard with the makeup and prosthetics like they did when it came to Ron Perlman and David Harbour. But then at the same time, I'm going, well, maybe having a much smaller kind of story that is doing like this whole like, hey, you know, like those horror movies that you like that are very like, you know, low budget and stuff like that. What if we had Hellboy as part of it, you know, or something like that?
Did you want to talk about Mark Guggenheim, by the way?
What?
Did you want to talk about Mark Guggenheim before?
Oh
we go?
yeah, how was that? Yeah, I didn't watch your. I will watch it, but how was talking to him?
No, I've been to him a few times, but you know, it's usually been like at round tables at Comic Con. So, but this time like we really got to have like you know, we spoke for like 2 hours, so that's why you know I split it up into 2 parts. But like, no, the dude is like, no, the dude, like I've always loved Mark as a person. Like I mean, I don't always agree with his creative choices, but like he's like an absolute like sweetheart of this chat too, and was not prepared for some of the quotes to explode the way they did, but you know. I'm happy the Showrunner Whisper is getting some love out there.
When you sent that to me, I was like, man, I mean, Andy, you're killing it, man, with your interviews, dude.
Oh, thank you.
Good on you for like, you know, doing that. When you sent that, I was like, oh shit, you got. I mean, especially since you've done so much podcasting and talking about his universe, and I love the fact that I mean, I saw. You know, the fact that obviously if Arrow wasn't a success, there would not have been an expanded universe when it came.
It was more sort of like if Arrow had not been a success, the CW would have it would have gone down, and
yeah,
was not expected to be. Like it was because so many people were like, Andy, did you know that you're on Deadline? I'm like, I do. I don't know how Deadline got wind of it, but you know that's cool.
Is it pretty surreal when, like, when you do these interviews and then all of a sudden you see them on different sites? You know,
it definitely is like because I always live in my own little bubble, and like I tweet my interview, and then I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna go back to work or focus on something. I always forget that there's a world out there with billions of people that will pay attention to it. So I will come back and suddenly I'm like, why do I have like 78 notifications in my interactions?
Yeah.
Because I remember like when I talked to Michael Rosenbaum, like suddenly like they were Deadline and other places were like talking about what he was saying. I'm like, damn, I thought this could be something special for the Smallville fans, but I didn't really it was gonna get the industry sides like to really talk about it. So yeah, like it's definitely surreal still. Like I love being able to still be surprised when those moments happen.
No, it's good. I mean,
I love having an ego is what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, there's always going to be an ego part of it because I mean, anytime that Zach comes on here, I mean that's like that's the big fish that I've gotten, and then all of a sudden I'll like get like, hey, and all of a sudden I see articles like, hey, Zach talked about this, and then I look and then I see, it was on the Film Junkie podcast. They always say the Film Junkie podcast, or it's hardly they ever say the Vodka stream or something like that for some reason. I don't know.
They did it with the Showrunner Whisperer. They say on the Showrunner Whisperer podcast. I'm like, it's just called the Showrunner Whisperer.
Yeah. So they never label the actual title of whatever, but it is kind of cool, and it's always one of those things where you go, oh wow, and you screenshot it, you send it to your mom, you send it to your friends, you're like, hey, look at this. It's like it's always like an interesting thing when like, because in the moment you're kind of going like, all right, well, he's coming on or that person's coming on, I'm going to interview, and you're always focused on that, and then you're like, all right, cool, put it out there, blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden you show up on like other websites or, because, everybody's talking about it. It's like, oh yeah, reference this, reference that. It's kind of interesting to see that because like anytime, like I said, like even like the last time Zach comes on, it's like no matter anytime that Zach comes on, there's always going to be like an element of like, there's going to be something that someone's going to pull from this. And even I pull from that too. I'll clip out stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, Zach talked about this. I want to post that, just in case nobody wants to watch the entire thing. But it's always kind of interesting when you see like, oh yeah, comicbook.com did a piece on this and they fucking sourced me. And it's like, whoa, or even Screen Rant or Variety or Deadline or something like that. It's always pretty surreal, I guess you could say, where you kind of go like, whoa. And then all of a sudden you're getting like a bunch of like messages or, clicks or something like that. When it comes to stuff, you're like, whoa, what happened? Oh, wait, they just posted about it. Holy shit. Yeah. It's pretty cool. But
I've only ever had that happen like once.
You're better at interviewing people than I am. So
I think we do it just as well, but we do it differently.
We have different styles. Yes.
Yeah.
Phil, what thing did you have go viral or go?
It wasn't. I mean,
amplified?
it was a small moment. This was December of 2018. I think Ava DuVernay was fielding questions just out of the blue or whatever, and I had asked her who her favorite superhero was and why, and she quote tweeted me and said, "Big Barda, many reasons."
I remember that.
Okay,
that was you.
That was me, correct. And then like a couple months later, Variety broke the story that she was directing New Gods. And what tweet did they use in conjunction with breaking that story? Mine.
Yeah.
So
I want to go look at this.
You spoke it into existence.
It was really it was cool because when I initially saw it, I didn't at all expect her to reply, but like even the initial reply got a bit of traction. And then when the story broke, literally all day my phone was just blowing up of like people just liking and retweeting that same thing that she had said fucking months prior, and I was like, this is insane. And I like went down to my scout bike because I was still in school at the time. This might have been 2017 or 2018. I don't remember what year it was, but it
was probably
December 28, 2017.
Oh, it's 2017. Yeah.
Okay. So
I remember when that got announced, I was working at a certain job, and yeah, that sounds about right. 2017. Crazy.
So I went to my counselor at the time, and I showed him like on my phone. I was like, look at this Variety article, and he looks at it and he goes, "Oh, that's cool." And I was like, look a little closer. And he goes, "Is that you?" I was like, "Yeah, that's my tweet." He was like,
"As always, like, wait a minute, that came from you."
That's the thing. You never know when you respond to somebody, and they might quote tweet you. I'm looking at you, Rachel Zegler. Yeah, you never know. You just
it's not 1947 anymore, Dave. You can't come out like, wait, am I frozen again? Oh crap!
You are frozen.
The other time it happened was right before the new Mortal Kombat movie, and I saw a picture of Joe. It was, I think, the first picture of Joe Taslim as Sub-Zero, something like that. I don't remember what it was exactly, but like I said Joe Taslim is looking fucking great as Sub-Zero. I said something like, because Sub-Zero is like one of my favorite characters, and I was like, this looks fucking incredible. # Mortal Kombat.
He's my favorite character.
The movie account fucking retweeted mine immediately, and I was like, oh, my phone's gonna be going off all day because of this.
Yeah, Ava deleted her Twitter, so I can't even see her tweet anymore.
Yeah, and I deleted mine, so you probably wouldn't be able to see it there either. But yeah, it should still be in a Variety article. It's probably screen cap somewhere.
That's the thing. You just like, you never know. But I mean, like, I always, anytime that Zach's on, I'm like, all right, there's probably going to be some things in here. We're going to be asking questions. We're going to be doing this. And like, that's happened, numerous, anytime that Zach's on there, I've like, it's been featured in other, and it's just because like, yeah. And that's what's great. It's like Zach's not going, I mean, obviously he does the rounds when it comes to like the normal, like, hey, I got to sit down, do the press junket stuff. But what I love about Zach and what I love when he comes on here is the fact that it's like, hey, it's relaxed. I could just be at my house and just kind of just talk shit with the fans, And that's what I've always like. that's what I've always wished. Like anytime who's promoting something, it's like, and I've had that before too. It's like, hey, you're at your house, fucking, if you want to pour a drink, or you just want to just like, you want to be laying in bed. I don't care. Let's just have a conversation, relaxed.
Or you could be like Junkie XL, smoke a couple cigarettes,
dude. And oh god, I would love to get him back. I mean, that was before Zack Snyder's Justice League came out. I mean, when he came on, it was so funny because I remember, dude, my phone was blowing up from his representation going, he needs to stop. He needs to stop talking now. And I'm like, how do I get him to stop talking? He just is like having a good time. I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do. And I'm like, yeah, I'll try. I'm like, he's like he was literally in his kitchen smoking cigarettes, sipping a beer. And then he goes, you know what? And he was just saying shit like, you know what? I'm going to play you a fucking piece of music. And he played a couple of pieces of music for us. I mean, it was just like one of those things where I'm like, and I love the fact that somebody of that caliber was like on here and was like, hey, I don't give a fuck. We're drinking. We're having a good time. Let's just fucking shoot the shit. And I'm like, yeah, that's what this is all about.
I would love to just pick his brain about scoring Furiosa.
Oh yeah,
because
I got to get him back on. But it's like,
I
don't think his representation wants that again.
Probably not, but
they're probably very mad now. They're like,
yeah, they're probably like, no, you're not ever going back on that stream. I'm like,
no. They're like, no, you're never doing interviews ever again.
But
that was probably his best interview.
Revisiting Furiosa recently, I paid more attention to the score. My fucking
God.
Oh my god, that movie makes my heart scream happy things. Like it's just the last two George Miller Mad Max movies are just top tier. Like I love those movies just for what they are. They are just so damn well made.
Yeah.
Just oh my god. And I really would just love to pick Hulkenborg's brain about certain horn usage and bunch and like just the way he crafted the score for those movies in general is just phenomenal. Because one got him Justice League, and then there's one that's after Justice League, and it's just like you can even hear certain elements that are similar, but you like it's not the same, but they're still similar. And I'm just like, do you intentionally carry some stuff over because it's just so universally transmutive, like in an alchemic kind of way, or like is it just what you're feeling in the moment? Like I really would just love to pick his brain about that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, the fact that the guy's like all about the drums.
Yes.
I mean, that's all feel right there. I mean, you don't have the Wonder Woman, I mean, it's like that theme, like obviously like Hans Zimmer was like, hey, we got to make it like this. And Hans Zimmer just kind of going like, well, if we do this like guitar thing, but I mean, like when you get the percussion in there and it's just, I mean, that's all Junkie XL. And it's like that collaborative stuff. It's like, that's why when you hear that, you just kind of go like, oh my God, they came up with like the perfect Wonder Woman theme. And that's why it was utilized many times.
Yeah, I'm ready for a new
You made cameos.
Yeah, at this point, I'm over the Wonder Woman theme song.
Oh, it's so good though.
Warner Brothers ruined it for me.
Screw
them. I don't want to screw them. But like, yeah, I just, I don't. I'm over it. I'm over the Wonder Woman theme song. I mean, I'm just over Gal Gadot as well with Wonder Woman. I'm ready for something new.
It's fine.
Kal-El, no.
She was a good Wonder Woman. She probably had the most screen time, I would say.
Sadly.
As out of all of them, probably. Her and Ben Affleck probably had the most like cameos and screen time in the whole fucking
universe.
Weird. Yeah, I would say she had the most cameos. Probably.
Yeah.
She was in TVS, Justice League, M2, Flash. Yeah, she was probably
in 84.
Technically,
84. She had 2 movies. Yeah. So I think she probably had the most screen time out of all of them.
But
yeah.
But the least acting abilities of all of them.
The what?
The least acting abilities of all of them.
Oh, jeez, come on.
No, because like now that I've like gone back and like rewatched those films, I'm like, those films work because they write them around her, so it can work.
I don't know. I thought. I mean, I thought. I don't know. I thought the way she was and the way that she
like in the first Wonder Woman movie, he was good.
And BVS and even Zack Snyder's Justice League, but when it came to the cameos, they were a little too like.
In 1984, she was just like she was phoning it in, and No,
I thought like her and Ben Affleck did a great job of like chemistry wise.
Definitely. Like, they should have fucked, but they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it was leading to that, right? Anyways,
wasn't Zack Snyder trying to have like Lois and Bruce hook up for some dumb reason?
Yeah, but that they threw out that whole thing, and so I mean, that's what I love about Zack. Is like, I gotta have Bruce like have a boner for somebody, and it's like, all right, let's go to Diana. And it's like, she's right there.
It's canonical, isn't it? Just Justice Unlimited, Batman and Wonder Woman, like they were eye fucking each other all the time.
Exactly.
Like that episode when they became like kids and like like teenage Diana is like, you can go with John Clark and I will go with Bruce, and I'm like, oh, they're about to have teenage sex and it's gonna get it's gonna be freaky and like this Diana and Bruce, like they are Wonder Bad is endgame for me in no matter what universe. So that's what I want in James Gunn's DCU. So
you want sex.
I want, let them get down on each other. That's fine. But let Jensen Ackles Batman and whoever plays. Who would be a good
Wonder Woman?
Like I was saying.
Why does Jensen Ackles have to be Batman?
Because
just to piss you off.
It's just the way it is. He's not going to be Batman.
No, he's not going to be Batman. But
I hope it's Jay Ryan. I really hope it's Jay Ryan from It Chapter 2. That's what I hope for. I hope it's Jay Ryan. That's my guy. That's my guy for Batman. In the new DCU, Jay Ryan.
No, who would be good Wonder Woman? Like I think I've talked to Philip about this. But
Jessica Chastain.
What?
Well, I am not going to.
Andy understood the reference.
Because that's Grace Randall. Either Jessica Chastain or Rachel Zegler.
No,
it's not 1947 anymore. What famous hero cannot just be an island full of women. That's. Imagine Rachel Zegler doing press for Wonder Woman.
I want the woman who played Furiosa's mom in Furiosa to be the next Wonder Woman. Forgive me for forgetting the actress's name, but I think
she's pretty good. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, she's pretty badass.
Rhea, do you both of you watch The Boys?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you just said.
Do both of you watch The Boys?
Yes, I have to watch the latest episode.
Oh actually. I think the actress who plays Victoria would be a good Wonder Woman.
Oh,
you're talking about
Newman, Head Popper.
Oh yeah, dude.
Come on, she's more than just popping.
I have such a crush on her. Oh my god, I think she's like she's with Jack Quaid, right? They're dating?
They're dating in the real world.
What? Yes. Fuck you, Jack Quaid. I hate you. Okay. Good on Jack Quaid.
Okay,
but I'm
we need to clip
really?
This.
They're dating?
Clip this. Oh my god. That is no.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
What? They're dating?
I mean, hey,
good on her for choosing him. He's dorky. He's nerdy. I like it. She's gorgeous. She's gorgeous.
Yes. And I want Jack Quaid to be Barry Allen in the DC universe.
Nah, he's already Superman's voice.
So what?
No.
You know who I like from The Boys? Dominique McDermott.
Oh, I love her.
So damn.
Yeah, she's hot. She's so hot.
She's great. Queen Maeve. Oh man, she's amazing.
Yeah, she's great.
Is it Victoria or Maeve that I want for Wonder Woman in the DC universe?
Well,
No,
Dominique McDermott would be way too on the nose because she plays.
So
Queen
what?
Maeve in
she
the
plays
Vodka.
Queen, yeah, a version.
That's
of,
way
cares?
too on the nose.
yeah,
Who cares?
Way too on the
she's
nose.
also
Good.
very white, so I don't know if that's.
I would actually much prefer her to be Big Barda.
Whoa!
I-
Hold on.
I would prefer her to be Big Barda.
Hold, please hold. Dave, she's too white.
Are you talking about Queen Maeve, like the girl who plays the woman who plays Queen Maeve, right? Isn't
Yeah,
she,
as
like,
Wonder,
very,
as Wonder,
very-
Wonder Woman.
yeah, but she plays. I mean, but she's. I thought like Wonder Woman should not be like fully white, right?
Isn't that what she is though?
No, I thought she was
Not
supposed to
quite.
be like more.
Hold on, let me go tweet at
I
the
mean, like
alt-right.
when it comes to Gal Gadot, she was like Israeli. I mean,
Let me
you
go
want,
ask
like,
the
you
alt-right
want, you
people
want the
and see what
more
they think.
exotic type. That's why I thought, what's her name? The
Wonder
other
Woman.
one. What's her name again? I know. I have a
Dominique
crush on her. I
McDermott.
don't even know her fucking name.
Oh,
God
the
damn.
actress who plays Victoria Newman.
Yeah,
That is.
Hold on.
Fuck.
I don't know. I'm totally.
I will tweet the
fine.
alt-righters and ask them like, is Wonder Woman white?
Rhea's like, what's
Question
going
mark.
on here?
But yeah,
It's getting a little late.
I think Victoria
know,
would be
I
great. I
know.
think Victoria would be great as.
We're gonna wrap this up soon.
Yeah, Jensen Ackles.
Figure this out.
Yeah, oh my god.
Claudia Dumais. Claudia Dumais.
Yeah.
Dumais. I think that's her name. I don't know.
Wait. Okay. Wait. Who are we talking about here? I mean, are we?
Victoria Newman's name is Claudia in real life.
Yes.
All right. So you're talking about who plays Queen Maeve. You want
Dominic.
her to be Wonder Woman?
Either her or the actress who plays Victoria.
Victoria is
Claudia
Again-
Dumais. She's the one dating Jack Quaid. She's head popper. And she's Victoria.
the
Newman.
head, but yeah, the politician. Would yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'd rather have her than. Yeah. What are you talking about? What are we
Okay.
doing here?
I would
Okay.
rather have Dominique McDermott play Big Barda. 'Cause she's
There you go.
tall and imposing and
Yes.
brutal.
That
like
makes
Barda.
sense. That makes sense.
But Claudia Dumais as Wonder Woman?
No.
No, I don't see it. I don't
Yeah.
really see it all that much.
There's a lot of people who fan cat. I mean, I would be like, I wouldn't hate it, but I don't see it because I just like, oh yeah, she's great, and I have a crush. Definitely do.
But
But
Jack Quaid is Flash. That would be ironic, and it's
There you
great. It's
and
great.
the star as Reverse Flash.
Okay, but it would be ironic.
too on the nose, way too
Be-
on the nose.
It would be ironic because of what happens to Jack Quaid in the very beginning of The Boys. Because who kills his girlfriend? A
Yeah.
speedster. And who does he wind up
Yeah.
playing? A speedster. That'd be funny irony.
Yeah, come on.
He would, he's, that's way too on the nose. He would not.
No, Claudia cannot play Talia al Ghul. That doesn't work. Also, we don't we don't want Talia al Ghul in this universe.
Yes, we do. We have to have it.
She's gonna be.
Damien's
He's gonna
part
come
of
in
the fucking
Yeah, he's
universe.
gonna commit a crime, so get ready for that.
Damien is literally supposed to be part of Batman Brave and the Bold. God
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But again, she is gonna commit a crime.
So he's got to have a mother, and guess who that mother is?
Not consensually.
Oh,
Well, she is an eco-terrorist and a terrorist. So do you really think
I
she
thought
gives a
po-
damn about breaking
I
the
thought
law?
I thought
God
poison,
damn, she would be a good Natalia. I want her as Natalia.
but an Arabic woman should play Talia.
Anyways, all right, let's go ahead and wrap this up before we start doing like crazy fan casting for the next hour. We gotta wrap. We'll wrap this
So
up.
Rhea, Rhea, who do you want as Wonder Woman?
I don't know if it's like what I want necessarily, but a while ago someone mentioned that I think it was on Twitter. The main I guess like the main final girl in Scream 5 and 6.
Oh,
I
you're
figured
talking
that
about Melissa.
Melissa Barrera.
Barrera.
Yeah, I was like, well, yeah, if she, kind of,
Why are you
like,
shaking your head,
bulks up a
Dave?
little bit.
Why are you shaking your head, Dave?
I don't see it. I just don't see it. That's fine. I just watched Scream 5 recently, and I'm like, yeah, don't see it.
I think honestly, Claudia Dumais and Melissa Barrera, I think they're just a little too short to be Wonder Woman.
You
That's
know,
the
people.
thing, you have to have-
You know that short people play tall characters all the time. It's called movie
Sure.
magic.
Look at Tom Hardy as Bane.
Exactly.
That's fair.
I suppose.
So it's only okay when the men do it, but when we try to fan cast short women as tall women, it's suddenly like, nah, she's too short. We can't do movie magic.
Yeah, you bunch of misogynists. Jesus.
Wow.
What the hell are you doing
Can't
here?
believe you did this after Pride Month, Dave. Good lord.
Yeah, fucking A, man. After July 4th, what are you doing here? I'm with you, Andy. These crazy anyways.
You're part of the problem.
I know. Yeah, but I'm trying not to be.
No, but that's a good idea, Rhea. That's
Well, I don't see her as Wonder Woman. I just don't. But, I mean, who knows? I mean, again, when it comes to the new DCU, we're supposed to get like the
Paradise Lost show first.
Yeah, the Paradise Lost, which is a good way to go, to be honest. I don't know. But anyways, let's go ahead and wrap this up.
Why do you really, which is a good word to go? Like,
yeah. Before I get canceled and say,
oh, because there's gonna be a bunch of women in it, and you're be like, oh, look,
yes,
eye candy. You can cancel Dave.
You're gonna help me get canceled by
No, if you want to get canceled, just have Zebrafed on your show.
Oh God.
Just kidding.
No, if you want to get canceled, have Grace Random on the show and have her talk about Mr. Traffic.
There's that too.
Have you all seen?
She would never come on this.
I haven't seen it. I don't want to see it.
It's horrible.
I'm sure
horrible.
it is.
It is horrible. And I'm like, how does a white woman get away with this dumb shit? It is moronic.
Well, it's great.
But YouTube, you're enabling it. You're enabling her platform.
Yeah, gotta keep
I really feel like buying something today. Like I'm really like, let's fucking go.
Well, I mean, the thing is, she could say what she wants, and then we can all criticize it, and it's all just like she's free to say it. We're free to criticize it, right?
And Zach, you're free to not go on her channel. You don't need Grace Randall's. You don't need her base. You don't need her fan base.
No.
Stop going on her channel, Zach.
Well, he hasn't been on it in a few years.
Since Army, since he didn't go on Rebel Moon because he did not like Rebel Moon, so she did not. Yeah, the last time that Zach went on there was for Army, so we're good. Don't worry, we we'll be okay. Anyways, all right, let's go ahead and wrap this up, and appreciate you guys spending time with us for 5 hours. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to William. Thank you to Brad who joined. And let's go around the horn and promote whatever you want to promote. Start with Phil.
Well, buddy, thank you again for the invite. As always, it's a pleasure getting to talk to you and our friends and family about whatever the fuck happens during the week, even if it's good or bad. If anyone wants to follow me or my musings, it's just at Unfiltered pretty much everywhere except that cesspool known as Twitter X, run by Elon Musk, because that place sucks. You will never find me there.
Great. It's like
ever again.
Man. It's like Demolition Man.
That's right. You guys can catch my reviews on Multiverse of Color, where I'm currently reviewing The Acolyte, The Boys, and of course House of the Dragon. And you can also listen to my podcast, The Eternal Night Podcast, where me and my buddy Craig and our friend Terrence occasionally shoot the shit about Batman. We just had another episode recently regarding the Cape Crusader and the Penguin. And also, I'm on the Four Nerds. I had to hold the show down on Wednesday because the other three guys couldn't make it for reasons. So if you guys want to check that out, we do have like a 2-hour special there where it's me and Andy and Nerd Coast and Nostra just shooting the shit about pretty much everything we kind of talked about here. So yeah, that's about it, man.
There it is. Thank you. Rhea.
Oh, adding to Phil's, tour of across, the podcast.
Oh, yep. I will be on Movie Madness Entertainment tomorrow at about 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yes.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, and getting to know Phil, introducing him to more folks in concentric circle audiences and stuff. So I'll be sharing that out. And yeah, that's what I'm promoting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Nice. Love it. All right, Andy.
As always, I always love coming on, stirring the drama, causing chaos, and bringing homosexual representation on the show. I'm always happy to do that. So, you can check those diversity boxes, Dave. I'm here for you anytime you want. You can find me at Andrew Pat on all social media, including Twitter, but where Lip is not at. Just so you know, if it hasn't been made very clear, Lip does not like the Twitter or the X. Oh, that's such a stupid name. You can also find all my coverage at screenrant.com. I'm doing some interviews next week involving the boys and another show we all love here, Cobra Kai.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I got some stuff to watch this weekend. So check me out there for all the news coverage I do there. I'm also the host of the Showrunner Whisper, where I go inside the minds of television showrunners and talk about what it's like running a TV show in today's media landscape. Because y'all, the more I'm hearing from these showrunners, I'm like, good lord, like it's like it's exhausting working with these network studios sometimes. So we just had Mark Guggenheim Part 1 drop on showrunnerwhisper.com, where he talks about his career before Arrow and his career during Arrow and the Arrowverse, and there's a part 2 coming with a lot of other stories that he hasn't shared yet. So look forward to that on July 17th. I think that's a Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays from now. So that's where I'm at. And also, I'm the editor-in-chief of Multiverse of Color, where fine people like Lip and amazing many amazing writers are filling the website with full amazing content with their thoughts on pop culture. And the thing was, I said last week that I was supposed to vanish after Pride Month and come back in 11 months, but I'm still here. So love your gays.
Love the gays. Gotta love the gays. We all love the gays. Come on. All right, guys. Well, we like I said,
and like and subscribe to this YouTube channel, of course.
There it is.
I'm on Patreon and stuff.
Do all that. And thank you again to William, Brad, and of course Chris, who came on, and of course thank you Phil, Rhea, and Andy for talking all kinds of nerdy nonsense as we do. Smash that like, thumbs up, and we appreciate you guys. And smash it. Don't even just click it. Just hit your
smash it like a Zack Snyder movie.
There you go. Just like that. This is Vodka Stream. There we go. So we love you guys. Thank you guys for joining. And of course, I'm trying to. Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah, all right. We'll talk to you later. There we go.